This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents #Junkie by Cambria Hebert. Narrated by Guy Locke and Luke Itzvik. It takes courage to grow up and become who you really are. E. Cummings. Prologue. Random Car Facts by Gearshark. You can instantly cool down a car that has been sitting in the sun by rolling down the window on one side and opening and closing the window on the other side 5 to 6 times. Who in the world figured that out? Trent. I was on my way out. They like to remind me of that almost daily, as if I needed a reminder. The constant ticking of the clock in the back of my head was all the reminder I needed. Tick-tock, tick-tock. I was drunk. I needed something to dull the sound of my life passing me by. I needed something to shut up the whispering voice in the back of my head. Problem was, beer wasn't working. Not tonight. So I kept drinking. I switched the beer out for vodka. Vodka was a little more skilled in shutting up the deepest of my thoughts. At least I fooled myself into thinking it was. "Omega rules!" I yelled, and everyone within earshot followed suit. I was the president, after all. When I did something, they did it too. I slammed the empty shot glass on the nearby table and wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. The room spun a little, and I blinked it back into focus. "You know what you need?" Jack slurred, slinging his arm around my neck and trying to pull me down so he could yell in my ear. I laughed and leaned down, making it easier for him. He was 2 years younger than me, green as a new dollar bill, and far less jaded than I would ever be again. He was also like half my size, so if I didn't bend down, he wouldn't be able to holler in my ear like he clearly planned to do. "What's that?" I asked. "A piece of grade A ass," he announced. I threw back my head and laughed. The action made his arm fall free of my neck. "What makes you say that?" Jack chugged some beer out of a dark-colored long neck and made a scoffing sound. "Because, brother," he drawled good-naturedly. It made my back teeth grind together because I hated it when he called me brother. I had a family, and it wasn't him. I glanced around the packed frat house. My house. None of these people were my family. My house was full of people I didn't know. Shouldn't a man's house be full of his family? "The way you're pounding down the drinks tells me it ain't alcohol you need. It's ass," Jack finished. I grunted. He was right about the alcohol. Clearly, it wasn't what I needed. It wasn't doing shit for me. "Way I see it," Jack said, shifting his body around so we were standing side by side and staring out over the crowd. "As frat president, you have the pick of the litter." He spread his arm out and gestured toward everyone as if the world were my oyster. "Pick a pair of thighs to get between," he invited. Yeah. Maybe a quick, no-strings-attached fuck was exactly what I needed tonight. Maybe it would chase away whatever the hell was wrong with me. Or maybe it would make it worse. I didn't like that thought, so I ignored it. I perused the women like I did the AutoZone for car parts. Not every single model and style was for me. I was particular. Wonder why. I shook off the thought and slapped Jack on the back, I like the way you think. Just doing what I can for our superior, he replied. I grunted and stepped away from him. He was just kissing my ass because he had his eye on presidency and wanted me to give him the nod. The entire frat had been after me for weeks to throw my support behind someone new for Omega Prez. My time was just about up. The sooner we got a replacement, the better. You'd think I'd be eager to toss out a name. I was eager enough to close the door to this frat. But something held me back. I wasn't sure what it was, but it was something. A group of girls across the room looked pretty promising. There was one dressed in a pair of distressed, tight jeans. They looked like a second skin, and they molded to her fine, round ass with perfection. She had enough to fill my hands. Despite the cold temps outside, she was wearing a tank top. It was simple, black, and left little to the imagination. There was a red Solo cup in her hand, and her dark hair was piled on top of her head. I usually went for blondes. I didn't want what I usually went for tonight. She saw me looking and gave me the go-ahead. You know, that sort of half-smile, sidelong stare that locked on a guy just long enough to say, I'm interested. I started through the crowd of people dancing and stepped around the group playing some loud drinking game. She glanced back at me once as I advanced, saw I was coming, and shifted so her body was open to mine. I moved forward like a predator, a lion tracking prey. And then someone familiar appeared beside her. The hunting instinct was shoved aside for instant recognition. A dark blonde head bent low, and a lithe, graceful form slid between my target and her friend. I couldn't see his face, just the top of his head as he bent in and spoke to the woman he so casually wrapped his arms around. Whatever he said was dripping with charm, because both girls swayed toward him, and his familiar chuckle drifted across the remaining space between us. He had a deep laugh, like it came from the farthest place inside him. Maybe that's why whenever he laughed like that, women swooned, because they felt like they were getting a piece of him he didn't give out very often. The girl I'd picked out looked back up and gave me another smile. I was partially surprised. With Drew standing right next to her, I should have been forgotten. Course, he was a regular around this house. She probably knew who he was. She probably knew she'd be vying for his attention against 20 other girls in this room. Maybe she wanted the same thing I did tonight. A sure thing. As I walked, I plucked a newly poured shot out of one of my brother's hand and tossed it down my throat. He gave me the finger. I gave him back the empty glass. I don't know how many shots that made tonight. I stopped counting a long time ago. Dude! Drew looked up. He pulled back one arm and offered me his fist. I bumped mine against it. I thought you weren't coming tonight, I said by way of greeting. He was supposed to be out driving. Not much going on at the track tonight, he shrugged. Even drunk, I still gave enough of a shit to be relieved. Usually I went with Drew when he was out driving the racing circuit around here. But some nights, frat shit came first. Tonight was one of those nights. Can't say I liked the idea of Drew out driving alone. I'd learned a lot about the drivers around here the past few months, and not much of it was good. If I thought fraternity rivalry or even football rivalry was bad, it was nothing compared to the racing competition around here. Racing wasn't quite the institution football was. It wasn't governed by rules and regulations. Sure, maybe on the higher level, on the NASCAR level, but getting up to that place, there were no rules. It was a dog-eat-dog world, and I wasn't talking chihuahuas. "I hear you're really fast," the blonde under his arm said, peering up at him. He grinned lazily. He had a dimple in his cheek. You'd think the light scruff on his face from not shaving that morning would hide it. It didn't. It only served to make it more attractive. "Only when I need to be. Sometimes I'm nice and slow." You'd have to be dead not to hear the suggestion in his tone, and this girl was not dead. Drunk? Yes. She giggled like she was shy. Yeah, right. I suppressed an eye roll. "Beer's over there," I told him, and hitched a thumb behind me toward the kitchen. "Where's yours?" he asked, tearing his eyes off the girl. "I'm drinking vodka tonight." "Me too," the dark-haired girl on my right said, showing me her red cup. I gave her a slow smile and tilted the cup toward me so I could see. "Good taste," I said, and slid the cup into my hand and wrapped my lips around the rim. The vodka was mixed with cranberry juice, watering it down a bit, but it was still good and strong. I meant to only take a sip, but I ended up chugging the rest and tossing the empty cup over my shoulder. Before she could say anything about her lost drink, I wrapped my hand in hers and pulled her away from her friends. "Let's dance." I hardly ever danced, unless we were all at Screamers. But like I said, tonight I didn't want to do what I normally did. The brunette came along willingly, and soon we were grinding together in the center of a crush of bodies. The music was loud, so loud I couldn't hear myself think, so there was no way we could talk. Even if she told me her name, I wouldn't hear it. I didn't care what it was anyway. The room tilted a little, but I ignored it and pulled her closer, sliding my thigh between hers and bringing her up against my chest. Her fingers went through my belt loops and held on as we moved. The song vibrating the walls was loud with a heavy, erratic beat. Even still, we didn't dance like that. Instead, I held her right against me, and we grinded against each other suggestively. Her chin tipped back, and she looked up at me. Her eyes heavy-lidded as her teeth sank into her lower lip. I swiped my thumb along her bottom lip, then lowered my face. Her fingers tightened around my belt loops as my lips collided with hers. She tasted slightly tart, like the cranberry juice she'd had in her cup. I liked it. It mixed well with my well-liquored tongue, so I licked deeper into her mouth so the two flavors could mesh. As we kissed, we continued to grind into each other, and small little sounds vibrated the back of her throat. I slid my hand down against her backside and grabbed a handful of her ass. Someone knocked into us from behind, causing me to lurch forward. My arms tightened around her so she wouldn't fall, and I knocked into someone else as I tried to right us. "My bad," I called to whoever I'd shoved, and pulled her through the dancers and toward the back door of the house. "I need some air," I called, and she nodded. Outside, the air was cold. I probably should have noticed it more, considering I was only wearing a t-shirt with my jeans. But I felt hot, and I was totally wasted, so the elements were the last thing on my mind. There weren't many people out here. Actually, there wasn't anyone except for some guy around the side of the house, puking into the bushes. I pushed the girl up against the stone on the side of the house and bent to kiss her again. She giggled, and my stomach rolled. I ignored the feeling and fused our mouths together and grinded my lips over hers. When I didn't get the reaction I wanted, I ripped my mouth free and changed directions, covering her once more. She kissed and sucked at my lips, at the same time running her fingers up the front of my chest, but still, no reaction. I felt nothing. No need, no excitement. My cock wasn't even stirring in my jeans. I pushed off her abruptly, and she blinked. "Let's go to your room," she purred, and brushed the back of her hand along my fly. Suddenly, the entire world turned on its side, and I rushed away, over to the grass, where I immediately fell onto my knees and started puking. And that would explain the lack of excitement a few minutes ago. Beer before liquor, never been sicker. I retched a few more times, bringing up way more alcohol than I remembered drinking, and then sank back onto my haunches and wiped my face with the hem of my t-shirt. My head was fuzzy, my insides shaken. Then I remembered the girl. I turned around to tell her I'd be fine in a few, but she was gone. Guess my puking hadn't been much of a turn-on. Not that she had been either. Hell, first time I'd ever gone from making out to vomiting in 2 seconds flat. Clearly, she wasn't my type. I laughed out loud. That was fucking hilarious. I was still laughing when 2 jean-clad legs appeared before me. "What the fuck are you doing?" Drew asked, glaring down at me like I'd lost my mind. I was trying to get laid. She wasn't my type. I started laughing again. "What was your first clue? The barf? Or maybe the fact that she left you out here to pass out in your own mess?" "I'm not passed out," I protested. He made a sound. "Not yet." Drew's hands slid under my arms, and he pulled me to my feet. I swayed like a hammock on a breezy beach, and his grip tightened. "How much did you fucking drink?" "Don't know," I slurred. "Come on, party's over. We're going home." "This ain't my home," I said, disgruntled. He didn't say anything. Instead, he slid an arm around my waist and started leading me around the house, not back inside. I went along without a word because honestly, I didn't care where he was taking me. He smelled good. "Wait," I groaned, and practically fell over and started puking again. Drew muttered a few curse words as I retched, but stayed right there standing over me, like he was keeping watch. When I was done and my ribs ached from the heaving, he hauled me back up and led me toward the street where his vintage '69 Mustang was parked. "This ain't my room," I said. "I'm not leaving you here this drunk, asshole," Drew said, and yanked open the passenger door. "Who the fuck knows what the dickheads inside would do to you while you're out?" I sank into the seat and leaned my head back with a groan. The next thing I knew, we were sitting outside Drew's place, and he was pocketing the keys. I fumbled with the handle, trying to get it open. "Hang on," Drew said, but I didn't listen. I managed to fling open the door and fall out onto the driveway. "Ow," I grumped. "Moron," Drew said above me, and for the 3rd time that night, he helped me up off the ground. "Do me a favor and don't wake up the entire house on the way in," he bitched. "You sound like a damn woman," I mocked. My feet didn't work too good going up the stairs, but somehow I made it. We stumbled into Drew's room, and he shut the door behind us. I fell onto the bed backward, flinging out both my arms and staring up at the darkened ceiling. Drew was moving around, and I turned my head to watch him bend forward to pull off his shoes. Next, he slid the black leather jacket he'd been wearing down his arms and flung it onto his dresser. I became mesmerized by his movements. Everything else was blurry and unfocused, but he wasn't. I could see him clearly. He had a long torso, lean and firm. The way the waffle-knit tee he wore clung to his frame seemed like the most interesting thing I'd seen in a long time. I watched him straighten and turn, shove his hand into the back pocket of his jeans. His long fingers pulled back out, a wallet clutched between them, and he tossed that onto the dresser too. His hips were narrow, and his legs were long and lean. He looked good in the jeans. They weren't too tight, but they weren't baggy either. His feet were bare. I don't know where his socks went, but I didn't care. That patch of bare skin, even on his feet, made my mouth go dry. Or maybe I was just dehydrated. "I need water," I said abruptly, and pushed up off the mattress. My sudden movement caused a wave of nausea, and I lurched forward. Drew was ready, and just as I started barfing, a trash can appeared under me. How the hell was there anything left inside me to puke up? I felt like I'd been puking for hours, and I was so spent I couldn't even hold the trash can. Drew held it for me. He stood there silently, holding the can in front of my hunched-over form, while I heaved and made sounds I hoped to never hear again. Even after I stopped, he stood there, holding it, making sure I was completely done before he moved back. "I'm good," I said weakly after a few long moments, and turned my face away. His large palm fell against my back and patted twice before settling against my shirt. That single touch left me feeling a little more grounded, a little less shaky, and in danger of literally passing out right there. Leaving his palm where it was, he leaned away and set down the can. I dropped my head in my hands and shuddered. God, I felt like a fucking rotten ass. "I'm sorry." "Why are you so drunk?" Drew demanded. "Vodka?" I muttered darkly. He made a sound like that wasn't an answer. "What the hell possessed you to drink so much tonight?" "I just wanted a break," I muttered. "A break from what?" "Huh?" Drew's hands clenched into a fist against my back. "Trent, what the fuck?" "Don't be mad," I heard myself say and fell back on the bed. "I'm not mad." "You sound mad." "Good fucking thing I showed up tonight." He half growled and moved away from the bed. I heard the rustling of clothes, but I didn't look. My head hurt. "I don't like when you drive without me." Drew appeared over me, staring down from the side of the mattress. Something about his presence caused me to open my eyes. Our stares locked. I felt some things I didn't know how to back away from. Alcohol made it hard to lie. "Is that what this is about? You're pissed 'cause I went driving without you?" he asked, low. He wasn't wearing a shirt anymore, and in place of the jeans was a pair of loose basketball shorts. His dark blonde hair was messy, and his mouth was drawn into a grim line. The way his eyes looked just then, it was like he could see. I rolled onto my side, away from him. Sometimes a guy just wants to get drunk. And sometimes a guy wants to forget. My stomach rolled, and my back jerked with the force of my heave. Drew muttered a curse and dove across the bed, just barely getting the can in front of me as I started puking again. He was partially lying across me, and even half out of my mind and sick as a dog, I still noticed the way his weight felt on me. The way I was pressed so fully into the mattress by his size. It helped make me feel less shaky in the moment. When I finally stopped throwing up long enough to breathe, Drew sank onto the floor near my head. "Fuck, man," I said between more heaving. "I'm sorry. You should have left me at home." "You are home." It was spoken so quietly, I thought maybe it had been a thought in my own mind and not a sentence off his lips. I glanced up, my bloodshot, watery eyes trying so hard to focus on his. He stared back without a word, just stared. Had he spoken, or was it a thought? Finally, he cleared his throat. "Think you're done?" "I hope so," I rasped. My throat was raw and burned. The inside of my mouth tasted like roadkill, and my body ached. He nodded and quickly tied the bag closed in the can and quickly replaced it with a fresh one. "Here," he said, and shoved the can into my arms before disappearing for a few minutes. When he reappeared, he had a bottle of water and a bottle of aspirin. I groaned, and he set the stuff aside. "It's for later." I wasn't sure I'd ever be able to keep anything down again, but I kept that thought to myself. "You can't sleep like that. Roll onto your side." He motioned with his hand for me to move. I started to roll, but he caught the hem of my shirt, stopping me. "Sit up." I started to oblige, but then fell back. He made a sound and slid an arm beneath me and lifted. "You're too heavy for this shit," he grumped. Cool air brushed over my heated skin when he pulled the shirt over my head. "You taking advantage of me?" I cracked. "You smell like puke," he rebutted. Then, in a more sarcastic tone, he said, "Besides, you couldn't get it up right now even if you wanted to." "For you I could." Instant sobriety. That's exactly what those 4 words were. At least, for long, still minutes. The second I said them, everything in the room stopped. Everything stood still. I'm pretty sure my heart didn't beat. Drew didn't breathe. There was nothing. Nothing but the words. The meaning. The implication. The truth behind them. Oh, fuck. I was about to make it worse, use my drunk brain to try and backpedal, try and make up some excuse. He saved me. Just as abruptly as everything stopped, it started up again. He started up again. His fingers felt cool compared to my flushed skin as they wrapped around my chin. My face was tilted up, and I squeezed my eyes shut so I wouldn't have to see if he saw the truth behind my confession. "You have it on your face," he spoke. I felt the softness of my shirt brush over my chin as he used it to clean off the mess I'd made of myself. I intensely regretted getting drunk tonight, for so many reasons. "You don't have to do that," I said, embarrassed. "I know." I opened my eyes. For just a millisecond, We connected. For just a millisecond, I thought I felt something I hadn't before. Then he pulled away. My shirt was tossed aside, and my total drunkenness came over me again. I groaned. He laughed. If you feel like shit now, you're gonna be half dead tomorrow. If I even make it to morning. I fell back on the bed. You'll make it. He hit me on the leg. On your side. Who cares? I grumbled. But as I did, I rolled from my back onto my side. The movement made me sick. Again. I retched violently for long moments, in between vowing to never drink again. Drew didn't say anything. He just held the trash can because I was too fucking spent to do it for myself. When I was done, I collapsed onto the mattress, my body shaking erratically. He set the can on the table by the bed and disappeared. I felt the mattress dip when he sat on the other side. I can go down to the couch, I stuttered between the clashing of my teeth. You're staying, and so am I. Someone has to watch your drunk ass. I didn't say anything. I just sat there and shuddered. He flipped the blanket up over me, and I curled in on myself a little farther in an attempt to stop shaking. The room was dark and quiet. I don't know how long I lay there trembling. I was in and out and completely miserable. Eventually, I passed out. But the temporary bliss of nothing was interrupted when I started puking up my guts again. I lunged for the bucket and winced against the sounds ripping from my throat. Drew was there. He slid across the mattress right up against my back and tossed an arm over me to steady the bucket as I attempted to hold it. I groaned and collapsed back onto the pillow. There's nothing left, I groaned. I'd literally thrown up everything inside me. Drew didn't seem as sure, and he held the bucket a few more minutes. His arm was draped over my middle, and his chest was pressed against my back. I closed my eyes and relaxed against the blankets. The trembling in my limbs subsided, and I let out a sigh of relief. His body pressed farther against me when he leaned down to put the can aside. His bare skin brushed against mine, and I shivered. He pulled back. You cold? No. Drew settled back on his side of the bed. The trembling in my limbs started again. I wanted it to stop. Without thought, I scooted backward toward the center. I scooted until my back came up against his. I felt him turn and glance back at me, but I didn't look. I kept my face turned in the opposite direction. I just want to stop shaking, I murmured, and scooted a little closer. Close enough, I was pressed along him. Our backs were to each other, our shoulder blades touching, and so were our asses. Within seconds, my entire body calmed again, the shaking waned, and I grew drowsy. As I was drifting off, I pushed one of my feet between his calves, tangling my legs with his. Maybe if I wasn't drunk out of my mind, I would have noticed him going still. Maybe I would have thought about what I was doing. But I was drunk. I didn't notice. I didn't think. But I did talk. My dumb, liquored-up tongue wasn't done saying shit I would later pretend to forget. I won't tell, I whispered into the dark. He didn't say anything. He didn't pull away. I fell asleep with the feel of him against me. I fell asleep hard and heavy. When I woke up the next morning, he wasn't there. The room was empty, but the pillow beside me still bore the indent of his head. And I remembered. Even drunk out of my mind and sick enough to puke up everything inside of me, I hadn't been able to wipe it from my memory. Turns out, I hadn't barfed up everything. There was still something left inside me. Feelings. Moments that were still so fresh and new they couldn't yet be considered memories. Instead, they'd become secrets, a night I was too drunk to remember. We could go back to being super bros, best friends. It was better that way.
1. Random car facts by Gearshark. In Shanghai, China, red cars are prohibited. Several months later. Drew. Some people say I was born with motor oil in my veins, that the call of an open road and a car with a full tank of gas was the reason I lived and breathed. I fucking loved cars. I loved the way the engine revved when I first turned the key, the scent of newly polished leather, and the feel of the steering wheel beneath my hands. Most of all, I loved speed. I loved flying across the asphalt at a pace that could put me in jail, or worse. I loved the thrill of straddling a fine line between life and death. That one slight error could quite literally land me in a coffin. Morbid? Might be if I had a death wish. I didn't plan on dying, not anytime soon. But that wouldn't stop me from living like I might. There was something so incredibly freeing about breaking all the rules when I was out on the road. Something about letting loose that held me together. Even though the rush of adrenaline was my drug, I was still a man. I was still human. When cut, it wasn't thick black oil that leaked from my veins. It was blood. The same red everyone else had. Still, I let everyone think I was a little less human than they were. I fed into the perception that perhaps there was something else inside me that gave me an edge. I'd do what I could to get to the finish line. It was this attitude precisely that was earning me a name in the car world here in Maryland. It was my no-holds-barred, drive until my tires were bald and I was white-knuckled on the steering wheel that got tongues wagging. And in cars, talk was half the battle. The other half? The way a man drove. Hell, the kind of driver you were was more important than the actual thing you drove. Because when it came right down to it, it wasn't the size of the engine in the car. It was the size of the engine in the man. My engine? It was so big it was limited edition. I kept that quiet, too. If someone wanted to know who I was, they could get in the passenger seat and I'd show them. I didn't need to talk smack. I just needed to drive. The Chesapeake Speedway was the biggest raceway on this side of Maryland. Over on the other side of the state, towards the bigger cities where the Knights, our state football team, was based, was a larger racetrack where some big events had gone down over the years. But that track was on a more professional level, at least in terms of competition. I couldn't just drive in there off the street and race. To get there, I would need sponsors. I would need a better car and a bigger name. Basically, in the world of racing, money talks and so does who you know. Even though I'd been driving since I was 5, I was basically starting at the bottom. Growing up in North Carolina, driving was just a hobby. It was just something my parents let me do because if they didn't, they would find me in the garage trying to sweeten up the lawnmower to make it faster, or strapping on a helmet and riding a homemade go-kart down the hill in the backyard. Go-kart equals an old big wheel I took the handles off and glued an old spare steering wheel to the top. My mom about had a heart attack that day. I still don't know what all the fuss was about. I'd worn a helmet. Anyway, it was indulge in my need for speed in a controlled manner or keep allowing me to make homemade death machines. Mom's words, not mine. Even though everything in my life revolved around the track, it was still always expected I would grow out of it. Driving would never be some kind of career choice. My career path had been decided long before I even picked up a set of keys. My father wanted a son to follow in his footsteps, a son he could groom into whatever he wanted him to be. When I came out first, my fate was sealed. At least until not quite 6 months ago. Up until then, I'd done everything expected of me. I graduated high school, went to a top-notch college, and excelled in IT, information technology, and computer science. Not surprisingly, I also excelled in graphic design, likely because designing stuff was far more entertaining to me than the software science stuff. But still, I excelled at both. What can I say? I have a big brain to go with the big engine inside me. My father was stuffed like a turkey at Thanksgiving with pride. After college, I got some fancy internship at a software and technology company and made coffee all day, spending as much time as possible in the elevators, trying not to die inside. When I called or went home, I acted like it was all great, like life in the computer world was exactly what I wanted. But it wasn't. In fact, the more time I spent in that office building, the more caged up I felt. The only thing that kept me from flying off the handle completely was the long, fast car rides I would go on after work. It was the time I spent at the local track, which was little more than a circular dirt path. When the internship ended, I drove home knowing my father was already lining up interviews and job opportunities so I could start my career in earnest. I had to get away from it. I needed to breathe. When I learned my sister Ivy moved in with some guy none of us had met, I took off. It was the perfect excuse to get the hell away. After all, I'd always been Ivy's biggest protector. Dad couldn't say shit about me heading her way. He wanted his daughter looked after as well. So yeah, maybe I'd used my sister as an excuse for a little vacation. But then I pulled in the driveway. I knocked on the front door of a house in a swanky-ass neighborhood. The sight of my sister made me forget the reason I'd sped up the interstate to get there. Sure, her choice of mate hadn't been my favorite, but the guy had since grown on me. But not just Braden. Ivy had a whole family here. A family I felt a part of almost immediately. In a lot of ways, more so than I ever had with the family I was born into. It was almost unsettling. Looking around at people I hadn't known very long, feeling like the person I was meant to be, the one I'd suppressed most of my life to please my father, was known by them, and they accepted him. Suddenly, it didn't seem like I was escaping from something, but to something. To the life I really wanted. The life I never considered I could have. My hobby, my passion could be more than that. It was like I was a car discovering I'd been driving with my emergency brake engaged. Maybe that's why I was such an adrenaline junkie now. I had lost time to make up for. Telling Dad I wasn't coming home, I wasn't going to be following up on those high-profile jobs with starting salaries of $100,000 a year, hadn't been easy. Telling my father, a man I loved, that I was rejecting everything he wanted for me was probably the hardest thing I'd ever done. But Ivy gave me courage, and so did the taste of the life I could have here. He hadn't been happy about it, but it wasn't the fight I'd imagined it would be. He was a lot quieter about my choice, a lot more accepting. Even Ivy seemed mildly surprised. I didn't question it. Why would I? What kind of man looks for trouble when it's the last thing he wants? A dumb one. It's already been noted, I'm not dumb. The sound of cars putting the pedal to the metal and squealing off the starting line brought me back to the present. It was rare for me to lose focus here at the speedway. Clearly, I was bored. I guess drag racing wasn't the rush I needed tonight. Or maybe it was the fact I'd already won both times I'd raced tonight. I watched the two cars, an older model Camaro and a Monte Carlo SS, battle it out on the quarter-mile straightaway. The Monte Carlo backed off the gas just a smidge toward the finish line. It cost him the win. The Camaro went full throttle all the way through, fully committed every time. It was exactly why it had yet to lose a race tonight. Until now. I slid my Mustang up to the starting line before being motioned to do so. The man regulating the line gave me a glare and was about to tell me to move back, but I threw it in park and flung open the driver's door. "What the?" he called out, stepping toward me. I lifted a hand and waved him off. The Camaro had turned and was looping around to likely get back in line for another run. I planted the boots I was wearing on the pavement and met the driver's eyes even across the way. It was a challenge, direct and clear. I already decided I was done tonight, but since I was already in line, since it was already my turn, I'd have one last run. It was going to be a good one. I felt the eyes of the crowd watching, and I knew they were confused. So I lifted my arm, held out my hand, and pointed at the sleek black car, undefeated tonight. I hadn't seen that Camaro here before. This driver wasn't a regular. That meant he was new to the scene or just passing through. Either way, I was going to make use of the chance to race someone new. The people watching nearby all started cheering and yelling, clearly entertained by my challenge. Drag races at this track on a night like tonight weren't like this. It was get in line, wait your turn, and race the guy beside you. The driver didn't pick his opponent. He raced who was there. Our times got written on the window in white, and we all tried to beat each other's times. Well, mainly I just tried to beat my time. I was very competitive with myself. Then later, on more planned-out nights, the drivers with the best times would come back and race, sort of like the best racing the best. I glanced at the man regulating the line to see if he would object, but he seemed rather amused I called out someone the way I had. I dropped my arm and stared at the Camaro. It slowed, and I could feel the eyes of the driver. I watched him. He hesitated. I was surprised. Wasn't he here to race? The outline of his head and shoulders twisted around like he was looking over his shoulder for something or someone. I looked beyond his car, beyond the crowd. There were a ton of cars parked around. There was no way for me to know what he was looking for. Just as quickly as he turned around, he came back. The Camaro changed direction and cut across the median between the road and the drag strip. Everyone cheered. I grinned and turned back to the Mustang. As the Camaro rumbled past, I waved to the car I was supposed to race, still back at the holding line. I gave them a mock salute to thank them for letting this guy cut the line. Before strapping into my Stang, I turned to look over my shoulder, spotting Trent, who was standing nearby. There was a backward black baseball cap on his head, his arms crossed over his chest, and he was grinning. I laughed and climbed in. A few moments later, both our cars were checked to make sure they were at the same place at the starting line, and then some chick with a tiny spandex skirt, a crop top, and sky-high heels stepped up between us. In her hand was a checkered flag. She pointed first at the driver behind the wheel of the Camaro. In response, his engine gunned loudly, but it was a smooth and powerful sound. Then the flag girl pointed at me. The Mustang growled in response. I gripped the steering wheel as a surge of excitement peppered my insides. This was what it was all about. The woman held up both her hands. The flag fluttered off to the right with the wind. I slipped the pair of sunglasses propped on my head down over my eyes. Yeah, it was night and it wasn't sunny, but the sunglasses gave me an edge. It darkened everything around me just a little. To anyone else, that might have been an inconvenience. The fact was, wearing shades to race helped my reaction time. Yeah, I know. I sound like some superstitious old granny touting the benefits of sleeping with garlic in your sock drawer or some shit. But this was for real. It's actually a proven fact that wearing sunglasses can help a driver with their reaction time. The human eye catches light better in the dark, meaning the very second I was signaled to go, I could see it. There would be no precious seconds lost while I waited for my mind to catch up. Knowing we were both ready to fly, the flag girl pointed to a stoplight nearby, the one that would signal the second we could take off. Once the track was clear, I took a breath and gripped the wheel, letting the familiar surge of adrenaline rush my limbs. The lights switched to green, and I tore off the starting line immediately. I held the wheel steady to keep the Mustang straight and drove right in the path of the tire marks from past races tonight. Rubber sticks to rubber, meaning my tires would get better traction and grip the road better if I drove along them. It was sort of like following someone in a snowstorm. It was easier to walk in their footsteps rather than create your own. The driver of the Camaro was quick to act, too. The smell of burning tires and the squeal of two cars taking off was heady. I punched the gas, but not all the way to the floor. I'd seen this car race several times tonight. I didn't need to put the V8 in my Mustang to absolute power because I could beat this guy without it. It was another one of my tricks. Never show them everything you had. Keep a little in reserve until it was absolutely needed. He didn't need to know my top speed. I just needed to be a second faster. 1 second was all it took. 1 second was the difference between winning and losing. We tore down the straightaway, and everything else faded. All I felt was the muscle of the car beneath me, the way my legs vibrated with the speed I was traveling. At the halfway point, the Mustang kicked into full speed, no longer trying to gain it. Now I was soaring. My loud shout bounced around the interior of the car, and I glanced over briefly at the Camaro. He was right beside me. We were neck and neck. "Bring it!" I silently shouted at him. He noted how well matched we were about the same moment I did. I felt the sizzle in the air from our competition. Calmly, I glanced back on the road, punched the gas, and ripped forward. I gave her just enough to cross the line first. I saw the other driver bang on the steering wheel as we flew over the line. He was still going full throttle just like before. I let off the gas and he kept going. "Sucker," I muttered, and deep braked into an immediate turn. The back end of my fastback fishtailed a little with the force of my turn, but the tires gripped hard and I slid forward. Over the dash, I sought out the person I wanted to share my win with. My best friend. Trent had 2 fingers in his mouth, whistling in victory. I watched as he pulled his hands down and started clapping. A few moments later, I slid to a stop near where he was parked. He pushed off the side of his car and jogged the distance between us. My window slid down, and he rested his palms on the windowsill. The dark hat he wore covered most of his forehead and brought attention toward his strong brow and eyes. Usually they were a lighter color, but in the dark tonight, they were like a deep shade of amber. "That was some damn good driving," he banged on the door. "I'm bored," I drawled, tilting my head back against the headrest and grinning at him. A wicked smile curved his mouth. The slightly crooked tooth in the front made my own smile grow bigger. "Follow me," Trent enticed, and turned back to his Mustang. Seconds later, the steel-colored car whipped out in front of me and tore off down the asphalt. I hit the gas and rode his ass all the way out to the main road. It was time to have some fun.
2. Random Car Facts by Gearshark. 90% of drivers sing behind the wheel. You other 10% are just weird. Or lying. Trent. We were going to get arrested. It was only a matter of time. But when Drew says he's bored, the mayhem that always ensues is way more fun than worrying about the popo. I should have probably cared more than I did. With my status as an Alpha U football player and the president of Alpha Omega, an arrest right now would be the last thing I needed. Even so, I didn't care at all. Let the sirens scream and the flashing lights hunt us down. It would probably only make things more exciting. We'd been doing this for months, and not once had we been caught. Maybe that was why I didn't worry at all. I'd gotten comfortable with the chaos Drew seemed to attract. And yeah, okay, I started some of it. Technically, I'd started it tonight. Yeah, I knew what he was going to do the second he said he was bored. But I pulled out first. I was leading this parade of delinquency. His Mustang was so far up my ass the entire way out of the Speedway's lot, it was giving me a wedgie. So I peeled out onto the main road and opened her up. Drew's cobalt blue Mach 1 fastback was a bitch on wheels, and the way he drove it was even more badass. However, I was no granny-driving, Kool-Aid sipping pansy. My Mustang Coupe GT was a V8 just like his. I admit I didn't have quite his skill behind the wheel, but I was learning. Ripping up the town on an almost weekly basis sure was good practice. Horns blared as I swerved in and out of traffic and down one of the busier streets in town. Drew followed behind. When I swerved out left, he went right. It was like frickin' Swan Lake with engines. We were a fucking beautiful driving sight. The other drivers on the road weren't as impressed, but they were just jealous. Up ahead, the light turned yellow, and I punched it. Yellow lights equals speed up. An angry fist shot out of a window when I tore past and vaulted through the intersection. I cut the wheel swiftly and took the turn, sliding around the corner, barely giving the Mustang enough time to even out before hitting the gas again. I heard the familiar roar of Drew's souped-up engine and glanced out the driver's window. For one long second, his car pulled up right alongside mine, and we drove parallel to each other right down the center of the road. Angry and frantic beeping pulled my gaze back, and I jolted in surprise. "Fuck!" I yelled, and pulled the wheel just in time to skirt around a car in a turning lane. Even though I wasn't in the same car as Drew, and he'd pulled off to cut around it on the other side, I could still hear his laughter. I didn't have to be with him to hear it anymore. I knew the sound as well as my own voice, and right now, I knew he was laughing his ass off. We pulled back up side by side, and I held up my middle finger and plastered it to the glass. Seconds later, he took the lead, and we drove like we were on a racetrack to the back roads that were hardly ever traveled. Once there, we tore up the hills and coasted down the valleys. There was this one hill I knew he was going for. He went for it every time. It was steep, like a freaking dip right in the mountain. Drew took that part like the devil was on his ass. Every single time his Mustang got some air, every single time my stomach dropped just watching from behind. Fucker was crazy as hell. All the time he spent on his car, all the money, then he goes and practically jumps it on some curvy mountain back road in the dead of winter in Maryland. He was asking for a messed up bumper. Or worse. I loved it, though. There was a part of Drew that was so rebellious I admired it. From a distance, of course. As in, I used my brakes to take that dip in the road. No way in hell I was going to jack up my Mustang. From my position on the road behind him, I watched the fastback muscle up the hill. He didn't touch the brake, not even once. I hurried to keep up so I wouldn't miss the show. Drew crested and didn't hesitate at all. He freaking nosedived, once again not using his brake at all. Once at the top, I slowed way down and watched the show. Seconds later, the car hit the dip. He was going so fast, he got some air. It's not like he was 30 feet high, but it was enough that all 4 tires were off the asphalt. My stomach clenched when he hit the ground, but the Mustang bounced back and the tires absorbed the shock. He powered up the next hill and slid around the corner, disappearing from sight. Crazy as fuck, I chuckled and followed behind, at a much less breakneck pace. He was parked on the wide shoulder just around the bend, leaning against the side of his car like he'd been waiting there for hours instead of a mere minute. If they gave out tickets for driving like a turtle, you'd have gotten one. The lazy tone in his voice matched his stance. Fuck you, I laughed and slammed the door. You see that air? That might have been the most I've gotten yet. He shoved off the side and mimicked with his arms the way he imagined the car looked. He was wearing a pair of boot-cut black jeans, black boots, and his black leather jacket. Beneath it was a plain white hoodie-style shirt, the hood pulled out and draped over the collar of his jacket. Yeah, it was pretty sweet, I agreed, and leaned against the back end of my car, tucking my hands into the front pockets of my jeans. You should have dragged tonight, Drew said, moving over to stand beside me. The way you were driving back there on the road, it was hellacious. Hellacious? I squinted at him. Yeah, like bodacious, but way more badass. Hellacious. I chuckled. You were pretty hellacious yourself. I tried out the word on my tongue. I liked it. First time I've seen that Camaro around the track. You recognize the driver? He moved his head once. No. The windows were too tinted to really make out his face. I only saw his outline, really. Kinda odd, I murmured, crossing my arms over my chest. It was cold as shit out here. Why's that? Drew frowned. I lifted one shoulder. The way he just kind of appeared on the track. I kinda got the impression he was wanting to race you. Like you said, couldn't really see his face, but I felt him watching you. Drew lifted his eyebrows in suggestion, his voice turning sly. Maybe it was a woman. My stomach did this weird flip that made me feel sick all of a sudden. I ignored it and rolled my eyes. You almost got beat by a girl then. Shit. I had that drag in my back pocket the entire time. I made a sound that could have been an agreement or dismissal. I opened his driver's door and reached in to pop the hood. "Give me some light," I instructed as I popped it up and shoved the sleeves of the varsity coat I was wearing out of my way. "How do you know?" Drew asked, shining the bright light from his flashlight app down over the engine of his car. I barked a laugh. "I know you, Drew. Every time you go all balls to the wall on the road and jump that dip, something gets knocked loose. And this is why, if I ever get to the big time, I'm taking you with me. Every driver needs a crew boss." He mused and shined the light exactly where I reached. I glanced up. "A crew boss?" He waved away my partial confusion. I knew what he meant, but I'd never heard it referred to as a crew boss. "Head mechanic, pit crew chief, manager, whatever. You'd be the one I'd want there with me." This funny feeling spread through my chest, kind of warm and liquid. It made me feel awkward and partially exposed. So I kept my face turned down and focused on checking all the parts that needed checking. After a minute, when he said nothing, I cleared my throat. "I'm not experienced enough to be your head mechanic." I leaned off the side to check another section of the engine. I'd been concentrating so hard on not looking up, not thinking too much about how what he said made me feel, I didn't even notice he'd moved closer. So when I shifted and reached out, my shoulder brushed against his. I pulled back slightly and focused down again. "Maybe not," he answered. "But I trust you. Trust is more important than experience." I swallowed and reached for a plug I knew was notorious for jarring loose. "I trust you too, man." I cleared my throat again. Suddenly, it seemed hard to swallow, and finally looked up. "This one's loose." "Let's see." Drew leaned forward, bringing the light with him. Our shoulders brushed together again. This time, I didn't pull back. He didn't either. "See?" I said, giving it a wiggle. "Tighten it as good as you can. When I get home, I'll pull out the tools." I leaned in a little more to do what he asked and expected him to move back. Drew stayed where he was. We both did, huddled beneath the hood, bent low, bodies pressed close as we stared down at the engine. I wasn't thinking about the engine, though. I wondered if he was. I blinked, dragging out the action just a little longer than necessary, leaving my eyes shut a fraction longer than normal. It was an innocent touch. Friends touched all the time. Drew and I had never been the type of friends who respected each other's personal space, so brushing arms was hardly anything new. But this felt different. It felt intentional, like the kind that was at first accidental just because of the tight space we occupied. And then it wasn't. And then it was just an excuse to stay this close, an excuse to feel the tension in the air and silently suffer in it. I don't know why, but I wanted to test the theory. Even though I pretended to still be working on the car, I really wasn't. All I could focus on was the way it felt to have him so close. The way it felt wrong and good at the same time. I turned slightly, angling my arm back just a fraction. Just enough that we weren't in contact anymore. "You got it?" he asked, his body following mine. I glanced over. He was still focused down on the car. Was I imagining this? Was I standing here on the shoulder of a mountain road in the blistery cold air, completely losing my mind? Drew sensed whatever I was going through and turned toward me. Just as our eyes were about to connect, the flashlight in his hand went out. Darkness cloaked everything, including the answer I'd hoped to find in his stare. "Damn app," he swore, and straightened to fumble with the phone and click it back on. The darkness jolted me. I went back to working on the car. Drew leaned in again, but not as close as before. We worked in silence for a few minutes until we were sure everything was good to go for the drive back to his place.
"You gonna tell me what's up with you?" Drew asked as I pulled my hand back to inspect it for oil.
"Huh?" I looked up from wiping my palm on the side of my jeans. He made a rude noise and slammed the hood of the car back into place. "Something's up with you." Drew held up his hand to cut me off. "You were quiet all night, then you drove like a man with some pent-up aggression on the way out here." He meant earlier, not just now. "You drive like that on a daily basis," I pointed out. "That's different," he grunted. "How?" "Don't try and turn this around on me." He shoved a hand through his hair, making it stand up in odd places. "I know you." "Then you know if I don't want to talk about it, I won't." My tone was final. "So there is something." A familiar sound in the distance made us both pause. "What the fuck?" Drew muttered and swung around. We both stared at the bend as the sound of a car's engine came closer, waiting for it to appear. "Got some muscle under the hood," Drew murmured, his head cocked as he listened, eyes still trained on the curve. "I've never seen any other drivers out this way," I added. Headlights came into sight before the car, stretching around the curve, lighting the road like some kind of red carpet. My back muscles bunched with tension, like my body was preparing itself for some kind of confrontation. A black car slid around the corner and slowed. Even though Drew gave no indication of surprise, I knew he was. And I was immediately on guard. All my instincts were screaming. We'd been followed. The Camaro from the speedway jerked to a stop on the other side of my Mustang. Part of it was sticking out onto the road because the shoulder wasn't big enough for all three cars. The guy hadn't even stepped out yet. I hadn't even laid eyes on his face. But I didn't like him. The door swung open and a dude stepped out. Instantly, I understood why.
3. Random Car Facts by Gearshark. In Germany, a car has been produced that is controlled based on the driver's thoughts. We hope the driver never has road rage. Drew. No fucking way. I would have known. There was no way in hell this cocky bastard was the one I raced tonight at the speedway. But it was the same black Camaro with the same tinted windows. "What the fuck are you doing all the way out here?" Trent snarled from behind me. Lorehaven was an award-winning asshole, and I trusted him as much as I loved opera, which was not at all. But there was something about this guy that totally rubbed Trent the wrong way. No one ever rubbed Trent the wrong way. He usually got along with everyone. Not Lorehaven. Trent disliked this guy from the second we heard his name whispered among the local indie racers. When they met face to face, his dislike only intensified. "You took off so fast I didn't get the chance to congratulate you on your driving tonight," Lorehaven remarked and smiled. It was a fake smile. The kind a wolf would give a sheep to try and prove it wasn't about to become his dinner. I stared at him levelly, taking in his faded jeans, white t-shirt, and army-style green coat. Had it been him behind the wheel tonight? It seemed that's what he wanted me to think. I scrutinized the outline of his head, the nearly buzzed haircut, and tried to tell if it matched what I could make out earlier behind the tinted windows at the track. I couldn't be sure. Shit. It's not like I ever looked at the guy hard enough to know the shape of his damn head. Besides, I thought you weren't welcome at the raceway, I replied. According to all the regulars there, Lorehaven used to dominate in every race. Not only was he a good driver, but he had a fat bank account to modify his cars with the top parts, a luxury most people in this town didn't have. He'd probably still be dominating if he hadn't gotten caught betting illegally on the side. And, of course, once he'd gotten caught with his hand in the cookie jar, everyone started questioning if all those wins beneath his tires were honest. Honor was almost as big in the racing world as winning. Cheating and stacking the odds in your favor was a total buster move. Hell, a driver could be the dirtiest on the road, but as long as he was honest about it, no one said shit. But the second you started being sleazy and cheating to cross the finish line first, it was game over. He'd gotten banned from the raceway shortly after, the illegal betting the official reason he was off the asphalt. Unofficially, he was out on his ass because he was a lying bastard. "Who said I was there?" he asked innocently. Trent bristled beside me, but I was the one who spoke. "That's a nice car," I gestured to the Camaro with my chin. "Looked especially sweet in my rear view." "Wait till you see it from behind. Looks even better." "If you're driving, that's a sight we'll never see," Trent remarked. Lorehaven's midnight stare snapped to Trent. Arrogance and challenge shone in his face. "Yeah? I'd like to see you win against me." Trent drew himself up to his full height and crossed solid arms over his chest. The waves of dislike he emitted were intense. I never really thought of Trent as an intimidating guy, usually because he was too quiet, too laid back, too quick to smile. But damn. He wasn't smiling now. The way he seemed to glower down at Lorehaven made one wonder if the guy ever cracked his lips in joy. Trent wasn't a small guy. He was tall, bulky, and wide. Playing college football for the past 4 years honed his body, and his physical strength could only be matched by other athletes. Lorehaven and I were drivers. Racing was a definite sport. Yet racing required more skill than strength. In fact, being a little on the lighter side was an advantage. Less weight in the car. In short, if I were Lorehaven and Trent was staring me down with his wide pythons on display, even under the coverage of his coat, I wouldn't be so quick to act like I could kick his ass. "Name your time and place," Trent intoned. He was serious, too. He'd get behind the wheel right now, and he'd regret it. I'd regret it. As much as it chapped my ass to admit it, Lorehaven would win. Before they could go too far and either set a date for a race or start throwing punches, I stepped forward, slightly in front of Trent. Hopefully he'd get the memo to stop being an idiot and shut up. "You aren't here to congratulate me. You and I both know it. What do you want?" Trent and Lorehaven glared at each other another long, silent moment before Lorehaven shifted his eyes away. He gestured at his car and the passenger door popped open. "You're wrong," Lorehaven said as a man came around the Camaro. "I did want to congratulate you. You should enjoy that win. You won't be getting many more of them at the Speedway." I decided to bypass his posturing in what would be an arrogant and/or lukewarm introduction. I mean, seriously, The guy liked to stand around and let people know how great he thought he was. I was tired of it. And it was cold as a room full of ex-girlfriends out here. "Hey, man," I said, and offered a fist to the newcomer. "Name's Drew. That was some good driving tonight at the track." The newcomer's eyes flared with surprise over my casual greeting. He was also surprised I'd complimented his driving skills. Or maybe he was surprised I knew he was the one driving tonight. After a quick glance in Lorehaven's direction, he recovered fast and held up his own fist to pound it out. "Thanks. Name's Arrow." Arrow, which was probably not his real name but something he chose for himself, was a kid. Well, okay, he wasn't a kid per se. Calling him that only made me feel like an old man. Or maybe it was the fact he seemed like a kid to me that made me feel old. He couldn't be more than 19, which made him green in my book. He was tall, close to 6 feet, and skinny as hell. His feet and hands were big, though, which only fed into the fact he was young and had yet to fill in. Arrow had blonde hair, and not the natural blonde either. This was a total dye job, bleach blonde. It was parted on the side, longer on the right and buzzed short on the left. He was dressed in ripped-up skinny jeans, an oversized black hoodie, and a pair of black high tops. He kinda looked like a Justin Bieber wannabe. Trent stayed where he was, but he did give the kid a what-up gesture with his chin, which he returned. "Meet my new driver, Forrester," Lorehaven said and slapped Arrow on the shoulder. "I might not be able to drive at the Speedway anymore, but I can sponsor." Interesting. "Didn't know you sponsored drivers," I noted, making sure I didn't sound too intrigued. "I don't usually. But Arrow here, he knows how to handle a car, and with a little bit of guidance, I'm thinking he could go far." "So you think you're going to make money off him?" I deadpanned. Arrow stiffened a little, and Lorehaven laughed. "Sometimes it's just all about the love of the cars. And sometimes it's about getting your foot into doors where it's already been booted out," Trent added casually. Lorehaven ignored Trent completely. "Since we are colleagues of a sort, I figured it was only right to introduce you so when you see him around, you'll know whose taillights you're seeing." "How very professional of you," I replied. "This mean you won't be driving anymore?" Trent asked. Lorehaven laughed. "I'll always be driving." His eyes shifted back to me. "See you next race." "Assuming it's one you're allowed to attend." His eyes narrowed. I smiled. But it wasn't exactly a friendly goodbye kind of smile. "Careful, Forrester. You might have more control at the Speedway than I do right now, but I own the rest of this world around here. One word from me, and you'd be blackballed." Trent sprang forward, and I pushed a hand in the center of his chest to keep him back. I didn't need him to fight my battles. Lorehaven grinned, because he knew he struck a nerve. "Back to your cage, guard dog." Trent made a sound, and I pushed him back again. "You should know not to pick a fight you can't win," I cautioned him. He started to make some stupid remark, something that would likely piss off Trent even more. I lifted a hand and cut him off. "Careful, Lorehaven," I echoed his warning. "Don't want anyone to get the impression you're trying to blackball me. Word might get around you just want me gone because I can outdrive you." Arrow tensed and stepped forward. Lorehaven made a sound, and the kid fell back. I grinned with all my teeth. "Ah, my guard dog's bigger than yours." White-hot anger, or maybe it was jealousy, lit up his face. I took some pleasure in it. This guy was a Class A asshat. "Let's go," Lorehaven ground out. Arrow went back around the car while he yanked open the driver's door of the Camaro. "See ya, kid," Trent called. I held back a snicker. I'm glad I wasn't the only one that felt like an old man around the boy. In true teenage fashion, he got in the car and slammed the door. Lorehaven suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. With one last flickering glance in my direction, he slid in and shut the door. Even though the glass was tinted, I was able to see enough movement to know Lorehaven slapped the punk in the back of the head. Trent and I stood there silently and watched until the Camaro swerved around the corner and out of sight. 10-1 that kid's real name is Justin, was the first thing Trent said. I guffawed. Dude, I was thinking the same thing. He has no idea what he's doing getting mixed up with someone like Lorehaven. I eyed him. You really don't like him? He made a rude sound. No, I don't. He just wants a set of eyes at the speedway. Fucking kills him he has no idea what goes on there anymore. I gazed off in the direction they left. No, it kills him you dominate there and he can't do shit about it. All the attention's shifting to you. He's threatened. So he found a driver young enough he could control. Hungry enough for a chance to make a name for himself in the underground racing world. Someone he could use to watch me when he couldn't. Yeah, maybe, I replied. He hasn't raced you directly since that night months ago when you smoked him. His dick is still soft over it. When I didn't say anything, Trent shoved my shoulder. You haven't raced him since that night, right? No. I turned my full attention to Trent, who was sounding a little accusatory. I promised you I wouldn't go on his turf alone anymore. You've been to all the races lately. You see why it's a bad idea now? I scoffed. I can handle Lorehaven. Trent bristled. God, this guy was like a goddamn prickly cactus where Lorehaven was concerned. Besides, I wouldn't want you to go getting all shit-faced again because you're pissed I went driving without you, I joked, trying to lighten the mood. He didn't think it was funny. Whatever. We should go. It's fucking cold as balls out here. He turned away. I shouldn't have brought up that night. That night from months ago when Trent was so trashed he threw up for hours. The night he was so drunk he told me he hated when I went out driving without him. That wasn't the only thing he said that night. Hey, sorry. I shouldn't have brought it up. I followed behind him. It's cool, he allowed, and gave me a look. I just can't laugh about shit I don't remember. Yeah. The alcohol was a giant eraser to his brain that night. But I remembered. Every word he said. Every detail from the darkness. Sometimes when it was really quiet, I thought about the stuff only I recalled. Alcohol often admits things people are too afraid to say sober. Sometimes, I wished Trent remembered that night. Sometimes, I was glad he forgot.
4. Random Car Facts by Gearshark.
Al Capone's bulletproof Cadillac with run-flat tires was seized by Treasury agents and was later used as President Franklin D. Roosevelt's limousine. Trent. Alcohol poisoning, breaking up a fistfight, meetings with alumni, budget meeting, a clogged toilet because someone thought it would be fun to flush a bag of marbles, and a rubber ducky. Okay, I admit it was kind of funny. That was just this week. A week that wasn't even over yet. Weekends tended to be even more hectic because that's when all the brothers had free time and got themselves into trouble. Sometimes I felt more like a babysitter than a leader. Being the president of a fraternity wasn't quite as glamorous as it appeared on TV, or even in people's minds. In reality, being the president of a house full of men was kinda hard. Not that I regretted becoming the president of Alpha Omega, even if it was sort of a surprise role. Becoming president of this frat hadn't been on my agenda. The plan was always to get Romeo into that position. Not only was Romeo the most popular guy on campus, but he was very respected and from a family of Omega legacies. But it didn't work out that way. Zach happened. And he fucked up a lot of shit for everyone. So when Romeo walked out on pledging, he recommended me, and people listened. I'd been president for almost 2 years now. Most of the time, it was something I enjoyed, but if I were being honest, I'd admit I was burning out. I was tired. I felt pulled in all kinds of different directions, so many I was starting to get lost. You'd think a guy who was about to graduate college with a bachelor's degree in finance would be ready for more responsibility. Wasn't that what college was about? Becoming an adult? Growing up? Course, if I had to go by the fact I spent half the morning fishing a rubber ducky out of the toilet, I guess the answer to that question would be a resounding no. The closer I got to graduation, the less responsibility I wanted. It wasn't that I didn't want to graduate. I did. If I had to write one more freaking term paper or do one more group project, I was going to scream. But still, part of me was hesitant to move on. Maybe that was why I still hadn't put my support behind a candidate for Omega president. Or maybe I was just waiting to see which candidate would do something to show me he was the right guy for the job. I might be tired, but I wasn't so tired I would hand this house over to someone like Zach. He'd almost been the downfall of this entire organization. Cleaning up the tarnish he put on the Omega name had taken over a year. I wanted a president who was going to make sure Alpha Omega continued with the momentum of good standing I was helping it gain. The formal dining room of the historic place we lived in on campus was at the front of the house, separated from the large entryway by 2 wide glass French doors. While it was set up as a dining room with a huge cherry wood table lined with chairs and a gaudy chandelier suspended above the table, no one ever ate in here. We used this room for house meetings. The walls above the wainscoting were dark green and lined with framed photos of all the members who came before us. At the front of the room, there was a large double window that overlooked the lawn and street in front of the house. The formal plaid curtains were never drawn because, like I said, we only came in here for house meetings. I waited at the head of the table inside the room at a podium that had been there since the day I moved in. Brothers were filling the room fairly rapidly, as the meeting was supposed to start in just a few minutes. As they came in, they took one of the chairs lining the huge table. The 2 brothers running for Omega president were sitting beside me. Both had shown up early. It wasn't mandatory they do so, but out of general respect and as a show of commitment to the frat, they did anyway. Both candidates were sophomores here at Alpha University, which I thought was a good year to run because it meant they'd been in the fraternity for a year, and in this case, closing in on 2 years. So they knew what to expect here at the house and on campus. But they were still young enough at the university to be in presidency for more than a couple semesters. Their young age would actually offer some stability to the fraternity because they would be here a while to run things. We did have a freshman ask to run, but I shot him down. Even though I liked him, he wasn't experienced enough. Surprisingly, none of the upperclassmen wanted in. I understood, though. They were comfortable with their roles already. They were starting to turn their attention to what they would be doing once they graduated, and they weren't as focused on the house. The election for the new president was next month, in early spring. It would give me time to do a handover of the house, help the new guy get used to his new role, etc. Then after that, I'd be graduating. No more classes, no more frat, no more football. I think I'd miss football most of all. I'd never admit it in this house, but the Wolves felt more like brothers to me than anyone in this frat. Playing my last game not too long ago had been poignant. The end of something I truly loved. That was when I really started to get lost. Well, then, and the night I got the drunkest I'd ever been, Drew thought I didn't have any memory of that night. I let him believe that. "Everyone's here," Jack whispered in my ear. I glanced up and was surprised to see all the chairs around the table full. Just to be sure it was actually time to call order, I checked the clock on my cell. Everyone was laughing and talking, but when I stepped up to the podium, a hush fell over the room. It was an odd sort of feeling to have so many eyes on you at once. I know this meeting was probably an inconvenience for a lot of you, considering I called it at the last minute. I spoke to everyone. "Pain in the ass," one of the guys at my end of the table said, but disguised it very poorly as a cough. I grinned. That too. Once everyone quieted down, I went on. "I'm sure you all know by now the night before last, one of our brothers, Jonathan, was taken to the ER and had his stomach pumped. He was treated for alcohol poisoning and released into the care of his parents. He's doing fine and will be back at the house next week." Lots of people looked relieved, and I knew the same look was mirrored on my face. This frat could not afford any bad headlines. Because his, accident didn't occur at one of our parties, we aren't being scrutinized. But that doesn't mean the dean isn't watching us. He is. Everyone made a bunch of grumbling noises, and I nodded. So tonight's meeting is a reminder to be responsible about drinking, especially tonight at the brothers' party. We cannot and will not have any more brothers being taken to the hospital. The brothers' party was basically a house party for fraternity members only. We had them once a month to help keep the bonds of brotherhood alive within the walls of the house. I'm not sure what it said about me that I didn't really feel that much brotherhood with the guys in this room. My brothers didn't live in this house. Romeo and Braden were my brothers and fellow former Wolves. The three of us started playing for the college the same semester, and we'd played together up until last year when they both got drafted, separately, to the NFL. When Romeo asked me to move in with everyone at their house across town, I'd wanted to say yes. But I couldn't. I had a commitment to this house. Plus, there was Drew. He was family. Definitely. But I couldn't bring myself to think of him the way I did Romeo and Bea, and because of that, it was probably a good thing I wasn't able to move in over there. I discussed some more house business since I had everyone's attention, and then opened the floor for anyone to speak or bring up questions and concerns. One of the guys at the end of the table, White, pushed his chair back and stood. "Elections for House President are in the coming weeks. Everyone in this room is wondering who you're supporting for your successor." All eyes turned to me. On the spot. That's exactly how I felt in that moment. My support would go a long, long way in determining the results of this election, especially since I was well liked. especially since I got Zach kicked the hell out of this place and worked like a dog to fix the bad name he got us all. It could even be said the man I gave the nod to would win. I know you are all wondering about that, I hedged. Truth is, both these guys are good choices. I motioned to Jack, who sat on my right, and then to Connor, Con for short, to my left.
That's not an answer,
Collie yelled out. Everyone laughed. I smiled fast, then sighed. Yeah, I muttered. You guys will know as soon as I do, I said, then banged the gavel that always sat on the podium. Let the brothers' party begin! No one needed to be told twice they could go and get a beer. I waited where I was while all the guys stampeded out of the room toward the keg and stereo system. I wasn't feeling much like partying tonight, but I'd fake it. I'd gotten real good at faking things.
You know, you're going to have to back one of us at some point,
Con said, not looking at me, but out over the room. Jack was still standing on my other side. He turned toward us with interest when Con spoke. The way I see it, I began, addressing them both, the longer I wait to weigh in, the more even the election will be. You both will have the same opportunity to win over the house without my influence.
I can respect that,
Con nodded.
At least then the elected prez will know he won because he earned it and not just because you said so.
I nodded.
If you'll excuse me, Con continued, I have some campaigning to do.
The room was almost completely empty now, so I started forward, thinking of making a beeline to the keg. You underestimate the power you have in this house. Jack's words stopped me. I swung around to look at him. He was wearing a pair of dark jeans and a polo shirt with the house insignia on it. His dark hair was short on the sides, but the top was slightly longer and styled over to the side. Drew's hair looked similar when he styled it, which wasn't often. Usually he just ran his hands through it and called it a day. What do you mean? I asked. You brought this house back from the brink of Zach's disaster. I barely knew the guy, but his rep is still very well known. The things he did, I'm well aware of the shit he pulled. I cut him off, my voice terse. I wasn't about to relive any of what he'd done to anyone. Most of all, Drew's sister. What she'd gone through at the hands of that psycho? Jack understood clearly I had no desire to talk about him, and he nodded. We all trust you, Trent. You've been a good president. I know you've got to be tired. Not only have you pioneered the rebranding of this frat, but you've played football and gone to classes, and you still somehow have time to do some racing. I'm not a racer, I disagreed. Jack half smiled. Maybe not, but you hang with one. The image of Drew grinning at me from behind the wheel of his fastback sort of commandeered my thoughts. I didn't somehow have time for racing with Drew. I made time. Anyway, all I'm saying is pushing the house in one direction or another might be a good thing. It might give you a better feel for how the house will be once you're no longer in charge. He had a point. A good one. Throwing my support behind one of the candidates would give me a different perspective on how that man would be in a position of power, and also how the house would respond toward following him. You're hoping I support you, I said, blunt. Of course, Jack said. I think I've made it clear I want the presidency. What if I supported Con and not you? Jack shrugged. I hope you don't, but if you do, I'll respect it, because I know you're going to do what you think is best for the house. He looked in my eyes, holding himself with pride. I believed him. I pondered his words a little more as I socialized with some of my brothers and drank a beer. I also watched Jack and Con with the other guys in the house. You could tell a lot about a man by the way he treated the other people around him, especially when there was alcohol involved. Sometimes it brought out the truth in ways nothing else could. I was only halfway into my first beer when one of the guys motioned for me over near the entryway. The music was loud, so when I made it to his side, he just pointed to the front door. Great. It was probably freaking campus security responding to a noise complaint. I pulled open the door enough to stick my head out, making sure to keep my cup out of sight, expecting to see grim-faced men in uniform. There was only one man, and there wasn't a single thing about his face I would ever consider grim. "Drew?" I said, surprised. He was dressed in a pair of destructed, faded jeans and a slim-fit black hoodie with a gray design all across the left shoulder and into the chest area. It almost looked like his shirt had a badass tattoo. His hair was actually styled into a messier version of Jack's, and the dimple in his cheek was on full display.
"What's up, frat boy?"
he greeted me, his smile doubling. I hated when he called me that. He knew it, and that's why he was smiling so hard. I slipped out the door onto the front porch. Out here, the music was a lot more muffled, thankfully. At least now I wouldn't have to worry about a noise violation. "Thanks for that," I cracked. "If you hadn't just opened your mouth and said something stupid, I wouldn't have known it was you." I reached out toward his styled hair and made a sound. "Damn, is that gel? Hairspray? You're looking awfully purty tonight."
"Eat me."
He knocked my hand away. "I bet you'd taste good." I practically choked on the thought. What the fuck? I glanced down at the beer like maybe it was somehow responsible for my random and disturbing thoughts. "What are you doing here?" I asked.
"I interrupt some sacred frat thing?" He answered my question with his own.
"No," I replied, frowning a little. The way he said that almost seemed like he was mad. "Why?"
"Because we're standing outside."
He glanced around.
"And because the first time I knocked, the dude who answered wouldn't let me in. Slammed the door in my face."
I grunted. "It's Brothers' Night. Exclusive party for Omega members only." Drew nodded and stuck his hands into the front pocket of the hoodie.
"I'm headed out of town tonight. Thought I'd, stop in and say bye."
I felt like I'd just taken a hit on the field, and it was the moment after when I lay there stunned, waiting for my lungs to relax so I could draw in a breath. "You're leaving?" I said, making myself talk before I was totally ready. As a result, the words were a little rushed and strained. I had no idea he was thinking of leaving. He never so much as mentioned the possibility of going anywhere. This weird sense of loneliness filled my chest. It was a feeling I didn't like.
"Just for the weekend? I'll be back Sunday night."
And just like that, my body was my own again. I was no longer seized by these feelings I didn't want to acknowledge or didn't understand.
"I have a meeting with Ron Gamble,"
Drew went on, excitement sparking his blue eyes. "No shit!" I exclaimed and lurched forward, the beer in my cup sloshing over the rim and making a splattering sound on the concrete. "Why didn't you tell me?"
"He just called today. Guess that word Romeo put in, added to the way I've been driving lately, got his attention."
Dude, that's fucking awesome. He flashed a smile. I saw the nerves behind it, but also the hopeful anticipation. I'm driving down tonight and meeting with him first thing in the morning. You're on your way now? Drew nodded and jangled the keys in his hand. Soon as I leave here. You gonna be okay to drive all that way? I couldn't keep the concern out of my tone. He made a rude sound. It's a few hours across the state. It's not like I'm going to California. I nodded reluctantly. I thought maybe you'd want to come with, he suggested. Something in the air shifted, and it wasn't the weather. A new dynamic entered the space around us. I couldn't decide if it was from me being unable to conceal my worry about him traveling alone, or because of the way he almost shyly asked if I wanted to come with him. Why was it awkward between us all of a sudden? I wanted to go. Badly. Brothers' Night is an ironclad tradition. I gestured to the house. Was that disappointment in his eyes? Right. Well, I'll call you after the meeting. Tell you what he says. Drew turned and jogged down the steps onto the sidewalk. I glanced up at his fastback parked nearby, right on the grass. Dude had no respect. It made me grin like an idiot. Hey, I called out to him. He turned around, walking backward toward the car. Yeah? Give me 5 to throw some shit in a bag. He stopped walking. What about the frat? Some things are more important. The wind blew just as I spoke. It pushed at my clothes and against the back of my neck with its icy fingers. But it wasn't the wind that pushed away the sudden awkwardness between Drew and me. It was my words. You sure? If you got shit to do, Drew said, as if to test the new air around us. 5 minutes, I replied. His dimple appeared again. I liked his dimple. Inside, I set my cup on the table beside the front door and rushed up the stairs into my room. Since I was president, I didn't have to share, which was a definite perk. The room wasn't big, but it would be bigger if there wasn't a huge bed crammed in here. I'd rather have the bed space over the floor space, though. I was too big to sleep on a full size or even a queen size. My duffel was beneath the bed, and I tossed it on the mattress and started throwing some clothes in. I added my phone charger and my shower bag, then zipped it closed. On my way out the door, I snagged my Alpha U hoodie off the dresser and a black baseball hat. Out in the hall, I almost collided with Connor in the hall. Whoa, I said, drawing up short. Sorry, Con, I almost took you out. Going somewhere? He asked, taking in my bag. Yeah, last-minute road trip. I'll be back Sunday. It's Brothers' Night. His voice took on a surprised note. I know, but this is important. I didn't elaborate because it wasn't his business. More important than your brothers? He pressed. Actually, yes. I felt the muscle in my jaw jump. Was he questioning my loyalty to this house? Fuck that. I'll be back Sunday, I said, short, and then shouldered past him. I didn't have to explain myself to him. I was the president, not him. Say hi to Drew for me. His words followed me as I jogged down the stairs. It pissed me off. Everything about Con just then pissed me off. Jack was standing just inside the living room with some guys, including a few of the brothers that rushed the same time I did. They all glanced over and saw me in my bag. I tossed it over to the front door and slid the hat on my head backward. Hey, I said, approaching the men. I know it's bro night, but something came up. I gotta head out. Everything okay? Scott asked. Yeah, it's all good. Just something I need to do. Shit happens, the guy next to Scott drawled. Hells yeah, I replied, and slung an arm across Jack's shoulders. So listen up, I said to the group of guys. I noted a few others close by looked our way. Since I'm gonna be gone, if you got a problem or something, see my man Jack here. Jack glanced up at me, surprise in his eyes. Think you can handle that, Jack? I asked. I know I can, he replied. I think we just got a nod from our prez, Scott announced. Behave, I told everyone within earshot. They all saluted me with their solo cups. I grimaced and pulled Jack along with me toward the door and my duffel. You got a problem with me leaving? I asked directly. Should I? He countered. Nope. Good enough for me. He shrugged. You cool with keeping an eye on things? I wanted him to know I was serious about that. Did you really just give me your support as the next president? I grinned. Yep, so don't fuck up this weekend. He nodded seriously. I won't. I suppressed a laugh and picked up my bag. See you Sunday. I didn't wait for him to reply. I was too anxious to get outside. The fastback was running and the headlights cut across the grass and asphalt. My stomach fluttered with excitement as I jogged toward it. Road trips were fun. Road trips with Drew. Soon as I opened the door, he started riding my ass. You color coordinate all your outfits? Bring along 4 pairs of shoes? I threw the bag into the back seat and slid into the dark interior of the Mustang. You took so long I almost ran out of gas, he cracked. You waited, I said, and spread my hands out in a what can you do gesture. Drew rolled his head in my direction and grinned. Put on your seatbelt, frat boy. I got some driving to do.
5. Random Car Facts by Gearshark. There was a minibar in the glove compartment of the 1950 Cadillac Eldorado. Drew. I don't like French fries. I love them. Golden and crispy on the outside, warm and potatoey on the inside, with just enough salt to make it like a damn party in my mouth. With ketchup. A man couldn't eat fries without a bucket of ketchup. And not some off-brand, bottom-shelf kind of ketchup. There was only one ketchup. Heinz. About an hour from the hotel where Gamble so generously reserved me a room, we pulled off at some roadside diner that looked like a grease pit. That meant they probably had some kick-ass fries. I was starving. I'd skipped dinner because right after I'd gotten the call from Gamble, not his assistant, but the man himself, I'd headed out to the driveway and did a complete tune-up on my car. No, technically it didn't need one. But one didn't simply not do a tune-up when they were driving for a man who could quite literally make your dreams come true. I'm so hungry I could eat my own cooking right about now, I said, killing the engine and pocketing the keys. Trent made a face. No one's that hungry. I can make shit, I argued. Yeah, shit that makes people sick, Trent quipped. He was right. I was the worst cook known to man. Sometimes I burned shit in the microwave. I didn't even know that was possible until I did it. Like you're any better, I retorted as he pulled open the glass door to the bullet-shaped silver diner and stepped in. I'm better than you. He flashed me a smile over his shoulder. The dark green fleece pullover he wore had the collar turned up, and the backward hat worked together to give him a sort of mysterious look. Kind of covered up, like someone with a lot of layers. I knew all of Trent's layers. Or did I? I didn't let on I was thinking about anything other than what we were talking about, and I chuckled. Well, that is true. Trent didn't cook much either, but he was better at it. His stuff was at least edible. There'd been more than one night of hanging out and playing video games that we were too lazy to go get anything, and he'd managed to put together some pretty good eats in the kitchen. The diner was just like the cliché kind you'd see on TV or find on a roadside during a random road trip like tonight. The inside was long, like a big rectangle or a bowling alley. Against the far wall was the line where the cook was preparing orders in plain sight for all the diners to watch. In front of the line stretched a long countertop with round stools that was peppered with napkin dispensers, ketchup bottles, and salt and pepper shakers. The waitress was behind the counter on one end, standing behind a cash register. Not a computer, but a genuine register. It made beeping sounds as she punched in the ticket someone had given her to pay. She was an older woman with poofy red hair and a white button-down shirt that looked like it belonged on a man. She had a pen tucked behind her ear and gum in her mouth. Elvis was playing over the speakers, and the entire place smelled like a combination of pancakes, coffee, and burgers. Because it was late, not many people were in here. Off to my left in the last booth on the row was a group of teenagers with their heads all focused down on the electronic devices in their hands. A man sat at the counter, eating a piece of pie with meringue piled so high I wondered if there was any filling beneath it. There was another booth by the door, holding a young man and woman sharing a milkshake. They were probably finishing up a date, having come from a movie or something, and this was the only place left they could come to prolong their time together. Trent went right, walked to the end, and slid into the last booth, his back to the wall so he was facing the room. I slid in across from him and snagged a menu from behind the condiments and napkin dispenser. The waitress appeared seconds later and took our drink order for 2 root beers. When she came back with the sodas, I ordered a cheeseburger and fries. Trent ordered a Reuben on rye and fries. When she was gone, I picked up my straw, ripped the end off, and blew the remaining paper across the table at Trent. With a smirk, he snatched it out of the air, tied a knot in the center, and dropped it on the table. Next, I dropped the straw on the table, picked up my glass, and took a drink. If you aren't going to use the straw, why do you do that? He asked me that every single time I blew the paper at him, which was every single time we went to a place that gave me a straw. He always asked, and I always answered. The conversation was always the same. Because I can, I shrugged, and settled back against the seat. Trent shifted back as well, draping his arms along the top of the bench seat and kicking out his legs. Our feet bumped together, but I didn't pull back. He did. Seconds later, his Nikes appeared as he propped them up on the seat next to me. His legs were long enough he could use my seat as a footstool and still sit comfortably in his own. Make yourself at home, I invited, glancing down at his giant-ass feet. Thanks, I will, he drawled, and leaned his head back. The brim of his hat made it hard, and he pulled it off and tossed it beside him. My attention was won by his hand running through his hat hair, mussing it. You nervous? He asked. I blinked and had to replay his question in my mind before I could answer. Yeah. Wouldn't you be? Shit, I am. I felt my lips tilt up at one side. This was why I asked him to come. This was why, when Gamble called, the first person I wanted to tell was him. He understood. He got how big of a part of me racing was, how badly I wanted this meeting, and how much I had riding on this. And not necessarily in a professional sense. Even though, yeah, there was a lot at stake there too. If I didn't make something happen with this racing stuff, my father was going to say the dreaded, I told you so, and give me some lecture about why I should have just listened to him and left racing as a hobby. He'd be right. It would be a painful fucking day that day. But that wasn't what I meant. What I meant was on a personal level. What I wanted to prove to myself. If I couldn't make it in driving, what would it mean? Would it mean the man I thought I was, the one with speed in his DNA, wasn't real? Would it mean this life I went out on a limb for, basically turned my back on everything I'd been working toward for years, was a life I wasn't meant to have after all? If this didn't work out, it would crush me. Even when I'd been living the life my father groomed me for, the life everyone told me was mine, deep down, I still had hope. I still held on to the idea that the real me was in there somewhere and he would claim the life he really wanted when the time was right. Hope was a dangerous emotion. It made a man believe in possibilities. It whispered in the back of the mind, even on the darkest of days, even when I was sure the me I thought I was had faded away. I fed that hope. The day I showed up on Ivy's doorstep, the day I sat next to Trent in Screamers, the day I decided to stay in Maryland, and the day I told my father. My hope was growing. It was getting greedy. This call from Gamble was almost like the culmination of a life on two separate paths. Two paths that would soon merge into one. Trent nudged the side of my leg with his foot, bringing me out of thought. "Earth to Drew." Without thinking about it, my hand closed over his shoe and held on. I needed a change of subject. Shit was getting too real in my head. "You get a lot of shit for leaving tonight?" "Nah." I squeezed his foot. "Seriously?" The waitress arrived carrying our plates. Both of us looked up, but didn't immediately straighten out of our relaxed positions in anticipation of the food. "Here we are," she said, sliding the plates in front of us. When she straightened, her eyes went sideways. "Can I get you anything else right now?" "We're good, thanks," I replied, following her gaze. It was where my hand gripped T's shoe. She noticed me noticing, and I shrugged. "My mama taught me better than to put my feet on other people's furniture." Then I lowered my voice and leaned toward her. Clearly his mama forgot that lesson. She chuckled and walked off to check the other tables. Trent glared at me and pulled his feet back under the table. "Really?" I snagged the ketchup, the good kind, and laughed while piling it on the side of my plate by the mighty tasty-looking fries. When I was done, I handed it to Trent, and he poured some on his plate as well. Next, I flipped the top off my burger, picked up the 2 slices of tomato, and tossed them onto Trent's plate. "Did I mention I don't like tomatoes?" "Yes, I know that's what ketchup is made of." He picked up one of the slippery-looking red, seedy slices and shoved it in his mouth. Trent didn't like ketchup, but he loved tomatoes. As he chewed, he angled his plate so the fries and the ketchup were within reaching distance. I reached over and plucked a fry off his plate, dunked it in the ketchup, and shoved it in my mouth. I always ate half his fries. I had an addiction. He was an enabler. Besides, I paid him in tomato slices. "Gave my support to one of the candidates tonight," he announced casually. I knew this wasn't a casual thing for him, though. He'd been kinda quiet lately. I figured it had to do with frat shit. Football was over, and he wasn't the type to get all emo about his schoolwork. Trying to talk to Trent sometimes was like talking to a brick wall. He didn't talk about himself too much. He played a lot close to the vest. Sometimes I pushed. Most times I didn't. "So will it be Tweeter Dumb or Tweeter D?" I asked, still eating the fries off his plate. They were just the way I liked them. He smiled mid-chew. He had food in his teeth. "Jack." "Your ass finally get tired of all his kisses?" I cracked. I pointed to his plate. "You're out of ketchup." "You have some on your plate," he pointed out. "Tastes better on yours," I retorted quickly. I paused. Why the hell did I say that? I glanced up. Trent was staring at me, this funny look in his eyes. Something passed between us. Something I didn't recognize. Whatever it was, Trent chased it away by shaking the portion of Reuben in his hand at it. "You know how I feel about ass-kissing," he scoffed. He shoved the rest of it into his mouth and picked up the ketchup to casually add more to his plate. "So how'd you finally make up your mind?" I asked, using the sauce even as he poured. "Khan pissed me off." I barked a laugh. "Spoken like a true leader." "Fuck you," Trent muttered. It was a little less sarcastic than usual. I hit a nerve. "What's up?" I said, kicking out my foot and hitting his shoe. Since I'd demolished most of his fries, I turned my attention to my burger. "He just seems a little too confident, like he thinks he has the election won already. I don't like it." "So you threw in with the underdog?" "Yeah, maybe." He sat back and glanced out the window. "It's weird, you know? Graduating, trying to figure out what's next." I'd been where he was. When I graduated, when I was doing that fancy internship. Hell, I still asked myself what the hell I was doing. Moving to Maryland changed me. It challenged me. It made me feel different, yet the same. There I went again with the deep thoughts. I shoved a bite of burger into my mouth and focused on the topic at hand. They make it out like it's easy, right? Like going to college will just lay out your whole life for you. But it doesn't. College is like being on the starting line of a race, revving your engine to go. Trent was watching me. I felt his attention in a way I didn't normally. Like he was really listening right now. Like he needed to hear whatever I was going to say. Made me wish I had something better than a car analogy. Then the flag goes down, and you're off, speeding toward the finish line, but you forgot to load your GPS with the course, so you have no idea which way to go. He nodded. That's exactly what it's like. Backing a new president for Omega just means you'll have more time to figure out what to do next. He nodded and made a sound of agreement. Will be nice not to have a house full of people watching my every move. Something in his voice made me pause. I sat back, abandoning my food, and reached for my glass. Someone there giving you a hard time? No, he sighed. It's just been a long week. Being the president, hell, being a football player too, is like an entire identity, you know? Everyone expects you to be a certain way. I nodded. It's a lot of pressure, especially when you aren't sure the identity you have is the one you want. What's that supposed to mean? He asked quickly. His eyes widened a bit. He almost looked like a deer caught in a pair of headlights. Shocked, I saw him. Means I get it, I said, casual, as I watched him. My whole life I lived the identity my father wanted me to have. It was never the life I wanted. He relaxed. The trapped look left his eyes, and he picked up his soda to take a drink. Yeah, it's like that, he agreed. After that, our conversation turned to cars, more specifically, my driving and what tomorrow might be like when I met with Gamble. Even though the conversation changed, my inner thoughts remained with our previous exchange. Not so much the words, but the way Trent looked and reacted as we talked. It was almost like he was hiding something. Or running. Made me wonder what was really going on inside his head.
6. Random Car Facts by Gearshark.
Clown car, anyone? The highest number of people to be stuffed into a smart car is 19. We hope no one farted. Trent. Maybe the road trip wasn't a good idea. Not because of Brothers' Night at the frat either. Because sitting in the enclosed space of the car, sharing a table at the diner, and talking to him about stuff I don't talk about with anyone else, well, it got to me. He got to me. Under my skin. Deep down where no one's ever been before. It meant something. Something I didn't want to admit to myself. However, just because I didn't actually think the words to myself didn't mean they weren't there. It didn't mean I didn't feel them. I did. It didn't used to be this difficult, but the past few months, tension had been coiling inside me, winding me up like one of those stupid plastic toys. There was a constant war inside me, a constant fight. Be near him, stay away, both were equally hard. He was my best friend, but he was more. It was just like earlier, back at the frat house. He asked me to come. I'd wanted to immediately. His driving was almost as important to me as it was to him. I knew we'd only known each other for a while, but it seemed like I'd been on this roller coaster of his career with him far longer. I saw the passion in his eyes when he talked about racing. I'd watched the careful way he meticulously worked on his car. Yeah, he was an adrenaline junkie, but it went beyond that. Drew was meant for racing. Being at a meeting that could literally change his career just seemed natural. It felt right. Still, I'd said no. I'd used the frat as an excuse. Even as I said the words, something inside me revolted. Something was angry with me for pushing something like this with him away. He was disappointed. Seeing that had been like a knife in my chest. I never wanted to be the person in his life that left him feeling let down. Best friends were supposed to be better than that. It was hard to be Drew's best friend when I felt so much more. It was equal parts pleasure and torture to be with him. As much as I wanted to pull him close, I urged to push him away. I had to be a masochist. In the end, I always chose the torture of sitting close to him and swallowing back the emotions bubbling up inside me, the torment of hearing him laugh and feeling it low in my belly, denying myself every single time I saw his dimple and itched to rub my thumb over the indent to see how deep it really went. I enjoyed his presence, his scent, the familiarity of his movements, and the way he always ate the fries off my plate. I hated ketchup, but I'd douse my plate in it just to watch him snatch the damn fries off my plate. I noticed the way the waitress glanced at us tonight, the way her eyes lingered on his hand wrapped around my foot. It made me uncomfortable because I knew what she must have thought. Still, it hadn't been so uncomfortable to pull my foot back out of his grasp. I don't think he knew he was doing it really. I knew. Oh, I knew. My heart tripled in rhythm, and my stomach bottomed out the minute his wide, long-fingered hand wrapped around the sole of my shoe. I liked it. I liked it way more than a best friend should. When Drew saw the waitress looking, I expected him to react, to pull back in embarrassment or even disgust. He surprised me, just like he always did. He smiled lazily and made a joke, like he didn't even care what she thought. Or maybe Drew just didn't understand. Maybe he didn't realize what she was thinking. If he had, it would have been different. even though I'd basically committed myself to torment by proximity just by coming with him tonight. I didn't regret it. The agony of being near him was sweet compared to that of keeping myself away. That being said, I breathed a sigh of relief when Drew pulled the fastback under the wide awning of the hotel. It was a swanky place, a brownstone building illuminated with a ton of lights that made everything look gold. Thick greenery lined the circular drive, and so did old-style street lanterns. At the entrance where he parked, the pavement was brick and led directly to large double glass doors that welcomed guests inside. Beyond them, I saw an indoor water fountain, which was also lit up with golden light. The second Drew stopped, a valet attendant dressed in a crisp uniform came around to the driver's side. I knew before he moved what he was going to say. His hands loosely looped the lower portion of the steering wheel while his blonde head leaned back against the headrest. Drew rolled his head to look at me.
You park while I check in?
I laughed beneath my breath and felt my face crack into a wide smile. He trusted me with his car. He didn't trust anyone with it but me. Duh, I replied. The heat of his palm radiated through my shirt when he slapped me on the chest before opening the door.
Hey, man,
he spoke to the valet, who was looking at the Mustang like it was a perfectly aged porterhouse steak.
We got this one, but thanks anyway.
It would be my pleasure to park your car to make the check-in process as easy as possible, the man argued. I chuckled at the way Drew tightened his body and planted his feet, like he was going to have to defend the honor of his precious fastback. He'd throw a punch if he had to. I'd seen it before. As amusing as it would be, I didn't feel like getting in the middle of a fight tonight, and I didn't feel like searching for another hotel. I got out and jogged around the hood to the valet. This beauty is like a woman, testy if you don't know how to handle her just right, I said smoothly. Drew gave me a look, but I ignored him. I'll pull her around and park it. I pulled out a $5 bill and slapped it into the man's hand before getting into the driver's seat. Drew opened up the passenger side, pushed the seat forward, and stretched into the back to pull out his duffel and mine.
You called my car a girl,
he intoned, glowering at me. I was thinking we could call her Nancy, I replied, tongue-in-cheek.
Shit,
he spat.
If this car was a girl, her name would be Brenda.
I burst out laughing. I see you've put some thought into this. He went back to glowering at me. It only made me smile wider.
Don't wreck my car,
Drew ordered, and slung a bag over each shoulder. Careful with my baggage, I warned him. He let go, and it dropped behind him and made a thudding sound on the ground.
Oops.
Ass, I cracked. He beamed, clearly proud of himself, and shut the door before I could retort. I sat there until he bent over and picked up the bag to lazily walk through the glass double doors. I definitely didn't notice the way his jeans hugged his ass. It took me a few minutes to find a place to park the fastback. I circled a couple times looking for a spot I thought would be good, and finally got lucky when a car backed out of a spot right beneath a streetlight. The entire lot was pretty secure and well lit, but I wasn't taking any chances. After I backed into the spot and glanced around to make sure there wasn't anything lying around that would look enticing to any thieves, I locked it up and pocketed the keys on my way inside. I didn't have far to go because the spot I chose wasn't only under direct lighting, but also within sight of the front entrance. The valet was at the podium when I passed by, so I stopped and faced him. You work all night? He nodded. Night shift. This was the first hotel I'd been to that had valets that worked 24 hours. "Sweet," I said, and pulled out $40 to slide across the top of the podium. "You mind keeping an extra eye on the Mustang over there?" He glanced at it briefly before turning back to me. "Of course." "Thanks. It's a beauty. Sometimes draws attention." He nodded like he understood. Maybe he did. I didn't care. I just wanted to make sure Drew's car wasn't touched tonight. "Thanks." I clapped him on the back and started away. "Don't worry, your boyfriend's car will be just fine," he called after me. I stopped walking. Boyfriend. He thought Drew and I were together. My stomach turned over and a warm, intense feeling gripped my chest. It felt a lot like possessiveness. I began to turn around to set the guy straight, let him know he was wrong. I wonder what he saw that made him think we're together. Probably the same thing the waitress saw earlier. In a snap decision, I continued forward. Correcting his error no longer seemed that important. In fact, if I were totally honest with myself, for once, I liked the fact he thought we were together. The knowledge I liked it made me very confused. Probably not for the reasons you might think, though. I wasn't confused as to why I felt that way. I suspected I was confused because I didn't know what to do with the feelings. I had no idea how to act. So I did what I always did. I stuffed them down. I fought them back. I was really good at it. I was also really tired. Drew was sitting on the edge of the fountain when I stepped into the reception area. The hotel was amazing, as I knew it would be. Everything was almost austere. Despite being a place where people came and went almost hourly, and the traffic of patrons was endless, the place seemed untouched. The floors were dark hardwood, polished and clean. The walls were all cream, and everything was done in accents of white and muted gold. Not the shiny, gaudy gold, but a matte, contemporary finish. The fountain was stone, probably travertine, and round. In the center was a large carving of a couple embracing under an umbrella. The water came out of the top, falling in a way that looked like rain.
"Find a spot okay?"
Drew asked, standing up. "Dude, you worry more than a mother with a newborn." He just stared at me, waiting for a reply. I sighed dramatically. Of course I did.
"Room's this way,"
he said, and led me to a bank of elevators. The room was on the 5th floor, but the elevator was smooth as butter, and we slid to a stop quickly. The hallway was silent when we stepped in and walked past pristine white doors with gold numbers in the center. Drew stopped not too far down and slid the key into the lock. It made an unlocking sound, and he turned the handle. Before going in, though, he glanced at me over his shoulder.
"This was the only room they had left."
"I'm sure it's a hell of a lot nicer than the box I sleep in every night." He shoved open the door and we walked in. As we went, I wondered why he seemed a little awkward and felt the need to explain the room. The sound of his bag hitting the floor, followed by the distinct clicking of a light, revealed the sitting room. The walls in here were light, just like the rest of the hotel, and the dark hardwood also. On the far wall was a large sofa and a soft-looking gray rug with a coffee table in the center. There was also a wood table that could seat 4 and a big flat screen on the wall. Past the sofa was a wet bar with a fridge and sink, which led into a wide doorway I assumed was the bedroom. Drew kept going, so I followed along as he clicked on a few more lights. The second my feet crossed over the threshold in the bedroom, I understood his explanation of the room. There was only one bed. My mouth ran dry when I stared at the huge king-size giant piled with all-white bedding and pillows. All the white and fluff made it look like a cloud. I kinda wondered if I'd sink into it if I lay down, and then I had an image cross my eyes that made me squeeze them shut.
I didn't know there'd be a sofa,
Drew said, and I reopened my eyes as he came out of the bathroom attached to the bedroom. He left the light on, and it shone across the floor.
That's good. I'll take it.
On his way past, I caught his arm. I'll take it.
What? No.
He made a face. This is your meeting, your room, I pointed out.
Yeah, and you're bigger than me. I'll be more comfortable on the couch.
I'm not that much bigger, I grumbled as he shook loose and walked out.
Thank you, Drew, he called.
I gave him the finger, even though he wasn't in the room to see it.
I saw that,
he hollered. You should get your eyes checked, I yelled back and dumped my bag on the floor and looked back at the bed. He said he didn't know there was a couch, but he'd clearly known there was only one bed. What was he thinking before we walked in here? The awkward way he glanced back at me. It wasn't the way a best friend looked at the other. It was the way a girl looked at me when she was feeling something, but didn't know if I was, too. My stomach fluttered. I ignored it. Well, I tried. What would he have done if there was no couch? Offer to take the floor? Call for a roll-away bed? Or would he suggest we just share the bed? I won't tell. Words from the night I was so drunk and stayed in his room whispered through my mind. I fell face first onto the mattress. My body sank in, and I let my face be smothered by the blankets. I hoped maybe it would also smother my thoughts. The sound of the TV in the other room filtered in, but I didn't move. A few minutes later, Drew's voice came from right beside me.
Mind if I take a shower before I pass out?
I lifted my head. He wasn't wearing a shirt, just jeans, which were already unbuttoned at the waist. The band of his boxers was visible because the pants were hanging low on his hips. They were black Calvin Kleins. He had good taste in underwear. I forced my eyes up to his face, taking in his long, defined torso. True, he wasn't as big as me, but he was muscular. Drew had a lean, strong build, and his shoulders were wide. His chest was smooth and hairless, and his nipples were a distraction for the eye. Sure, man, go ahead.
You need in first?
He asked. I cleared my throat. No, I'm good. He shut himself in the bathroom, and a few seconds later I heard the shower turn on. I lay on the bed, listening to the sound of the water and Drew moving around in the bathroom. My skin started to feel warm, and my shirt felt restrictive. With a curse, I got up and kicked off my shoes and yanked the fleece over my head. The t-shirt I wore came with it, and I didn't bother to put it back on. The air felt good against my suddenly flushed skin. I went out to the minibar and looked around. It was fully stocked.
I didn't take anything out, though. That shit was overpriced.
Instead, I poured some tap water in a glass and dropped on the sofa to watch the sports channel Drew had on. I was staring at the TV, trying to pay attention to what the announcers were talking about, when Drew walked in. The scent of soap tingled my nose, and I glanced over. His chest was still on display, and there was a white towel wrapped around his waist. Droplets of water clung to the ends of his hair, and when he turned to rifle through his duffel, there was more water on his lower back. I picked up my glass and took a sip. Suddenly, I was parched. Room's all yours, he said. Sure you don't want the bed? I asked. Still turned away, he pulled on a pair of gym shorts and slid them up under the towel. I glanced away, and I heard the movement of fabric. Seconds later, he dropped down on the end of the sofa in nothing but the shorts. He wasn't wearing underwear. I'm good. I'll just snag a pillow off the bed and call downstairs for some blankets. I got up, picked up the phone by the wet bar, and called down for the blankets. Since I was getting the bed, it was the least I can do. I grabbed a pillow off the bed. When I came back, Drew was at the wet bar with a glass of water in his hand. I stopped in the doorway, unable to not look at him. I liked the way he looked. There. I said it. I really fucking did. Just admitting it to myself seemed to make me feel lighter, as if carrying around the burden of trying not to admit I found him visually appealing weighed me down. I wonder how much lighter I would feel if I admitted some of the other things I tried to hide. Drew lowered the glass. It made a low thump on the stone countertop. He turned his head so our eyes met. Have I mentioned how blue his eyes are? The color of a sky on a perfect summer day. The kind of day that didn't come around very often. Perfection rarely does. Currents of electricity passed between us. It was unmistakable. It was like he knew I was checking him out. He knew, and he liked it. Drew's body pivoted toward mine. I watched his ab muscles contract with the twist of his torso. One hand rested on the countertop, and the other flexed at his side. Embarrassed I was practically checking him out, I forced my eyes up, only to see his were no longer on mine either. He was staring at my chest. I had an insane urge to puff it out, but I didn't. I held myself back. Suddenly, I felt itchy all over. My skin was vibrating and tingly. T, he said. He was the only one who called me that. There was a knock on the door. Drew stiffened and went to answer. When he was gone, I deflated like a balloon with a giant hole. I expected him to get an armful of sheets and close the door. That wasn't what happened. Drew's deep voice spoke and was followed by a light giggle, the kind of giggle that made me roll my eyes. I hung in the doorway, totally like a creeper, and watched as one of the hotel staff came into the room, carrying a large stack of white bedding. I'll just set it down in here for you, the woman said. She was likely in her early 20s, with blonde hair, a big rack, and green eyes. I would bet money she was wearing colored contacts. No way her eyes were naturally that green. If they were, then her hair was naturally blonde, too. Heh. Thank you, Drew said, still over by the door. She turned, giving me a view of her profile. It was enough to see she was totally checking out him and his basic nakedness. It was also very clear she liked what she saw. Do you want me to make up the couch for you? It pulls out into a sleeper. I think I can handle it. He smiled at her. I wanted to kick him. Besides, I'm sure you have lots of work to do. Actually, she purred, prowling across the room toward him. I get off in just a few minutes. Sweet. Maybe you'd like me to come help you make the bed then. She ran a red-painted nail up his chest. I jerked out of the doorway and stepped into the room. Here's a pillow, I said loud. Then I stopped like I was surprised to see the woman there. Oh, hey, I said. You bring the sheets? Thanks, we needed 'em. The woman's eyes flared a little. Then her mouth opened and closed. Good. I hoped she was wondering about us, about Drew. Only skanks hit on men they didn't know 2 seconds after laying eyes on them. "I'm sorry. I thought you were alone," she said. I made a sound. "Yeah, 'cause one guy needs all that extra bedding." Drew's eyes narrowed on me over the blonde's head. She laughed lightly, and her eyes turned calculating again. Clearly, she'd put together we weren't sharing the same bed since we needed extra sheets. Guess she wasn't as dumb as she looked. "So, should I come back?" she asked, her voice low, for Drew only. I still heard her. My back teeth came together, and irritation, along with the feeling I was being poked with a branding iron, pushed me across the room. "If you know what's good for you, you won't," I half growled, reaching around Drew to open the door and stare pointedly at the girl. She marched out into the hall and turned back, her hair flinging as she moved. I slammed the door in her face before she could open her mouth. For good measure, I threw the lock. "What the fuck was that?" Drew asked, befuddled. "That girl was a total hoe," I snapped. His eyes widened. "It's not like I was going to hump her right here in the middle of the room." I laughed, a bitter sound. "I'm sure she'd have let you." "Trent," Drew said. The word was a cross between awe and confusion. I cursed beneath my breath. I was acting crazy. No, jealous. I was acting jealous. Because I was. "I'm going to bed. If you want to hook up with her, go ahead." His hand caught my elbow when I tried to walk away. "I don't want to hook up with her." Something in his voice made me look up. His fingers were cooler than my skin, and it felt like relief. "I'm not up for you hooking up with anyone tonight," I admitted with a whisper. Our eyes met and held. For long moments, we just watched each other. I swear I measured my breath with his. Minutes later, he released my arm. I felt oddly empty without his touch. I didn't look at him again or say another word. I hightailed it for the bedroom like the chicken I was. "I'm not up for hooking up with anyone tonight either." His quiet words caught up to me. I stopped in my tracks. I liked those words. I liked them so goddamn much. I didn't turn back, though I wanted to. I was scared. "Good night, T," Drew said a few minutes later. I didn't remember walking into the bedroom or pulling back the covers or getting into bed. I just remembered suddenly coming back to reality once I was there. The faint sounds of Drew moving around in the next room made my skin prickle. I rolled over and put a pillow over my head to block the sound. I didn't need to hear him. I knew he was there.
7. Random Carfax by Gearshark. The average person spends 2 weeks of their life sitting at red traffic lights. Drew. The disruptive sound of a banging door cut into my sleep. Still heavy-lidded, I cracked one eye open, mustering all the alarm I could, not even awake enough to be startled. "Sorry," Trent winced, walking farther into the room. "Tried to catch it before it could slam." I rubbed a hand over my sleepy face, trying to wake up even just a fraction. "What time is it?" I asked, propping myself up on one elbow to look at my cell. 7, he replied. I groaned and dropped the phone back where it was. I wasn't much of a morning person, even though I had to get up early every day for work. It was the weekend. Shouldn't a man be allowed to sleep in on a Saturday? Not when he had meetings with men who had enough money to sponsor a race car. Coffee. Trent's voice was close by, but he spoke low and amused. He clearly saw my resistance to having to get up. A tall cup with a black lid appeared on the table in front of me. Right beside it, he set a plate piled with eggs, bacon, and an English muffin drenched in butter. My stomach rumbled appreciatively. It was a traitor, so willing to get up this early just for some bacon. His warm, muffled laugh brushed over me. It only made me want to burrow farther into the blankets. He stepped back toward the table on the other side of the room, and suddenly I felt more awake. "Here," I said, my voice less sleepy now. I swung my feet over the side of the couch and sat up, pulling the blankets around my waist to make room for him to sit. His plate, which was almost identical to mine, almost equals less butter plus more fruit, joined mine on the tabletop along with the same kind of coffee cup. I flipped on the TV and pulled up the news so I could watch the weather report, get the conditions I might be driving in today. The cushion on the sofa was one large, long one, and it dipped a little when he sat. I was still reclined lazily against the back, staring at the moving screen on the TV, still waiting to fully wake up. Coffee. The cup appeared right in front of my face. Trent was leaning close, holding it out like a beacon. He smelled like soap, the kind the hotel stocked. It was some fancy shit, and it actually was a good scent. But it didn't smell exactly as I recalled from my shower last night. It was slightly different, slightly more familiar. I realized it wasn't the soap I was noticing, but Trent's natural scent. I glanced over, taking in his fully awake, clean-shaven face and washed hair. His hazel eyes bore flecks of gold that seemed brighter this morning, and his full lips looked slightly shiny, like they were wet. I wondered if they would taste like coffee if I leaned forward and... I jerked upright. What the fuck? Whoa! He pulled my cup back a little and frowned. You okay? Yeah, I hurried to say. I'm fine. I took the coffee, carefully avoiding his fingers, and put it up to my lips. The first sip was always the best. Always the most rewarding. This coffee was made exactly the way I liked it. Heavy on the cream, lighter on the sugar. I knew exactly how Trent drank his brew, too. Less cream and less sugar, which gave it a slightly stronger flavor. We still have an hour or so if you want to catch a few more minutes of sleep. He sounded concerned. Who could blame him? I was being a weird ass. He'd been worse last night, though. Fuck. I'd tossed and turned on this stupid couch for a few hours, going over the way he acted toward the employee who brought the sheets. I'd replayed his words in my mind as if the more I did, the easier they'd be to understand. In the end, all I got was a shitty night's sleep. No, I need to wake up and get ready. I want to be there early, I replied. Thought so. That's why I went down and grabbed breakfast. I held out my fist between us, and we pounded it out. Thanks, man. You get any sleep last night? He asked casually, setting aside his coffee and diving into his food. Or were you too nervous about this morning? It wasn't this morning that was on my mind last night. Took a while for me to fall asleep. He made a sound and shoved an entire piece of bacon into his mouth. The caffeine started working into my bloodstream, giving me a little more energy, so I too tucked into my plate and started eating. The weather looked clear for the day, cloudy and cold, but no chance of any kind of precipitation. I was hoping most of that shit was done for and spring weather would soon be headed our way. Sometimes Maryland was tricky like that. Winter could drag itself out, or spring could roll in to stay. Either way, we still had a couple of weeks of cold weather. Hopefully there wouldn't be any more snow to go with it. As we finished our food and coffee, we talked strategy and basically threw out a bunch of scenarios Gamble might toss at me today at the meeting. I knew he'd want to see me drive. We were meeting at the big track here in town. Hopefully he'd like what he saw and want to talk as well. I didn't bother taking another shower, but I did brush my teeth, splash my face with cold water, and trim up the scruff on my jawline. I didn't keep a clean shave as much anymore. I knew my boss at the software place would probably like me to, but I didn't care. I liked the way the scruff felt. It kept my face warm, and, truth be told, the ladies thought it was sexy. Who was I to disappoint? I did keep it trimmed and neat, though. I combed my hair, too. Well, with my fingers. Swept it up and over to the side using some of the wax shit Ivy told me I needed. I didn't argue when she handed me the jar a while back. I only argued with my sister over shit I cared about. For a long time, it sat on my dresser until one day she marched in my room, uncapped it, and styled my hair all the while giving me a class on how to look hot. I laughed the entire time, and she stomped on my foot, which hurt like hell, but when I looked in the mirror when she was done, I liked the way it looked. It definitely was a lot less rumpled than the way I usually did it. So I compromised. I wore it like this half the time, and the other half, I just sort of let it do its thing. Some hair can't be contained, like Rimmel's. Ivy tried to give her classes, too. Once I was sure my hair would pass the sister test, I left the bathroom for my duffel. I was dressed in a pair of low-rise jeans that looked more gray than blue and a plain white t-shirt. Trent was on the couch with his phone to his ear, listening to whoever was on the other end. My hand closed over a baseball-style t-shirt with dark yellow sleeves and a white torso. I pulled it on and tucked just the front behind the buckle on my black belt. My black leather jacket was by the door, and I'd throw that on before we left. Beneath my two shirts, I was wearing my lucky necklace. I wore it all the time. It was a long silver chain with a speedometer pendant. Ivy gave it to me years ago before I'd driven in a race. I'd won that day, thus making it lucky. No, I wasn't dressed up for the meeting. Going to see Gamble dressed in a suit would be a lie. He needed to see exactly who he was getting as a driver because a sponsor put down a lot of money and they needed to know where and who it was going into. Besides, I drove better when I dressed like myself. Trent tossed the phone on the couch and I looked over. Something wrong? Nah, just checking in with the frat, making sure no one did anything stupid last night. I made a sound. Jack still kissing your ass? He laughed. Not too bad. Apparently, Khan's not too happy about my decision, though. Shocker. I dropped down on the couch and picked up my coffee, which was almost gone. Your phone's been going off. Trent gestured to my cell lying on the table. I grabbed it and lit up the screen. I had a bunch of texts. I smiled. Rome told everyone about the meeting. I thumbed through the messages. One from each of our family members. Romeo, on the road today. Ivy, I love you, be safe. Rimmel, should I tell you to break a leg? That's not very nice. Drive fast. Braden, don't come home without a deal. I laughed when I read B's. My brother-in-law was a piece of work. Trent leaned toward me and I held the phone between us and scrolled through again so he could read them. He laughed too. My phone beeped again. I called up the newest text. It was a picture of my almost 6-month-old niece, Nova, dressed in a t-shirt with a hot pink race car on the front. Ivy, Nova loves you too. It meant a lot to have the support of everyone for this. I'd always had a big family. I grew up in one. But family seemed to take on a new meaning when I moved here to be closer to my sister. There was something special about family by choice. It wasn't blood that held us all together. It was loyalty, love. I typed out a quick text to my sister. Thanks for all the messages. Give Nova a kiss for me. I'll call you later. Trent jumped up from the couch, stretched his long arms out at his sides, and tucked his phone in the back pocket of his jeans. You ready for this? I was born ready. Holy hot damn. That was my thought when we pulled up to the Gamble Motor Speedway. The place was a bona fide track that made what I was doing here today even more surreal and exciting. It wasn't the biggest raceway I'd ever seen, but it wasn't the smallest. Clearly, Gamble put money into this place, and he also paid to keep it up to date. Everything was pretty industrial looking, all concrete, steel, and gray. The area around the building was clear of trees and flat, and a large parking lot stretched out around us. There was a man standing at the entrance that would allow us through and into the track area. When I slid up beside him and rolled the window down, he handed over 2 lanyards with a pass clip to the front and had me sign in. Once that was done, we were given a thumbs up and he waved us through. I drove slowly, taking in the moment. When we cleared the tunnel and rolled out onto the inside of the track, I wanted to cry. It was a damn beautiful sight. The track itself was oval-shaped, and I estimated it to be about 1.5 miles. There was a lot of seating capacity around it, more than enough for NASCAR races if one were ever hosted here. From what I read, only a few NASCAR races had taken place here, and that was years ago. Mostly this track was used for local and statewide events. It also served as a headquarters for Gamble's racing team. I use the term team loosely because the drivers Gamble sponsored weren't necessarily on a team per se. They all drove in their own races. They all had different sponsors besides Gamble himself. What made them his team was he was the highest contributing sponsor they had, and most of the car itself was paid for by him. They were all based here. They practiced here. I'm sure all the drivers knew each other. Hell, they probably practiced together, which sounded like a fucking privilege to me. Sure, I guessed in many ways these guys were competitors, but I didn't like to look at it that way. I liked to think of them as people to learn from, people to push me and motivate me to be better. On the northwestern side, it appeared there were several condominiums built over the track, and I figured that's where the drivers and probably some of the staff and managers lived when they weren't on the road. In the center of the track was where the pit stops sat. It was a long, straight road down the center, known as Pit Row. Each driver could pull off the track and down the road to their designated pit stop, where their crew was stationed. It seemed calm here today, quiet and empty. But when the place was full and a race was going on, quiet was the last word used to describe this place. It was usually chaos at a track like this. Fans going crazy, loud music, the sound of engines revving, the smell of gasoline and burned rubber filling the air. The energy was unmatched. It filled the space with a dull roar that could only be found at a racetrack. Race fans were among the most devoted and loyal of all sports. I wasn't really sure where to park or where Gamble was going to meet us, so I pulled to the side and parked in plain sight. It's a nice view, I mused, glancing out over the track. I've been to races at places like this, but I've never been part of one before. Your time's coming, Trent said. His voice didn't have the same hopeful quality. His was more definite, like he knew for sure. I liked his confidence in me. It felt real. Today might not go the way I want it to, I spoke, reminding myself not to get ahead of myself. Might not, he agreed. Even if it doesn't, this is just one step further. Thanks for coming with. Anytime, Drew. Silence fell over the car, but it wasn't awkward. It was the kind of silence true friends could have without the need for a lot of words. I was glad he was here. Something about his presence grounded me, made me feel a little bit stronger. A few minutes later, a black Cadillac pulled up alongside the fastback. The windows were tinted, but I knew it was Gamble. This is it. I spoke out loud, but I was talking to myself. The nerves were real. I'll sit on that wall over there. He motioned toward a nearby concrete barrier. And watch. You need anything? Just signal. I nodded. The passenger door of the Cadillac opened, and a man in a tailored navy suit stepped out. He wasn't wearing a tie. Instead, the shirt was unbuttoned at the throat. He was an older man, but not so old I would consider him out of his prime. I'd put him in his 50s somewhere, with dark hair that was predominantly gray at the temples and peppered through the rest. I left the keys in the ignition and got out, swallowing down my nerves to smile. "Mr. Gamble," I said, and offered my hand. "Ron," he corrected as we shook. "It's a pleasure to put a face to the name I've been hearing so much." "A pleasure, sir. And I'll only admit to the good things you've heard. The rest I'll swear is blasphemy." He laughed. "Romeo Anderson certainly hasn't said a bad word against you." "Romeo is a good man and a damn fine quarterback." "That he is." Ron inclined his head. "Haven't regretted it one bit since we signed him to the Knights. And then again when you wouldn't stop singing the praises of Braden Walker." "My sister will keep Walker in check," I quipped. Gamble chuckled. "I've met your sister. If anyone can keep that boy in line, it's her." My chest swelled with pride for Ivy. I'd taught her well. I knew the instant he wanted to get down to business because his eyes sharpened and took on a more serious look. "I'm not a man to beat around the bush. I prefer to cut to the chase. Saves a lot of time and bullshit." "I can appreciate that," I agreed. He glanced at my car. "That's a nice-looking Mustang. Worth a lot of money. You do all the work on her?" I nodded. "Took me 4 years, the entire time I was going through college, to rebuild the engine and get the parts in her I wanted. A car like this isn't cheap, but I've never backed down from hard work." "A good driver always knows about his engine." I was pretty sure there was approval in his tone. "I know about my engine, and all the other parts around it," I assured him. "You have a fancy computer degree, don't you?" he asked, still looking over the body of my cobalt blue machine. A smile split my face. "That's one way of putting it." "Seems you could make more money in that field." "Life isn't always about money. Sometimes it's about passion and going where the road takes us." He looked away from the car and back at me. "How about you do a couple laps? Show me what you and this car you built can do. Then we'll talk about where the road's taking you." He didn't have to tell me twice. I was only too eager to get into the car and pull onto the track. This was the place I was most confident, the place I could really let loose. Right before I pulled onto the asphalt, my phone beeped. I picked it up to shut it off so it wouldn't distract me while I was driving or after when I was with Gamble. The name on the screen caught my attention. Trent. I pulled up the text. Everyone texted but me. Felt left out. I totally smiled at my phone. It beeped again. Drive fast. I glanced up through the window to where Trent was sitting on the concrete wall, phone in his hand. He looked up as I did, and we grinned at each other. The familiar surge of adrenaline started in my core and spread out like the sun rising and filling the darkness with light. My knee bounced with energy, and I gripped the gear shift. I pressed down on the gas and took off. I was flying.
8. Random Car Facts by Gearshark.
The most expensive speeding ticket ever given was in Switzerland for $1 million. We bet that guy will never speed again. Trent. Fucking awesome. That's what it was like to watch Drew drive. He literally flew over the road with unbridled fear. It was exhilarating. I could only imagine what it was like to be behind the wheel. Sure, I drove with him a lot, but I was more restrained. I was more cautious. It was a rush then, so what he must feel like when he opened it up and went for it was probably unmatched. I wondered if I would ever experience anything that would come close to the way he felt right now. Even as I was amazed, the mechanic in me stepped forward. I paid attention to the way the car leaned and took the curves. I watched the smoothness with which the gears shifted and the competence of the tires against the asphalt. Drew knew how to milk his car to get great results, but to some extent, he was out of control. A lot depended on the car, the inner workings of it, and the quality of the parts and work we did on it. He trusted me with that car, which basically equated to him trusting me with his life. I took that seriously. Probably more serious than my own safety at times. So while, yeah, I got a rush watching him out on the track, most of me went into work mode. It made me wish I was a better mechanic, because I probably missed shit someone more experienced wouldn't. I did note the way the car leaned a little, and I started working out a plan for when we would be able to get under the hood. Ron Gamble stood closer to the track, near his car, to watch. The man who drove him here stood at his side and watched as well. Every once in a while, they would lean in and speak to each other. It was kinda making me crazy. What were they saying? What did they think of Drew? The second time Gamble glanced in my direction, I jumped off the wall and strode over to where he was. At first, I'd planned to hang back, just be here to support Drew. Fuck that. I could support him and put in a good word for him at the same time. Gamble must have been waiting for me to approach, because the second I came within arm's length, he turned and held out his hand.
Ron Gamble,
he introduced himself. Trent Mask, I returned.
Ah, yes. I've watched you play football for a few years now. You're a great addition to the Wolves.
Thank you, I said, genuine. It was a good 4 years with the Wolves. It went by fast. His eyes crinkled at the corners.
Yes, life has a way of doing that.
So does Drew. I gestured to the cobalt blue fastback that was nothing but a blur as it breezed by. Gamble laughed.
Yes, he definitely is fast.
His eyes turned off me and back to the track.
This is a colleague of mine, Jay Hopper. He works at headquarters, keeps the drivers all in check.
I offered my hand to the man beside him, and we shook. So, I began, going right for it. What do you think of Drew?
I like a man who cuts to the chase, Gamble said.
One of the most motivated drivers you're ever gonna meet.
Not shy, are you either?
He glanced at me, his lips pulled up in a smile. I shrugged. Not when it comes to this.
Are you his manager?
Hopper asked. No, he's my best friend. I'm here for support.
He has a lot of support,
Gamble mused.
Anderson and Walker talk him up to me whenever they get the chance, and their wives?
Gamble chuckled.
They talk about him constantly.
We're family, I shrugged. I made a mental note to tell him Braden put in a word for him. I was sure he'd get a kick out of his brother-in-law going to bat for him. Those two liked to give each other a hard time, but this proved B actually liked him. Gamble returned to watching Drew.
It's good to have a large support system. It's needed in a sport like this.
That mean you're interested in working with him? Damn, that might have been a little too point blank. Hopper barked a laugh.
You sure you aren't his manager, kid? You should be.
I'll say this. If you do sign him, I'll be around a lot. At that moment, Drew drifted around the curve of the oval. It was a perfect fucking drift. My chest swelled with pride. I glanced at Gamble and lifted an eyebrow as if to say, "You'd be stupid not to sign him."
He's good,
he allowed. Better than good, I corrected.
He's out there alone,
Hopper added.
Let's see how he does on the track with another driver,
Gamble continued. The sound of another engine seemed to blast onto the track from the other side. Like a bullet, a car shot out onto the road and joined Drew. It was a bright yellow Nissan Skyline with an all-black hood and black spoiler on the back. It was flying, just like Drew, but I could make out a yellow blur on every tire, and I knew it must have some kind of lit-up wheel well to make it glow. The body of the car was low, so low it almost sat on the ground, but it looked fierce that way, like it hugged the road and literally floated. Even though the car was fucking sweet, my stomach tightened. You should have given him a warning he wouldn't be alone. He's not expecting another driver out there, I worried.
There's lots of unexpected in racing,
Hopper replied mildly. It pissed me off. Yeah, but putting a driver in danger to prove a point is a dick move. Yep, I just cussed at the richest man in the state and his lackey. Did I give a flying fuck? Apparently not. Neither man seemed offended. I wasn't worried about it anyway. If this was the kind of shit Drew could expect from these two, then screw this. He'd be better off on the Indy circuit. At least there we already knew everyone were assholes. I expected better from these guys.
I'd say he's handled the track buddy just fine, Gamble pondered out loud.
The yellow sports car drove right up alongside the Mustang and matched his pace perfectly. Even though from a distance I couldn't tell, it still seemed like the drivers were measuring each other. A few seconds later, the Skyline gunned it and pulled ahead, the sound of its accelerating engine filling the air. Come on, Drew. The car worked as he shifted and sped forward. He pushed it to the point I started to worry. He had to be going close to 180 and gaining. I reminded myself this was a closed track, and it wasn't like he was out there with someone who didn't know how to drive. Who is that? I asked, realizing I had no clue who they were.
One of my sponsored drivers, Gamble replied. Figured we'd see how Forrester did with someone with some professional experience.
I felt pissed off all over again. It's like they wanted him to fail, and I felt guilty. I knew that Skyline was probably better equipped than the Fastback. I should have known better than to worry about Drew. That guy always knew how to come out on top. I watched on pins and needles as he approached the yellow car on the inside. In response, the car glided over, cutting him off. He hung back, shifting, giving the impression of being defeated. But I knew better. Seconds later, Drew cut to the right to swing out wide around the outside of his competitor. The car seemed to anticipate his move and swerved at the same time. The back end of the Skyline nearly clipped the front end of the Fastback, and I muttered a curse. Drew hung in and hit the brakes. Well, the emergency brake. He made a hard turn immediately and went straight for the grass on the inside of the oval. Just as his front tires hit it, he made another hard turn, jerked the car back onto the asphalt, and punched the gas. He soared past the yellow car and swerved out in front of it, taking the lead. Hopper made a sound, and I grinned. The two cars battled it out, weaving in and out of one another and pulling some tricks they wouldn't be able to pull on a track full of cars. We all stood there and watched until Gamble signaled for them to bring it in. Drew slowed and brought the car to a sliding stop nearby, but the yellow car breezed right by and disappeared into the tunnel it came out of just a few minutes before. It was just as well. I felt like decking the guy for his jerkwad driving. Drew's face was split into a wide smile as he jogged forward, and there was a distinct light in his blue eyes. He was totally high right now, on speed. I jogged a few paces in front of the men and offered him a fist. "That was some tight driving out there."
"Hells yeah,"
he swore. He leaned close.
"I think I tore up some shit, though. Gonna need some new parts."
I nodded, already figuring as much. He would have had to in order to keep up with that skyline.
"Mr. Forrester,"
Hopper called, and both of us turned. He waved us over. "Let's talk."
"You talked to them?"
Drew said softly as we walked toward them. "Yeah, haven't made up my mind about him yet." I felt him gaze at me out of the corner of his eye, but didn't say anything because we joined the men. After introductions were made between Drew and Hopper, Gamble took over the conversation. I guess since he was the one with the money, the final say-so went to him. Still, I had a feeling he and Hopper knew each other a long time and could communicate without saying much and stay on the same page.
"You drive well," Gamble began. "I definitely see why your family speaks highly of you." "With all due respect, I don't want to be here because Romeo put in a good word," Drew said.
Gamble nodded.
"Of course, a man wants to earn his way. Your family isn't the only reason you're here. The underground world of racing, or as some call it, the indie world, is growing."
Hopper nodded.
"I wouldn't be surprised if within the next 5 years or so, the indie drivers break onto the scene and become just as popular as those who drive professionally."
I bit down on my tongue. I couldn't help but feel slightly offended. It's like they were saying the indie drivers were somehow less professional because they didn't have fancy backers and sponsors.
"I agree."
Gamble took up the conversation again.
"You've been earning a name in the underground world, Forrester. That's why you're here. Romeo told me about you months ago, but I waited until you'd been in the state for a while. I waited until you had a track record around here." "I drove in North Carolina, too," he answered.
Gamble nodded.
"I know. I made some calls."
I shifted impatiently, but Drew held himself still and waited for Gamble to get to the point.
"I like you,"
he finally said, his eyes sliding to me.
"I like your manager, too. He definitely won't take shit."
Drew glanced at me, and I wanted to grimace. I hadn't exactly been, an ass-kisser.
"You're fast, you handle a car easily, you clearly have a lot of guts, and sometimes you appear to be fearless. Plus, you have good taste in cars."
"But?" Drew asked. Gamble half smiled.
"But you're green. You drive like an indie, without rules, without care. I almost dare to say you're too fearless."
Drew laughed.
"I'm pretty sure that's not a bad thing."
"Makes you reckless," Hopper said. I felt Drew bristle. Immediately, my attitude shifted to compliment his. He was on defense now, so I was on offense. That's the way Drew and I worked, two sides of the same coin. If he was hot, I was cool. If he was mad, then I was reason. Instead of arguing like I knew he wanted, Drew stuck out his hand to Gamble.
"Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. I know you're a very busy man."
Gamble looked between Drew and his hand.
"That's all you have to say?"
he asked, lifting a brow. Drew dropped his hand.
"I don't have anything left to say. My driving said it all out there on the track. I respect your opinion, and I will take everything you said into consideration as I continue driving. Most guys would try and fight for their spot, Hopper said. Drew turned to him. I'm not most guys. No, he isn't, I thought. As you pointed out yourself, the indie world of racing is up and coming. It's only a matter of time before we break onto the scene. All it's going to take is one driver who gets a lucky break, or one really rich eccentric who wants to throw in with the underdogs. Drew shrugged. I'll just keep doing my thing until that day comes. Sometimes the guy amazed me. The way he refused to let anything keep him down. I respected him so goddamn much in that moment. I'm not saying no, Gamble said. I heard the respect in his voice. You aren't? Drew asked. He smiled. I know better than to let a future household name slip through my fingers. So what are you saying exactly? I said, point blank. I'm saying this has been an interesting conversation, and though I might have come here expecting one thing, I'm glad I got something else. And what is that? Drew crossed his arms over his chest. Even Hopper seemed a little perplexed, as if for once he didn't know what Gamble was going to say. You might not be a professional driver in the sense of someone ready to conform for NASCAR and Formula One standards, but you are a driver all the same. You represent a much larger population. As you said, the underground racing scene is going to explode any minute now. I think it's going to be a little longer than that, Drew replied dry. Unless, of course, some eccentric with a lot of money comes along and wants to, as you said, throw in with the underdogs. Are you saying you want to sponsor Drew on an indie level? I asked. I'm saying I think the underground world of racing needs a face, one capable of bringing this unrecognized organization of racers into the spotlight. I felt my lips pull up into an excited smile. It's cold out here, and we have a lot to discuss. Let's meet over at headquarters. Gamble pointed to the condos over the track. We'll be more comfortable, and there's coffee. Of course, Drew agreed. We waited till Gamble and Hopper drove off in the Cadillac before going to the Mustang. What the fuck just happened? Drew pondered. Something big, I said. I don't know what, but it's going to be big. Drew made a whooping sound and pumped his fist in the air. I laughed, but the sound was abrupt because he launched himself at me. I didn't see it coming, and I wasn't prepared. Even if I had time, I wouldn't have been able to prepare for this. 1 second we were laughing, and the next, Drew was in my arms. The weight of him barreling into me was shocking at first. Sure, with football, I was used to unnecessary roughness. But this was different. I wasn't on a football field. This wasn't some play, and I wasn't on the defense. Drew wasn't trying to knock me down. He was hugging me. I liked the way his weight felt colliding into mine. It hit me immediately. But it was like my body was ready. My body knew how to react to Drew. He bounced excitedly at first and slapped me on the back. I chuckled and pressed my palm against his back. Something changed. The excited, celebratory hug turned into more. His body relaxed, and my arms moved, pulling him tighter, throwing his chest right up against mine. Drew's chin dropped onto my shoulder, and his hand stopped slapping my back. Instead, his fingers dug in. So this is what it's like. This was what it was like to be held by Drew, to hold him. Damn.
9. Random car facts by Gearshark. Most people turn their music down when following directions. It totally helps us see better. Drew. A whole new brand of racing. That was the proposal. I came here hoping for a sponsorship, a car with a ton of logos slapped all over it, entrance fees paid to a bunch of legit, well-known races. I didn't get it. I got something better. A chance. Some drivers would be kicking themselves in the ass right now. They'd be feeling let down, denied, rejected. Not me. No. I didn't get a sponsorship or a deal with a lot of backing. I got something a hell of a lot more risky. Something that might ruin my career before it even got started. I got a dirt path through a heavily wooded forest. All I needed was a path. All I needed was a chance. I liked risks. Maybe I was reckless. But with great risk comes great reward. Or at the very least, one hell of an adrenaline rush. I couldn't stop thinking about the meeting with Gamble, about the sharp disappointment I felt when I heard the but in his voice before he finished critiquing my driving. The critique itself was on point, so I couldn't be mad about it. The bottom line was, drivers had to mesh with their main sponsor. Drivers had to be given the freedom to drive the way they wanted. I wasn't going to ask Gamble to look for something other than he normally did in his drivers, just as I would never change the way I raced to please a sponsor. I think it was my rebel without a cause attitude that put what happened back there into motion. Seriously, though, Trent scoffed. This is going to be huge. It was mid-afternoon, and we were on the highway headed back home. Soon as the meeting ended, we grabbed some food and hit the road. Trent was driving. I wasn't sure he knew, but he was the only person I'd ever let drive my car. Usually handing anyone the keys gave me anxiety like a dog in a room full of cats. But not with him. Everyone knew how much I loved my car, but not everyone really understood. In fact, no one really knew. But he did. Since I was literally buzzed from everything that went down, I figured it might be best if he drove. I could totally handle it, but kicking back and letting my mind go to all the possibilities seemed like a pretty fucking fine idea right about now. Dude, I agreed, if we can pull this off. He laughed. Are you kidding? This is like perfect for you. It was pretty freaking perfect. Gamble wanted to create a whole new division of racing, kind of like pro racing's bad boy brother. Where institutions like NASCAR and Formula One, etc., were governed by rules and policies and pages of stipulations, this new world, this new generation of racing, wouldn't be. We would be dirtier, grittier, more exciting. Basically, we'd be just as the indie world was now, but bigger, better. The difference? We'd have money. We'd be given a spotlight. It would be illegal street racing, except it would be legal and we'd have a track. People would flock to it. Why? Because there was something inherently exciting about no rules. It was thrilling. It was taboo. It was dangerous. Most people were too cautious to live like that, but watching someone else do it, from behind the wheel of a sweet-ass car? Hells yeah. The idea was to bring underground racing out of the dark, to set up a series of races, all at legitimate tracks, basically for the non-professional driver. Can I just say that really burns my britches? The fact that any driver who devotes so much time and energy to his car and driving, a man who hones his skill and strives to make a name for himself, only to be called unprofessional and somehow lacking compared to a driver with sponsors and logos, is a bunch of blazing horse shit. Horse shit covered in flies. If anything, the drivers of the indie world are hungrier and more knowledgeable because they have to work and scrape for everything. We might be less controlled, not as honed to the rules of traditional racing, but I'd still put money on one of my own before I would on anyone else. One of my own. It's funny how going to basically interview for a spot on a pro racing team, a place I thought was my endgame, only proved to show me where I really belonged. Exactly where I already was. Not that it was out of the realm I would end up in the pro racing circuit someday. Hell, I'd never rule it out. Gamble said something about having a foot in both worlds someday. I might like that. It would make me a better driver, more well-rounded. But for now, I plan to keep both feet in the indie domain. So, an entire season of races would be set up. Preliminaries to determine the best of the best in my class. Then those drivers would move on. Races would be held. Winners would be crowned. And at the end of the season, a final race to be held right there at Gamble Speedway, a championship race to determine the underground king. Fans hadn't had a new sport to sink their teeth into in a long time, and everyone loved to root for the underdog. Well, this entire institution was being built on them. Pick your underdog. Watch them fight for a title. And the only rule? There are no rules. Side note, of course there would have to be some rules, some kind of standards at which everyone would be held, but these standards wouldn't be as rigid and stifling as the pros. There would be leeway. There would be honor. There would be no guarantees. That was the best part. Gamble wanted to make me the face of the new revolution of racing, the guy who would give a name to it all. He wanted to sponsor me in the races, make sure my car had the best parts, and I had the opportunities to step through the doors he was opening. I'd take all he was offering. But in the end, the only way I'd make it through to the championship, to truly own the world of underground racing, was to drive there. Money would only get me so far. Talent and skill was what would take me across the finish line. Your life is about to get hella busy, Trent said. I wasn't sure, but there might have been a little hesitation in his voice. You up for it? I asked, realizing I'd been so damn pumped I never really asked him what he thought about it all. He seemed to be all about it during the meeting. He'd thrown in ideas and suggestions as we all talked. But now we weren't sitting in a meeting. Now we were in familiar territory, alone. He had time to think. Me? His voice was dubious. Why would I need to be up for it? You know I can't do this without you. He made a sound. Dude, you know damn well I won't be able to do all the work this car's going to need for these upcoming races. I waved away his words. I'm not talking about a mechanic, asshole. Hopper and Gamble seem to think you'd make a good manager. What'd you say to them, anyway? He was sipping on his soda and choked. His arm flung out, and I took the soda before it could spill as he hacked and coughed. Oh, this would be good. I waited until he was done and looked at him expectantly. He hedged and rubbed his hand over the back of his neck. He always did that when he was nervous. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at me, sheepish. I might have called them dicks. I blinked. My head went back with the force of my laugh. You called the richest man in the state of Maryland a dick? Rich people are assholes too, he defended. True dat, I guffawed. I thought you were going to be pissed, he admitted ruefully. Then he frowned. For a minute there, I thought I cost you a deal. If you giving them a hard time about something you didn't like was enough to make them not want to work with me, then I don't want to be associated with them anyway. He seemed surprised. How do you know they did something I didn't like? I felt my lips turn up. It was the second driver, right? His face darkened. No fucking warning. Yeah, that's what I thought. Trent was a little protective. He'd been like that since the first time he'd seen me drive. I didn't even have to see it to know anymore. It was just something I felt. Something I inherently knew. It used to piss me off, make me feel like he thought I was some damn sissy that couldn't take care of himself. But I could. It didn't piss me off anymore. I kinda liked it now. Anyway, I said, clearing my throat. What do you think? Want to be my manager? You're serious? No, moron, I'm fucking playing you. I don't know anything about that either. His voice was regretful. He wants to do it. My stomach fluttered a little. You know me. You know how I drive and what kind of person I am. You can figure out everything else as we go. It's a world where there are no rules. He was thoughtful. Unless, of course, it would be too much. I know my schedule is about to go insane, but yours is already pretty full. With the frat, finishing college. I want to do it, he cut in. Might be some traveling involved when I start doing interviews and shit, I warned. He nodded once. I'm in. Thank God. The thought of leaving town for any amount of time and leaving him behind sort of made me feel sick inside. I pushed away that thought. Sweet. It will probably be a while for stuff to really get moving anyway. Gamble has a lot of calls to make and a lot of doors to get open. Trent nodded. It's not going to be easy, getting all the money involved that's needed to basically start up a new division of racing. He was right. Gamble was rich, but he couldn't finance the entire thing on his own. Well, maybe he could. Hell, I had no idea how rich the guy was. But even so, it would look bad if he paid for everything, and then I won. People would say he bought me a title. No way in hell. Plus, for something as big as this to get all the exposure it needed, there had to be a lot of heavy players involved. Networks and car dealerships, corporations and companies. All that was on Gamble and his people. He was going to start immediately. Until then, I was supposed to do what I was already doing. Focusing on driving. Oh, and one other thing. My shadow. Trent seemed to follow my line of thought. Or maybe it was the gloomy look suddenly in my eyes. When's your babysitter due to arrive? He cracked. I gave him the finger. He ain't a babysitter. Sorry, Trent corrected sarcastically. I mean the professional driver that's showing up in town to sit in the car with you while you drive to give you some pro tips and train you. I don't need a trainer, I growled. Okay then, to help give you an edge over all the other Indy drivers that will likely be fighting for the championship. God. Part of the deal with Gamble was I would drive with someone of his choosing to help hone my skills. He didn't want me to be too green. I didn't mind the help, and I wasn't so arrogant I thought I didn't need improving. What bothered me was I had to learn from someone I'd never met. I had no idea what kind of driver this guy was going to be. But I was stuck with him. At least for a little while, anyway. Supposed to be here day after tomorrow, I grumbled. Trent laughed. Guess that means when he gets here, you'll be regulated to the back seat. He stopped laughing. An irritated look crossed his face. It made me feel satisfied, almost like I hoped it made him jealous. Now why on earth would I want Trent to feel jealous? My mind instantly went to the hug. The hug. Of course I'd hugged people before, lots of people, even guys. But never like that. Deep down, I knew what it meant. I just wasn't ready to confront it.
10. Random Car Facts by Gearshark.
The first car ever for sale in the United States was an Oldsmobile for $650. Trent. It was Pancake Sunday. Pancake Sunday equals a tradition started by Rimmel, Romeo's girl, where the entire family got together every Sunday morning to eat breakfast. At first, I'd kind of been included by default, having been friends with Romeo and Braden for a while. When Drew showed up, it seemed my place in the family became a little more solid, and I was expected at all family dinners, meetings, etc. I didn't have any brothers or sisters by birth, so having them now sort of filled a void in my life I hadn't realized was there. Basically, I loved them. Last night, I managed to slip into the Omega house unnoticed. That almost never happened in a house full of college guys. Someone was always around, and being alone wasn't something I ever expected unless I was in my room with the door locked. Hell yes, I kept my door locked. These guys were assholes. I mean that in the nicest way possible. If I didn't lock my door, I'd wake up in the morning with a mustache drawn on my face, or worse yet, a dick. Tom Barris would never live that shit down. The pics of him with a dick on his face, drawn in Sharpie, would haunt him forever. Being president didn't exempt me from shit like that. It made me more of a target. That's why I invested in a good lock. It was late when we got back to town last night, since we stopped about an hour out of the way at some big car parts store we didn't have around here. The fastback needed some new shit after Drew pushed the engine so hard at Gamble Speedway. Then we stopped for dinner at an Applebee's nearby. I wasn't in a hurry to get back anyway. My spur-of-the-moment support of Jack as president caused some waves. I wasn't anxious to swim in them. Shit, I was tired. It was nice to get away, just Drew and the open road. We went somewhere no one knew us. I didn't realize it would affect the way we interacted, but it had. We were more relaxed with each other, more open, which in turn led to moments of awkwardness. So we were relaxed and awkward with each other almost all at once. When I walked into the house to an open foyer and living room, I considered it my lucky day and shot up to my room, where I stayed the rest of the night. It gave me hope I'd get out of the house again this morning without notice. No such luck. Before I was even out of bed, knocking on my door made me groan. I thought about pretending I wasn't in here, but nixed the thought almost immediately. I wasn't the kind of guy who hid from stuff. Yes, you are, a voice taunted in the back of my mind. It made me grouchy. I flung off the covers and unlocked the door and stuck my head out. What? It was Jack, and he was fully dressed, looking awfully awake for such an early hour on a Sunday. He glanced around as if he didn't want to be seen outside my door. What the fuck? You should come downstairs, he said low. Why? I asked, making sure my tone matched his. He shook his head. Con called a house meeting. Doesn't want you to know about it. That got my attention. Excuse me? I growled. Jack took a step back and glanced at the stairs. Hurry, he mouthed, and rushed off. I shut the door, much quieter than I felt like, and rushed around, as much as one could rush in a tiny-ass room with barely any floor space, pulling out a pair of jeans and a long-sleeved t-shirt. I deliberately chose the one with the Omega symbol on the front and the word President in bold across the back. Something told me I was going to need a little help reminding people who was in charge around this place. I knew Connor was pissed, but to call a house meeting? Behind my back? What the fuck was he thinking? And dude, did he really think I wouldn't get wind of it? As I thought, my phone went off simultaneously. It was 2 texts from 2 different members of Omega. Both texts were variations of, "Get your ass downstairs." It was nice to see Jack wasn't the only one who thought this was bullshit. I didn't bother combing my hair or brushing my teeth before jogging down the stairs. I considered my rumpled appearance and dragon breath part of the punishment for those who thought they could betray me behind my back. Clearly, that's what this was. Why else would Khan hold a meeting he didn't want me to know about? The voices coming from the dining room made my back teeth gnash together. I leave for 1 freaking day. "This isn't right. Trent should be here," someone said. "I agree. What kind of bullshit is this?" another guy chimed in. "If he was doing what's right for the house, he would be here. This meeting wouldn't even be necessary," Khan replied, as if he were the voice of reason amongst the men. My fists clenched at my sides, and I told myself to relax. Going in there ready to smash heads was stupid. I needed to know what was going on before I could figure out how best to deal with this. I did know one thing for certain, though. It was a good fucking thing I didn't back Khan for president. That guy was a tool. I stepped around the corner and let my considerable height and width fill the arched doorway. "We having a meeting?" Hushed silence filled the room, and I felt all eyes on me. I didn't look around. Not yet. Instead, I stared straight at Khan, who was standing at the podium. My spot. The president's spot. "I've called a house meeting," Khan announced. I didn't like his haughty tone. "Kinda hard to have an Omega meeting without the Omega president," I said casually. "Under the bylaws of Omega House as written by our founding fathers," Connor stated as if he had rehearsed this speech 100 times before, "I am exercising my right stated under the Presidential Code of Conduct that any House member can make a movement to have any president voted out of his position with due cause." I chuckled. He was trying to get me unseated. How cute. I was pretty sure the sound of my laughter raised the hair on the backs of some necks in here because people started shifting uncomfortably and clearing their throats. "And what due cause are you claiming to have?" I lifted my eyebrow and stared directly at Khan. "Disloyalty to Omega." I laughed again. This time it was a little deeper, a little harsher sound. I pushed out of the doorway and stepped farther into the room. "Is that so?" I drawled. Some of the confidence Connor carried just seconds ago seemed to evaporate, and a look of doubt crossed his eyes. Good. "So you think I've been disloyal to this house," I stated, making sure my voice carried over the entire room. "You claim I'm somehow a traitor to my own brotherhood and therefore should be unseated as the president, a position I've held for almost 2 years. "He wants you out of the frat completely," one of the upperclassmen nearby spoke up. I crossed my arms over my chest. It was getting harder to contain my anger. This was some serious shit. I moved to the podium, walking with deliberate care. When I got there, I stood right at Khan's back, my excessive height and weight towering over him, and I enjoyed it. "You're in my way," I intoned. He moved. Once in my rightful place at the podium, I made it a point to make eye contact for several seconds with everyone in the room. Some of them were hesitant to look back. I just stared at them until they relented. I would not be pushed around in this house. Hells no. I would not be pushed around by some angry lower-classman that was acting like someone took away his shovel in the sandbox. On this day, my loyalty to Alpha Omega Frat of Alpha University has been called into question. The accuser, presidential candidate Connor Nichols, under Bylaw 35, Section 1, has called a House meeting. I glanced back at the turd. I assume you planned on taking a vote. He nodded curtly. I'd like to know the evidence you have to support my alleged disloyalty. Connor's face flushed. You left Brothers' Night. It's a sacred and time-honored tradition. Ah. I turned my back to him. This past Friday was Brothers' Night. I left. Something came up, and I needed to leave. It was the first Brothers' Night I've ever missed in my 4 years at this fraternity. Low murmurs went around the table. Connor took that as a sign he was losing and making himself look like an ass. That's not all, he shot out. He's stretched himself way too thin. He puts other people who are not members of this house, ahead of his own brothers. As a president, the men in this house should come above all others. This weekend was just an example of how you put us second. I kept my back turned to Con because I was sure if I looked at him, I'd deck him in the face. I don't like the fact my integrity is being called into question here. The anger in my voice could not be missed. I've spent the better part of 2 years dedicating myself to this fraternity. I'm the one who built the case against Zach to get him out. I'm the one who made sure there was sufficient evidence to make sure he stayed gone. I spend hours and hours every single week going to meeting after meeting and representing this house in a respectable manner. We all know once Zach left, no one wanted to associate with us. The Omega name was sullied. I'm the one who turned that around. I fought to get us invites, to get us to events where people could see us doing good. If you want to question my dedication to this frat, perhaps I should pass around the official logbook. Every single hour I spend on Omega business is documented. If that isn't enough, I'd be happy to call the dean on his personal cell phone and ask him on this fine Sunday morning what he thinks of this bullshit. My chest was heaving when I finished talking. Shit. I was pissed. Maybe we should call Drew, ask him how much time you spend with him, Connor taunted. Like a frayed string, I snapped. My hands made a sharp sound when I slapped them on the podium and gripped the edges until the wood dug into my hands. Just what the fuck are you implying? I growled. That maybe the brothers of this house don't want to be represented by a fag. The ear-splitting sound of wood cracking splintered through the room when the podium hit the floor. I spun so fast to face Connor that my vision was actually blurry, but I could still see enough. What did you just say to me? I bit out. His eyes widened. Before he could say anything, I grabbed him up by the front of his shirt and lifted. His feet came up off the ground easily, and he dangled there like an empty piñata. I couldn't stop myself. I was like a train already derailed. The sound my fist made plowing into his face gave me nothing but satisfaction. When I let go of his shirt, he sagged to the ground, and I yanked my arm back again. I was so enraged I couldn't think. All I could do was feel. Hurt, anger, confusion, betrayal. Whoa! A few of the upperclassmen who'd been with me since Rush restrained me and pulled me back. Con sat up and pressed his fingers to the gash on his cheekbone. I'd split the skin open with the force of my hit. The blood was what brought me down off the ledge. The sight of the red stuff oozing out of his face and the look of it on the tips of his fingers. I didn't regret it. Like fuck I would. I itched to punch him again. But once could be considered a lack of judgment. Twice would be considered a choice. I'm good, I said to the guys holding me. I'm straight. Reluctantly, they let go, but stayed at my sides. I turned to the rest of the men all sitting there and watching with interest. It's clear to me the real traitor in this house is the douche who's trying to get me cast out secretly. I find it funny he didn't find fault with my leadership until Friday night when I backed Jack for president, not him. Another murmur went around the room. But I digress. Y'all want me out? It's your call. Just know I won't be around to clean up the mess he makes next year like I was when Zach left. To the guy next to me, I said, "Put it to a vote." He cleared his throat and stepped forward. All those in favor of dethroning the current president of Alpha Omega, say aye. No one said shit. I made sure I waited several long, silent minutes to make it clear as day that Connor was a complete loser. "That's bullshit," he spat and jumped to his feet. All those in favor of removing Connor as a presidential candidate for the upcoming election, say aye, I boomed over the room. Everyone lifted their hands and spoke. I glanced at Con. "You're out." "You can't do that!" he cried like the little bitch he was. "Since you seem so familiar with the bylaws and codes of this fraternity, I am sure you are well aware that I can." "You can't kick me out." "You're not out," I said mildly. "You're still a brother, but you won't be president of this house." He started to say something, but I made a slashing motion in the air with my hand, and he flinched. "We now only have one candidate for House President," I stated. "Is there anyone who would like to throw their name in the ring for election? You will be welcomed." Connor laughed. "Are you kidding? Everyone is scared of you now." "The only person who should be scared of me is you," I replied. "That was a threat." "I didn't hear any threat," the guy beside me said. Everyone else started to say the same. "Anyone?" I asked after a few moments. No one came forward. I glanced at Jack. "That means Jack will be our next president. Hope you're up for the job." "I'll do my best," he spoke out. Connor started talking again. "Get him the fuck out of my sight," I yelled. He was carted away. "We'll still hold a formal vote to make it official," I said to the remaining men in the room, "and I'll start mentoring him now." Everyone nodded and shifted like they weren't sure what to do. I cleared my throat. "I'd like to thank everyone here for their loyalty today. You did the right thing by not following him. I'm thinking that's enough house drama for one day. Meeting adjourned. Enjoy what's left of your weekend." No one left the room. It was like they were all glued into place. I glanced down at the cracked podium. "We'll take care of that," my buddies offered. "Thanks. I'm just gonna go get some air. Be right back." I walked out of the room, my neck prickling the entire way. Soon as I turned the corner for the front door, people started talking. It was low whispers, some excited and some filled with awe. I heard the word gay whispered by more than one man. I walked right out the front door and into the frigid morning air. I kind of sensed what Con believed on Friday when he told me to say hi to Drew. Such innocent words spoken with so much underlying meaning. I ignored him. I thought he was just being an asshole. I never thought of it as a threat. Not only had that little peckerhead just tried to get me kicked out of my own damn fraternity, but he also told everyone I was gay, and he said it using language that made me cringe. I wasn't gay. I yanked my cell out of my back pocket and texted Drew. Can't make it to breakfast. Frat business.
Everything okay?
He texted back. Yeah, TTYL. After my terse reply, I shut my phone off and shoved it back in my pocket. I didn't want to talk to anyone right now, especially Drew. I wasn't gay. Except, maybe I was.
11. Random car facts by Gearshark. Los Angeles has 3 times more cars than people. Then why does it take so long to get a pizza delivered? Drew. The day job was the actual equivalent to a soul-sucking Grim Reaper. Every morning I got up and put on my dress pants and button-down shirts. I had a drawer full of ties with stripes and professional patterns. I hated wearing a tie. What was the point? Like a scrap of silk hanging around my neck was supposed to make me more capable of doing my job? Felt more like a noose. Some days when I got to work and the boss wasn't there, I took it off and shoved it in my desk drawer. And every day I wore my leather jacket on the drive to the office because at least it made me feel a little bit more like me. It was getting harder and harder to get up every morning and go to a job I really hated. Okay, to be fair, I didn't hate the actual job. I didn't mind messing around on computers. I was good at it. But doing it all day, every day, to the tune of someone else's instructions? Fucking torture. I needed this job. It paid well, even for a basic position, not at some fancy company like my father wanted me to be at. That's why I stayed. With the salary I was paid, I was able to cover the portion of the rent and shit at the house and still have a lot left over, which I could put into my car. Granted, I probably wouldn't have so much left for the car if I had to pay actual rent, especially for a house like the one I lived in. A 4-bedroom, 2-story in one of the best neighborhoods in the entire state. We had our own gym, an updated kitchen, big family room with a fireplace, and a fenced-in backyard. The driveway was big enough for all our cars, and there was even room in the garage for me to store all the tools and shit I used on the Mustang. Of course, I wished I could park my car in the garage, but that's where Romeo's lime green Hellcat was kept. I wasn't mad about it, though. The guy paid an entire year of the rent up front and then moved in the entire family, except Trent. The only thing all of us split was the utilities. So yeah, I was lucky because I had a lot left over for my car and shit. I wasn't sure how much longer we'd be living here, though. Romeo and Braden were building some big house they were calling a compound. It was a huge place with a wall around the entire property, which was several acres. For reals. Being they were both pro football players and now my sister had her own column with People magazine and a popular YouTube channel all about fashion and girl stuff, the press never left them alone. Soon as Ivy announced she was pregnant with my niece, a total surprise by the way, the plans for the compound were moved up because everyone agreed we all needed the privacy and the protection. Rimmel, Romeo's wife, had been through a lot of shit over the years, and Romeo was like a freaking lion with a den full of cubs when it came to protecting her. Even though they didn't have kids, the press hounded her, following her around and sometimes staking out the animal shelter she ran just hoping for a picture of a baby bump she didn't have. Hell, even on Pancake Sunday, it was getting hard to have a family meal because my family was a bunch of celebrities. Soon as the house was done, this place wouldn't be needed anymore, so I wasn't sure where I'd go. I'd probably just rent my own apartment or maybe a 1-bedroom house with a garage for my car. I'd been putting aside money out of every paycheck so I'd have a decent amount saved for a deposit and shit. I think Ivy assumed I'd be coming to the compound with her and the fam. I wasn't sure that was in the cards for me. I didn't want to impose on the couples. Sometimes I felt like a fifth wheel. Not that I'd ever say that to my sister. She'd give me a lecture. I'd miss the baby, though. My niece totally stole my heart from the day she was born. I'd never been a kid person, but she wasn't just a kid. Nova had me wrapped around her tiny pink finger. Sometimes I was on uncle duty with her so Bea and Ivy could get out and be alone. I liked it, though. She was a good listener, and unlike most women, she never gave me crap. I figured that might change when she started talking, but I'd enjoy it while I could. Maybe after Trent graduated, I'd see if he wanted to throw in on a rental with me. He'd been quiet lately. I'd barely talked to him since we got back from the meeting with Gamble. He texted to bow out of Pancake Sunday, and I hadn't talked to him at all the rest of the day. When I texted him this morning, he hadn't answered, so I called. Fuck how early the clock said it was. He always answered my texts. I didn't realize how uptight I'd been feeling until his gruff, half-asleep voice came on the line. Even if he was being a grouchy bastard, just hearing his voice relaxed me. We didn't talk long, because he was still half asleep and a grouchy bastard, and I had to go to work and protect my soul. I asked him if everything was okay. He said it was. I wasn't sure I believed him. Something was up. I wanted to know what it was. I'd looked at my phone several times today, and the clock. I knew T's schedule. We'd been friends long enough I knew his general daily routine. Every time I knew he was in between classes, at lunch, or likely not to be in the middle of something, I picked up my phone. I set it back down right after, though. I didn't text him. I didn't call. He didn't either. He was avoiding me. I was starting to think I was avoiding him too. Maybe that's why I was in even more of a disgruntled mood today. Maybe it wasn't just the tie around my neck, this stupid desk, the bright glow of the desktop computer in front of me, and the shitty coffee at my elbow. Might as well drink an ashtray. Seriously, though? I yelled over my cubby. Who made this coffee? The only reply was a few muffled laughs and some mumbled agreements. On my lunch break, I flipped through the latest issue of Gearshark and read the feature article on Roger Bones, the new king of NASCAR. It didn't help my mood either. The more excited I got for our new revolution in racing and bringing the underground scene out of the dark, the more prissy I felt toward the pros. There was a clear line drawn between the two groups. On one side lived the pro racers, loaded with sponsors and money. They got the spotlight and all the attention. Then on the other side were all the indie drivers like me. We weren't professional because we didn't have the money and the backing of big companies. Because my leather jacket didn't have a million logos proving my substance, I wasn't worth a dime. What a double standard. I did the work. I drove more than the pros did. They didn't get as much track time as I logged on the streets weekly. They likely didn't do the work on their own cars because they had a team to do it for them. They didn't have to get out there and talk to pit crews, men who worked at the raceways, etc., because they already had the attention they needed. It was a bunch of horse shit. I couldn't wait till the indies could prove themselves. No, we wouldn't be driving against the pro drivers because we were in a different division. But maybe someday. Until then, it would be sweet enough to make them share the spotlight. I wondered about Gamble, if he was getting the ball rolling. I was anxious to get started. The sooner we could make this happen, the sooner I could get the hell out from behind this desk. My babysitter was supposed to be here tonight. I knew nothing about him except his name was Joey. I hoped he wasn't some stuck-up driver who thought he was better just because he was a pro. If that were the case, it was going to be a long fucking couple weeks. Or however long he was supposed to be riding shotgun with me. Trent knew the guy was coming today. He hadn't said shit about it. Did he just not care anymore? Maybe he's just busy. Chill, dude. God, I was acting like a goddamned woman. He'd call when he could. He did have a busy schedule. 10 minutes before quitting time, I shut down the programs I had open and powered off my desktop. I made a show of straightening up my paperwork and desk and thumbed through a few more pages of Gearshark before the clock finally hit 5. I sprang up out of my office chair with more excitement than I'd showed the entire day, grabbed my suit jacket, and hot-footed it outside. In the parking lot, I unknotted the tie and let it drape over my shoulders. After I unbuttoned the buttons at my neck, I rolled the sleeves up to my elbows and shoved my hands through my hair, messing it up a little. I was feeling more like myself already. The fastback was parked near the building, and I paused to throw my suit jacket in the trunk, exchanging it for my leather. Before I took off, I checked my phone. Still no calls or texts. On the way home, I played the music as loud as I could and cracked the window so the cold air swirled around in the interior. If it were summer, I'd have all the windows rolled down. Nothing better than an open road, loud music, and the fresh air whipping through the car. It was complete freedom. When I pulled up to the house, the Mustang jerked a little, following my sudden reaction to the unfamiliar car in the driveway. Unfamiliar, in a familiar way, that is. The neon yellow skyline was unmistakable. I'd just raced it over the weekend when it appeared on the track out of nowhere, and disappeared just as quickly. No introduction, no greeting, nothing. When I asked about the driver, Gamble smiled and told me he'd be my mentor. I couldn't exactly tell him no, though I really fucking wanted to. The last person I wanted to learn anything from was some douche who thought he was too good to introduce himself to me. And he drove like an asshole. A fast asshole, but one all the same. Fine. The dude could drive. I could barely keep up. He was probably arrogant about it, too. Since I didn't have a choice, I pulled into the driveway, around the skyline, avoiding looking at it, and parked in my usual spot. B's sweet-ass fancy truck was in the driveway. It was spotless. I was pretty sure he still got a hard-on when he looked at it. It was a Christmas gift from everyone. When Ivy asked me what kind of truck would be good for her husband, I jokingly pointed to one that was rare, expensive, and badass. I never thought she'd get a hold of one. I really should have known better. All she had to do was go bat her eyes at Romeo, and the truck appeared just like that. Rome seriously had some pull in life. There wasn't anything I'd seen him want that he didn't get. I glanced in the rear view and made out the shape of someone sitting in the driver's seat. Clearly they were waiting for me. I resisted the urge to bang my head on the steering wheel and got out. I didn't hurry over to the car, which was clearly well taken care of. Instead, I took my time, like I was taking a stroll. The sky was twilight, daylight fading fast. In the next half hour or so, the sky would be totally dark. I was ready for summer. Warm nights, long days. The door opened and I stopped walking, bracing myself for the sky. A pair of small feet hit the ground, and my forehead wrinkled. I watched, fascinated, as the person stepped around the door and slammed it closed. My eyes traveled from the feet, up the black denim-covered legs, rounded hips, narrow waist, and my mouth dropped open when I hit the pair of perfectly globe-like tits. "You're gonna catch flies," the stranger said, clear amusement in her voice. Yeah, her. It was a woman. I forced my eyes off her chest, which was seriously impressive, to her face. I blinked. "You're a girl." Her straight white teeth flashed beneath pale, glossy lips. "Nice of you to notice." She had creamy skin, smooth and even. It wasn't too pale, but it wasn't very tan either. Her face was shaped like a heart, her cheekbones wide and high, her chin was slightly pointy, but there was a faint cleft in the center. She watched me with open humor through green eyes rimmed with impossibly dark lashes. Topping it all off was her hair. There was a lot of it, and it was dark, not quite black, but way too dark to be just brown. It was long and curly, kind of wild, like she too liked to drive with the windows down. Her long, shapely legs came forward, carrying her close. The woman was fairly tall, taller than all the women in my house. She was probably close to 5'7". I stood there still stunned as she reached up and pushed up on my chin, closing my mouth, which was totally hanging open. "I thought Joey was coming," I said. She smirked and stuck her hand between us.
"I'm Josephine. Joey for short."
I put my hand in hers and we shook. "That's your car?" I gestured to the skyline.
"That's the one."
"You were driving the other day?" I asked, skeptical. She smirked again. I was beginning to think it was a bad habit of hers.
"Smoked you."
I made a scoffing sound and yanked my hand back. "Like hell you did!" She'd laughed, totally thrilled she pissed me off.
"Don't worry."
She patted my chest.
"You kept up better than most. Even with a car that—"
I snatched her hand off my chest and growled, "You insult my car and I'll kick your ass." She pressed the hand to her chest and batted her green eyes.
"Didn't anyone ever teach you not to speak to a lady that way?"
I rolled my eyes. "Something tells me you can handle it."
"So,
She gestured to my clothes.
leather and dress pants. I like it."
"I just got off work," I grouched.
"And I can see the battle happening between your real job and the one you want."
I bristled. "Driving is a real job. Just because I don't have some fancy sponsor like you."
"Down, boy."
She whistled.
"I was kidding."
"Real drivers don't joke about racing." Her lips pursed, and she studied me. I stared back at her levelly. She was totally not what I was expecting tonight.
"He was right."
She declared. "Who?" I demanded.
"Gamble. He said you have what it takes to pull in an entire fan base."
I snorted. I learned it from my lovely snorty sister, Rimmel. "And why's that?"
"Passion. You have it. Lots of it."
"And what do you think about the Indies getting a chance at their own mainstream sport?" I challenged, lifting a brow. Beneath her lip, her tongue slid over her teeth as she stared at me.
"Honestly?"
She spoke, and I prepared myself for a total asshole comment.
"I'm jealous."
I blinked. That was not what I was expecting. I seemed to be thinking that about her a lot. "Come again?" I asked. She shrugged.
"A whole new racing division? No rules, starting from scratch to make it whatever you want it to be? Sounds amazing."
Her last words were spoken in a wistful sigh. "I think most drivers would say your setup sounds amazing."
"Yeah, nothing like being ordered to the other side of the state to teach someone how to drive that doesn't need taught and who clearly doesn't want you around."
Damn. That was spot on. I grinned. "You think I don't need to be taught?" She rolled her eyes.
"You know how to drive,"
she allowed.
"but you definitely have things to learn. You're like a wild card behind the wheel."
I took that as a compliment. "Come on," I motioned and went toward the front door. "I need to take off this uniform." I went ahead to open the door, and I totally felt her checking out my ass. "Enjoying the view?" I called out.
"I've seen better,"
she answered. I laughed out loud. At least she didn't deny she was looking. Inside, I kicked off my dress shoes, which were obviously designed by Satan, and motioned for her to shut the door. I hung my jacket nearby and pulled my cell out of my pocket, checking the screen for any texts. None. My palm settled over the back of my neck, and I rubbed the tension building there. The sound of toenails clicking over the hardwood made me smile, and I pocketed my phone just as Prada, my sister's chihuahua, bounced into the room wearing a pink tutu. The second she saw Joey, she started barking and growling like she was going to eat her. Good girl, I told her and patted her on the head.
Funny,
Joey replied and crouched down, offering her hand to Prada. To my surprise, the dog stopped yapping and approached her cautiously.
Animals love me.
Forrester, get in here, yelled a voice from the kitchen. I smiled. Come on, I'll introduce you to my brother-in-law. He'd eat her alive, and it would be so fun to watch. Braden was standing in the kitchen with Nova in his arms. Looked like he just finished feeding her because there was food all over the counter and on him. But there wasn't a spot on the little angel in his arms. You need a shower, I told him. Nova grinned at me, her fat baby cheeks rounding out even more. There's my girl, I said. She leaned her body toward me, and I snatched her out of Bee's arms. When the baby snuggled against my shoulder for a few long seconds, my heart felt full. Giving your daddy hell, I hope. She lifted her head and looked up. Her eyes were blue like mine. I still maintained she got them from me and not her mother. They were lined with dark lashes, and the downy hair on her head was completely dark, too. She got that from her father. She had some kind of headband around her head. It was black and white striped and had a giant gold flower on the side. The pants covering her lower half were black and white striped, and her t-shirt was white with a big gold hashtag in the center. Clearly, Ivy had dressed her. I kissed her cheeks loudly while supporting her head, and she laughed. Bee cleared his throat and glanced at Joey. She didn't wait for me to introduce her. Instead, she stepped forward and offered her hand.
I'm Joey, the driver here to school Drew.
Oh, God, here we go. Oh, shit, Braden guffawed. Drew's getting schooled by a woman? He cracked and swung to me. Dude, you're getting schooled by a girl. I covered Nova's ears and mouthed the words, "Screw you," at him. Braden chuckled and glanced back at Joey. I'm Braden, married to Drew's sister. Maker of that bundle of cuteness right there. He pointed at Nova. Joey smiled.
She's definitely cute.
That's because my sister made her, I corrected. Where is she anyway? Filming a video for her channel, Braden answered, dumping the dishes he used in the sink. She's trying to get ahead so when I go back to training she'll have more free time.
What do you do?
Joey asked. I laughed. He's a football player for the Knights.
Right,
Joey said.
I should have known that, I guess.
No reason to, B shrugged. I knew without him saying he was glad she had no idea who he was. As a rule, we didn't bring strangers around the house. Ever. It was too hard to trust people. Most of them just wanted a piece of him or Romeo, or the girls. At least now we knew it wouldn't be an issue to have Joey around, since she would be for the foreseeable future. Hey, you mind watching her while I jump in the shower? He gestured to his shirt, which was still covered in baby food. Someone didn't like her dinner. He glowered at Nova. She laughed. Sure, man, go ahead. After, we're gonna head out. Braden stopped in the doorway. Where's Trent been? I wasn't the only one who noticed his absence. Stuff going on at the fraternity, I said. I texted him and he didn't reply. Rome either, he went on. You better tell him if you don't answer soon, we're gonna ride over there and beat his ass. I nodded, but didn't say anything else. I didn't know what else to say. When B was gone, Joey spoke.
Trent is your manager, right? The guy at the track the other day?
Yeah, I replied, going to the fridge for a water. I really wanted a beer, but that was a bad example for the little lady in my arms. Plus, we'd probably be out driving tonight.
I'd like to meet him,
she said, sitting down at the island. I handed her a water. Sure, I said, perking up a little. Soon as B's done, we can drive over to where he lives. I'll introduce you. I wasn't really doing it for her. I was using her as an excuse to go over there, just to see him. Once I made sure he was okay, I could go back to avoiding him.
12.
Random Car Facts by Gearshark.
Even criminals have manners. The famous crime couple Bonnie and Clyde once wrote Henry Ford a thank you letter for the reliability and performance of his cars. Trent. Week from hell. Turns out Sunday was just the beginning of the shitstorm brewing over my life. In between classes and Omega duties, Khan continued to act like a little bitch. Well, excuse me. According to him, I was the bitch. As in, another man's bitch. He never said it when other people were around. He only taunted me with words my mother would have slapped the eyebrows off my face for using when I was the only one within earshot. When other brothers were around, he acted like nothing happened, like he never tried to overthrow me and like I never split his face open with my fist. I itched to do it again, except this time, I wouldn't stop with just one hit. I'd freaking pound him until I felt better. I couldn't. All that would do is give him ammunition to use against me. Beating his ass might actually give him something to go whine to the dean about. As much as I hated the guy, I would rather eat fresh shit, which was way worse than day-old shit, than give him the pleasure. His words and taunts bothered me, which in turn bothered me more. Usually, I didn't give two shits what anyone said to me. I was a confident guy. I was strong and silent. I was secure enough in myself that people's words never hurt. Being taunted about being gay shouldn't bother me. But it did. Fuck, it felt like a scorching hot poker being driven right into my spine. It stung because I wasn't secure in this. I denied the way I felt for so long. I pushed the feelings down inside me because they scared me so much, because I thought they were wrong. I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't keep lying to myself. It was tearing me up inside. But just because I was admitting to myself that, yeah, I was probably gay, didn't mean I was ready to tell anyone. I didn't want to talk about it, and I certainly didn't want to be fucking taunted. I knew people in the house were talking. Khan's plan to dethrone me might not have worked, but apparently his accusation that I was gay wasn't as hard to convince people of. Some people treated me exactly as they always had. I felt a new appreciation for those people. Others looked at me with pity in their eyes, like I had some kind of horrible disease that couldn't be cured. That pissed me off. Maybe I was gay. So what? I was still the same guy I'd been my entire life. I was still a football player. I was still Omega president. I still loved cars and hated romance movies. That's where the confusion came in. I was still the same, irrevocably. Did that mean I really wasn't gay? I'd dated women all my life. Because that's what you were supposed to do. I liked sex with women. Not as much as you should. These feelings had just become harder to deny. Because of Drew. I pulled my Mustang into the lot of the frat house. Classes were over for the week, and I plan to lie low this weekend. I didn't get out right away, though, even after I turned off the engine. I stared through the windshield across the wide yard around the stone house. I was pretty sure I was in love with Drew. Like, in love with him. I tried not to be. It was a losing battle. When he showed up here earlier in the week with his new mentor, everything I felt about him became undeniable. He was a she. Gamble didn't just send any driver. He sent a woman. She was a badass driver. She was also incredibly beautiful. The second she stepped out of the passenger side of the fastback and smiled up at Drew, I was pummeled. It made me crazy to see them together. Joey was basically a female version of Drew, his perfect complement. She had long, dark, wild hair, sparkly eyes, and a body that wouldn't quit. I wasn't attracted to her. I was too busy hating her. Joey was everything Drew wanted in a girl, and I wasn't. Hell, I wasn't even the right gender. I could tell by the way he was with her, Drew was interested. It thrashed my insides. I retreated like a fucking coward to lick my wounds, to sink even further into the dark shadows of isolation. I avoided Drew as much as I could. I avoided Romeo and Braden, Ivy and Rimmel. I even avoided little Nova. It hurt. It hurt to separate myself from the people I'd made my family. But I couldn't be around them and not see Drew. They'd know something was wrong. And I wasn't ready to tell anyone. Fuck, I was barely able to admit it to myself. I was going to lose my family over this, and my best friend. I'd graduate college and move on. They'd all be gone. I'd be alone. I dropped my head back against the seat and stared up at the gray fabric on the ceiling. I didn't know what to do. Maybe it isn't only Drew, a voice whispered in the back of my head. I sat up, intrigued by the thought. Maybe I would be attracted to other guys too, like other gay men. Men who understood what I was feeling. Men who'd been where I was. The truth was, I wasn't fighting being gay. I was fighting being in love with my best friend. It would ruin everything, my entire family. But if I loved another man, I could keep my friendship. I could keep my family. For the first time all week, I felt like maybe there was some hope. I needed to test this theory. I needed to see what it was like being around other men, to see if I could feel something for anyone other than my best friend. I pulled out my phone and started searching.
13. Random Car Facts by Gearshark. The first American car race was in the year 1895, and the top speed was 7 miles per hour. We at Gearshark think our cover model, Drew Forrester, would fall asleep driving at that pace. Drew. Twice. That's how many times I saw Trent this week. Once when I showed up to introduce him to Joey, and once a few days ago when I stopped by to give him a car part I'd ordered for his Mustang. He'd been on his way out, so I literally handed him the part. We exchanged a few stupid pleasantries like strangers, and then he left. So basically, I'd seen him not at all. His reaction to Joey wasn't what I expected either. He was stunned at first, of course, about her being a girl. We all totally expected a dude. I know, what a sexist thing to say. But in my defense, there were hardly any female race car drivers in the pro circuit, and almost as few in the indie world. It just wasn't common. She could drive. She proved it that first day on the track, and then countless other times this week when we'd go out driving. She was basically hell on high heels. Yup, she drove in heels. She was something. I was thinking about asking her out. I mean, why not? She was hot, drove like a badass, and had a smart mouth. I liked her. But something held me back. Every time I thought about seeing if she'd be interested in taking more than the cars for a ride, I didn't. She was kind of my coworker. It would be unprofessional to date a coworker. Even in a world where there were no rules and she'd be going back to where she came from soon. Maybe it wasn't because she was a coworker. It was something else. Something that made me uncomfortable and kind of squirmy to think about. How was I supposed to think about it anyway when all I could think about was driving and the lack of T's presence? We were definitely avoiding each other. He started it, but I hadn't tried very hard to find out why. I, too, was participating in the avoidance. I missed him. Like someone ripped a gaping hole in my life, in my chest. The cold air whistled through it constantly, creating an odd, painful ache. Deep down, I suspected why we were dancing around each other this way. Maybe I should just admit it to myself. Say the words inside my own head. Try them out. I'm not ready.
Earth to Drew,
Joey said, waving her hand in front of my face. I snapped out of my head and back to reality. Huh? She made a sound and set down her fork.
You want to talk?
I blinked and glanced around the busy restaurant as if I suspected someone might know what I'd been thinking. We stopped in here for a bite before we hit the streets. We'd been at the Chesapeake Speedway 3 nights this week already, so tonight I wanted to really take to the open road. I was so anxious to open up the full power of my car, the balls of my feet itched. I felt like I was filled to the brim with tension and anxiety, and the only way to get it out was going to be to drive so fast it all blew away. Sorry, I mumbled, and picked out a fry on my plate. I was just thinking about something I wanted to try with my engine. I lied. She was eating a giant salad, no fries. Course, even if she had ordered them, I wouldn't be eating them off her plate. They wouldn't taste as good.
Look, I know we've only known each other a week, but it seems like something's bothering you,
she said, point blank. You're direct, I hedged. I like that.
Yeah, well, I come by it honestly,
she muttered. What do you mean? She sighed like she was sentenced to some chore she didn't want to do.
Ron Gamble is my father.
I abandoned the fries I wasn't even eating to gawk at her. What the what?
Can we skip the whole oh my god thing?
She moaned.
We already did that when you saw I was a girl.
I chuckled. You get that reaction a lot, huh?
Are you kidding? Being a girl and Ron Gamble's offspring is a double-edged sword.
She picked up her Coke and took a sip. I really appreciated that it wasn't diet. And her salad had steak on it. Most girls drank diet or water and ate lettuce. It was totally boring. I guess I can see how it might be an issue. She gave me a bored look.
The odds are stacked against me. I have to prove myself twice as much because I'm a female driver. Then, when I do smoke all the meatheads on the track, it's because Daddy bought me fancy car parts, got me fancy training, and paid my way into the pros.
You want to be known for your talent and skill, I stated.
Just like every other driver on the road. It's a constant fight.
Weariness crept into her tone. I bet she intimidated about 98% of the men she met. She was strong, independent, and went after what she wanted. She clearly excelled in her chosen sport and didn't try to ride the coattails of her rich father. Hell, I hadn't even realized she was his daughter. Clearly they kept it on the down low as much as possible. Not to mention she was beautiful and the descendant of a very powerful man. Yeah, the deck was stacked against her. Kinda made me feel better about my shitty week. Yeah, I was an ass. It was going to take a strong man to stand next to a woman like her. You should make it easier on yourself and stop driving in heels, I said. She looked at me funny. I shrugged. Well, clearly you already have enough to battle against. Why strap those demons on your feet? Wear sneakers. Might as well be comfortable while you piss off everyone. She burst out laughing. When she got herself under control, she flipped her wild curls over her shoulder and squinted at me.
You don't care, do you?
That Gamble's your father? I shook my head. Nope.
That's a nice change.
If it makes a difference, I began and leaned forward across the table. I think your success is even more impressive now that I know. Having him as a father is definitely a career handicap, but you keep going anyway, and you're a good driver. For a girl. She threw a piece of bread at me. It reminded me of how I always blew my straw paper at Trent.
I'm not that successful,
she said.
Yet.
You're an up-and-comer. It's just a matter of time.
How do you know?
She asked. I gave her a level look. I looked you up. Impressive stats.
You looked me up?
I don't know why she was surprised. Think I was going to drive with someone who knew all about me and I knew nothing about them?
Fair enough,
she allowed. You were on the drivers to watch list for next season in Gearshark.
It was a very brief mention.
Her voice was clipped. You sound bitter.
Maybe a little. All the men had bios posted. All I had was one line of stats. Nothing else.
I'd noticed that too. Must be hell to be a woman in a male-dominated sport. Well, it will be even sweeter when you leave them all in your dust and start making covers.
So what about you?
She asked, changing the subject. What about me?
You were about to tell me what's got your panties in a bunch.
I scowled. I don't wear panties. I wear boxer briefs. Want to see 'em? I wagged my eyebrows suggestively. She couldn't be distracted.
Is it Trent?
I sobered. Why would you ask that? She shrugged one shoulder.
I'd gotten the impression you two were close, but he hasn't been around at all this week. I thought maybe that's why you're acting like someone stole your favorite toy.
Perceptive. And annoying. Luckily, I was saved from answering when my cell rang. I pulled it out quickly and glanced down with a little bit of a flutter in my stomach. I knew he'd call, but it wasn't him. My mood darkened and my stomach turned sour. It was a number I didn't recognize. I wasn't going to answer it, but if I didn't, I'd have to keep talking to Joey. What? I demanded. I never said I had to be friendly. Impromptu race down near River Falls Street. Buy-in is $4,000. If you commit, you'll be number 5, making the pot a $20,000 take. You in? I whistled low. $20,000? That's some high stakes. Joey looked up, interested. Lorehaven's call. The voice, which I did not know, said. He was talking low and hushed. Lorehaven know you're inviting me? I asked. Nope. Thought it might make things interesting, though. Make him work a little harder for a win. Who said he'd win? I countered. The person laughed. Exactly. I made a sound. I'm real tempted, but I don't have $4,000 lying around. Damn, that's disappointing. But thanks for the invite. Joey practically leapt over the table. Do it! I glanced up. What? A race? She mouthed. I nodded. What? The man on the other end of the line asked. He'd thought I was talking to him. "Hang on," I said, and looked at her.
"I have the money. Let's go."
She slapped her napkin on the table and stood to grab her leather moto jacket off her chair. Excitement pumped into my system. "Actually, I'm in," I said. "When's it starting?" "5 minutes," he answered. I hung up and stood. "We gotta haul ass, woman."
My first street race.
The curls on her head bounced with excitement. I threw some money on the table to cover the bill and reached for her hand. "Come on. I'm about to show you how the other half of the racing world drives."
14. Random Car Facts by Gearshark.
Nissan invented an artificial butt to test out car seats. We at Gearshark want to know if they put underwear and pants on it. Trent. I lied to Drew. I told him I had frat business and couldn't hang with him and Joey tonight. Then I called a cab and met it across campus, away from the Alpha U house. After I gave the driver the address of the place I wanted to go, I shut my phone off and slid it into my pocket. I was nervous and kinda scared, but not enough of either to change my mind. Instead, I sat in the back of the cab and thought about Drew. I knew I shouldn't, but it was something I'd never allowed very much before. Before, I'd been too busy denying how I felt. I didn't have to deny it anymore, at least inside my own head. So I thought about him, about the way I sometimes ached to run my fingers through his hair when it was messy, how his laugh made my stomach tighten, and how when I stared at his fingers gripping a steering wheel, I sometimes wish it were my hand. I also allowed myself to think about the way it felt to have him in my arms. He was strong and capable. His body was hard, and his arms gripped me tight. I loved that. I'd always been the one to do the holding with women. It was me who wrapped around them. They were always so small and fragile. Not Drew. He had arms capable of holding me, shoulders broad enough to rest my head on. I wouldn't have to be conscious of my size as much with him. I wouldn't have to worry I might hurt him. If anything, he had the power to hurt me. I'd never felt vulnerable before. I wasn't sure I liked it. 30 minutes later, the cab pulled into the lot of a well-lit building. Cars filled the lot, and music filtered out from inside. I paid the astronomical fare and stood in the lot until the driver was out of sight. The door to the place swung open, and 2 guys came out. They were laughing and had their arms loosely slung around each other. Even though I stared at them, they didn't see me. To them, they were alone. When one drunkenly stumbled, the other picked up his slack and righted him. "Come on," he chuckled. "Let's pour you into bed." "Only if you come with me," the drunker of the pair said. "Just like every night." They moved off in the opposite direction toward a line of cars. I asked myself how seeing and hearing them made me feel. I searched for the most honest answer I had. They made me homesick. For Drew. The place was called the 8 Ball. It was in the next county over, away from Alpha University, and everyone I might know. Along with being a full-service bar, there were also pool tables and a setup for a live band on the weekends. And one other detail. This place was predominantly a gay bar. It was the kind of place I knew I could come to and see what I, felt. Figuring I spent enough time standing around in the parking lot, I headed inside. At first, I felt kind of awkward walking in, kinda like it meant I had a neon sign around my neck that was flashing, "I'm gay," in bold letters. but when the door closed behind me, no one turned to stare. The music didn't screech to a halt. It was a bar just like all the others I'd been to. It was a big place, with the big square bar anchoring the center. On every side there were stools, and the bartenders worked out of the middle. I couldn't help but wonder if they felt like they were in a fishbowl. Spread around the bar were tables of varying sizes, and half-backed booths lined the walls. It was darker over on that side of the bar, and I didn't pay too close attention, figuring that's where the guys who wanted some privacy went. I wasn't ready for that. On the other side of the room were the pool tables, and all of them were full with guys playing games. Then on the other side of the tables was a stage where I figured the bands set up and played. It was clean, the music was loud and current, and everyone seemed to be having a good time. Unsure what to do, I walked around to the side of the bar where there was a couple open stools and sat down. A bartender appeared in front of me. "Hey man, what can I get you?" "Draft beer, whatever's good here," I replied. He moved off to get it, and I couldn't help but wonder if he was gay. What a stupid thing to wonder, I told myself. I didn't care if he was. I didn't care if he wasn't. The way I saw it, and always had, it didn't matter. All that mattered was he wasn't an asshole. But I guess questioning myself made me want to question others. $5, he said when he came back and set the amber liquid in front of me in a frosty glass. I slid the money across the glossy bar top, along with a tip. He winked at me. "Thanks, hot stuff." I felt myself blush. Guess that answered that question. He moved off down the bar and started slinging drinks like he could do it in his sleep. Hanging nearby on the wall was a large flat screen turned on to the sports channel. I watched that and sipped my beer. A few minutes later, the bartender appeared again. He leaned his elbows on the top in front of me. "First time in a place like this?" he asked. I pulled the beer away from my lips and grimaced. "That obvious?" He laughed. "No, but I usually recognize all the faces. Yours, I don't." "I'm not from around here," I answered. "Fresh meat?" he mused. "What? Did you come alone?" I nodded. He straightened off the bar and smiled. "Well, you won't be alone long." I didn't really get the chance to think about that because someone sat down beside me. He was wearing a red flannel shirt and jeans. His hair was light brown, long, and pulled back. He was nothing like Drew. I smiled at him. "Hey." "Hey, what are you drinking?" "Whatever the bartender handed me." He laughed, genuine. The bartender stopped in front of him and winked at me as if to say, "Told ya." "Bud Light," the guy said. Seconds later, the dark long neck appeared on the bar. "What's your name?" he asked, turning back to me. "Trent." He nodded. "Max." Max had some scruff on his jaw, a little lighter than the hair on his head. It reminded me of Drew. I often wondered what it would be like to kiss someone with facial hair. I wondered if it would feel rough or silky. Stop thinking about Drew. "You like sports?" Max asked. I smiled a little. "Yeah." "You look like a guy who plays sports." "How about you?" I asked, relaxing a little. It was just like having a conversation with anyone else, but maybe slightly different, in the sense it was okay to really look at him when I looked at him. I didn't have to pretend I wasn't taking in his features. "I watch them on TV?" he laughed. "Close enough." He was telling the truth, because we started talking about some teams, and he knew enough to hold a conversation. When he started flirting, I flirted back. I liked it. But I didn't love it. Apparently, that emotion was reserved for someone else.
15. Random car facts by Gearshark. Wiener, anyone? There are only 8 Oscar Mayer Wienermobiles in the United States. Only college seniors are eligible to drive them. Drew. 4 cars were lined up at the starting line when I turned onto the otherwise empty street. I felt rather than saw heads and eyes turn in the direction of my headlights.
There's a lot of people,
Joey said. I grinned. Welcome to the dark side. There was a spot just big enough at the end of the row of cars for the fastback to pull up. I stopped, making sure my front end was in line with everyone else's. Some of the people standing around cheered. Some of them didn't. It was all good. Haters made things interesting. The car beside me was the black Camaro I'd raced at the Speedway. I couldn't see if it was Arrow or Lorehaven behind the wheel, though. I slid my window down and looked through the passenger side. Several seconds later, the window on the car slid down.
"Oh my God, it's Justin Bieber,"
Joey gasped. The kid scowled, and I howled with laughter. Arrow, I said around my laughter. Good luck. He rolled up his window without a word. I glanced at Joey. She gave me a sidelong look.
"I take it he isn't a fan?"
I chuckled again. Trent and I said the same thing.
"Trent and you, huh?"
What is it with women? I growled. If you got something to say, just say it already. Quit beating around the bush with talk only other women would understand.
"Prickly,"
Joey sang. I sat there and tried to decide if it would be wrong to give a girl the finger. There was a knock on the window. I rolled it back down, and someone I'd seen around before but never met lowered his face so he could look inside the car. Got a passenger tonight, he said. I can handle the extra weight, I said, knowing that's where he was going. The weight in the car would only make it harder to win. That's okay. I liked a challenge. He shrugged. She's a lot lighter than your usual passenger. Joey made a sound, and I ignored her. You running this show? I asked. He nodded. $4,000. He held out his hand. Joey pulled a black leather bag with fringe on it out of the back and plopped it on her lap. The next thing I knew, she was handing me $4,000 in cash. I raised both my eyebrows. Just pocket change? She shrugged.
"I am my father's daughter."
I turned back and handed the money over. In exchange, I was given a GPS preloaded with the route of the race. All we had to do was hit start. I stuck it to the dash and glanced up. Lorehaven was standing near the hood of my car, staring in with a darkness to his features. You weren't invited, he demanded. I hitched my arm on the door of the car and leaned out. Aw, what's the matter, Lorehaven? You afraid you might lose now? It was only one time, he ground out. One's enough. Winning one race against him was all it took to get in his head. Go home, he spat, his face darkening.
"Someone isn't very liked around here,"
Joey observed from her seat. No one likes a threat, I said mildly. My money's just as green as everyone else's, I called out to Lorehaven and glanced at the guy collecting. He nodded. Lorehaven frowned and stepped forward. Where'd you even get the money? Who's in the car with you? We here to race or gossip? You invite him? Lorehaven stopped right beside the other guy. He nodded. You told me to put it together and load the pot. 5 drivers makes it $20,000. That's gonna buy me a lot of car parts, I mused. Lorehaven's shadowy eyes snapped to my face. You might own the speedway, but I own the streets. Aw, are you mad your little puppy hasn't been able to smoke me at the raceway? I stuck out my lip in a pout. His fists clenched at his sides.
Are we racing or what?
Joey called. Lorehaven forgot about me, and his eyes widened. Joey might have a boy name, but that's the only way anyone could mistake her for a man. Even her voice was all female. The next thing I knew, the guy running the race was gone, and Lorehaven's ugly mug filled my open window. Well, well, he said. Who's this? Joey waved her fingers at him, but said nothing. I grunted. I brought a date. Lorehaven was quiet a minute. Do I know you? Oh, shit. I never thought anyone would recognize her here. I hadn't a clue who she was till she told me, and I looked her up.
No,
she replied, terse, and turned to stare out the window. We doing this or what? I intoned. People are impatient. I motioned to the crowd standing around on the side of the road. He straightened out of the window and glared at me. You're on, Forrester. Then to the man he put in charge, he demanded, Let's go! The crowd cheered and engines revved. A girl in skin-tight jeans, lace-up boots, and a crop top stepped in front of the line with a large black and white checkered flag in her hand. I gripped the steering wheel and pulled in a breath, letting my lungs expand as I welcomed the adrenaline into my limbs. My fingers were already tapping the leather on the wheel with anticipation. I was ready to do this. I craved it. I was going to fly so fast tonight, when I finally hit the brakes, I wouldn't even remember my own name. All my attention narrowed down into the road. My heart beat to the same cadence as the engine, and the smell of exhaust filled the air. Someone wasn't even going to finish the race, judging by that smell. Good. One place closer to claiming my cash. The girl in the street raised her arms, and the crowd around us cheered. Her hands cut downward, and the flag fluttered with the motion. All 5 cars squealed off the line and burst forward. There wasn't enough room on the road for all 5 of us to drive side by side, so we had to slide into places. Lorehaven was first. He was driving a Corvette tonight. A green Mitsubishi bullied its way behind him, and I hung back, taking up 3rd place. The Camaro was behind me, and behind him was the remaining car. I didn't concentrate on them. The way I saw it, they'd already lost. The car behind Lorehaven was aggressive, way too aggressive this early, and he was getting more so with every passing second. Each time he'd try to get around to first place, Lorehaven would block him. I cruised along, getting a feel for the streets we were on, which were all back roads close to the business district, so they were all empty at this time on a Friday night. My headlights bounced off the road, and I kept focus on the yellow lines so I knew how steady to hold the car.
There's a wide curve up ahead,
Joey said, reading the route off the GPS.
About a 1/4 mile.
I smiled and hit the gas, putting the pressure on my already irritated buddy in front of me. Now he was sandwiched between us and didn't have many options. The curve came up, and the driver in front of me went wide, trying to go around Lorehaven, who took the middle of the road to try and keep people from passing. That left a narrow section on the inside of the curve completely open. I slammed the brake and threw the fastback into a tight drift right around the curve. It wasn't a very wide curve, so even as I slid, I had to prepare to straighten out the wheel and hit the gas. Just when I slid parallel to the other 2 cars, I jacked the wheel again and slammed on the gas to shoot forward. My tires squealed, and the scent of burning rubber filled the air around us, but I kept going. Seconds later, I took the lead.
Yeah!
Joey yelled, and I glanced at her with a grin. She was holding onto the side handle and laughing.
They've gotta be pissed,
she yelled. What's next? I asked, gesturing toward the road as I took a slight curve to the left.
Straight and narrow through here. Then it opens up. Looks like onto a bridge, and then narrows again. Finish line is just beyond that.
I had a tank of NOS under the seat, but I wasn't ready to use that yet. I was in the lead. Headlights blinded me from behind, and I glanced up. Lorehaven was on my ass, and when I say on my ass, I mean he was threatening the paint job on my bumper. I shifted and pushed the car even harder. We were flying now, so fast that if a cop got a hold of me, I'd do jail time. But I didn't care. This was fucking amazing. I didn't have to think about anything in that moment. It was just me and the car. The road was my guide, but the destination was nowhere. I knew a moment of euphoria, a single blissful moment. Lorehaven swung out around me, trying to squeeze me over so he could get by. I refused to budge, and he was getting frustrated. I had a second of worry where I thought he might try to clip my back end to get me out of the way. I slid over a fraction to make him think he was gaining some leeway. An oncoming car came racing toward us. The road was so narrow it would force Lorehaven to fall back to make room. I pushed forward again and recovered the couple inches I put between our cars, forcing him to fall back as we barreled toward the headlights. The car started beeping its horn frantically and swerved away from us as I blew right by. Lorehaven dropped behind me, and I took advantage to spur ahead. The bridge came into view. It was 2 lanes, and I knew he'd be beside me within seconds. I needed to think beyond the bridge. I needed to be the one to take the lead once the road narrowed again. Behind us, another set of headlights bounced around, and I glanced long enough to know it was Arrow in the Camaro. My tires rolled onto the bridge, and I pushed hard, looking ahead. Lorehaven started to swing up to the side, but I cut over at the last second, narrowly avoiding smacking into his front end. The sound of his brakes squealing wasn't lost on me as I took the side of the road he wanted. It pissed him off, and I heard the rumbling of his car as he sped forward and came up on my passenger side.
"What are you doing?"
Joey asked. "Hang on," I said, and downshifted. The car responded immediately, and Lorehaven nudged ahead of me just slightly. The road narrowed, and soon there wouldn't be room for both of us to take the curving asphalt at the same time. So I let him have it. I went off the road. My tires ripped into the ground, tearing up the dirt and barren grass as I went. The undercarriage was hit with pebbles and debris as I shifted again and hit the gas. The back end fishtailed and spurred forward as I cut through the grass in a straight line as Lorehaven drove around the curve on the road.
"You're ahead,"
Joey yelled.
"It's close."
I didn't glance over to see what he was doing. Instead, I kept my eyes focused on the glowing path ahead of me provided by the headlights.
"He's right there,"
Joey yelled again, and I slid my finger down beside the seat and felt for the button to release the NOS. If I hit this button and didn't keep control of this car as we transitioned from the grass to the road, it could be very, very bad. Fuck it. I hit the button and gripped the wheel with both hands. The Mustang rocketed forward. Everything outside the windshield became nothing but a blur. The road was right in front of us now, and I held my breath as the Mustang slid into the street, sliding sideways just a little. I let it go a tad, not trying to fight it too hard, and then strong-armed it back into a straight line. Once I was sure all 4 tires had a grip, I punched the gas once again and shot over the crudely drawn white line across the narrow street. The people and cars lined up at the finish line all started jumping and moving around, but I continued forward, letting the car wind down and my heartbeat to return to normal.
"Oh my God,"
Joey said, pushing at her hair.
"That was so much better than track racing."
My off-roading didn't freak you out? I asked, slowing the car even further and pulling off to the side so I could make a U-turn and go claim my cash.
"No, but I thought for sure you were going to wrap us around a tree."
"Ye of little faith," I muttered. Lorehaven was already near the line and pacing at the front end of his car when I pulled up. Stay here, I told Joey, and got out. People started cheering and yelling. A few of the other drivers offered me their hand, and I could have sworn I saw some awe in Arrow's eyes, but I'd never call him out. He'd get in trouble with his boss. "What the fuck was that?" Lorehaven roared, stalking up to me. The others surrounding me parted ways. "That was me winning," I drawled. "This was a road race," he said. "Not a fucking dirt track." "Oh, was that in the rule book?" I asked, glancing around. Lorehaven flushed. "Oh, right. There isn't one. You said get from point A to point B first. I did. If I had to take an alternative route, it's because that big-ass Corvette of yours wouldn't share the road." "Aw, shit," a few people called from the crowd. The man holding the pot was close by, and I signaled to him. "Yo, man, I'm here to collect." "Like hell," Lorehaven growled. "You cheated." "Why's that?" I asked, deadly. "Because I didn't cheat using your particular rules?" Everyone went silent. You weren't supposed to challenge Lorehaven on his own turf in his own race. But that's why I was invited, wasn't it? Maybe some people were tired of him getting away with all his bullshit. I reached for the fat stack of cash, but Lorehaven lunged forward and shoved me back. My body tensed, and something in me snapped. Apparently, the race didn't help blow away some of the tension inside me. It only made it worse. "Careful," Lorehaven intoned. "Your bodyguard isn't here to protect you tonight." The mention of Trent did it. I surged forward in a running leap, fist extended, and plowed it into his face. We both went down, and I went to hit him again, but he rolled and pinned me beneath him. He leaned back, drawing back his fist to hammer it down, and I twisted, rolling beneath him, causing him to lose his balance. I shoved him back and jumped up at the same time he did. "Stop!" a familiar voice yelled, and Joey rushed between us, her hair flying everywhere. "Get back in the car," I growled, rolling my neck. Lorehaven's chest heaved as he dabbed at his lip. "Hey, that's Joey G," someone called out. "She's a pro racer. That's Gamble's daughter." Lorehaven forgot all about his lip and stared at Joey. "You brought a goddamn pro to an indie race?" he roared. "Time to go." I turned and plucked the money out of the organizer's hands and started for the Mustang. "Come on," I yelled to Joey. Halfway to the car, Lorehaven called out, "Cheater! She the one who taught you how to do all those fancy moves?" I stopped and turned back. I was not a cheater. "That driving tonight was all mine, but if it makes your loss easier to take, then sure. You got beat by not only me, but a girl. One who happens to be a pro." Lorehaven's nostrils flared. I slammed into the Mustang and revved the engine.
"What the hell was that?"
Joey demanded the second I tore down the street. "Lorehaven's kind of bitter about the pros," I replied.
"A little?"
she pressed. "Okay, maybe a lot. And since I just beat him for the second time, his street cred is even more shot to hell. Add that to you being here to witness, and well..." "He's following us," she yelled just as the back of the fastback was rammed from behind. "Son of a bitch!" I roared, and laid on the gas. Behind him was the black Camaro, no doubt driven by Arrow.
"What's he want?"
she asked, turning back around. "His money back, my face under his fist," I guessed. The back was knocked into again. "Fuck!" I roared. "He better not mess up my car." "Get the GPS, darling. I need some directions. We need to lose these assholes." She didn't cry or fret or freak out. She calmly picked up the GPS and started hitting buttons. Seconds later, she was directing me like she'd been a right-seater all her life. I managed to keep ahead of them so he couldn't do any more damage to my car, but we weren't losing them. The longer it went on, the more pissed off I knew Lorehaven was getting. Not only did I win, fair and square, and bring a pro to the race, but now I was making it impossible for him to catch me. I wasn't the kind of guy to run from a fight, but I knew when it was a losing battle. I wasn't about to let him catch up, because my car would suffer. And yeah, maybe my face. But worse yet, I had Joey with me. Ron Gamble's daughter. Getting into a street fight would probably not get me on his good side.
"There's a tunnel up ahead," she said. "Shut all the lights off and pull to the shoulder. He's so pissed and going so fast, they'll bypass us before they realize."
"Good call," I said. The second my car was swallowed by the pitch-black tunnel, hey, we were on the back roads of some small Maryland town. There weren't street lamps in here. I shut off the lights and hit the brakes. I prayed the entire time I was pulling to the side that I didn't overextend and hit the damn wall. Not even seconds after I came to a complete stop, the road was illuminated and 2 cars barreled past. I held my breath, waiting for the headlights to reflect off the side, but we stayed just out of reach. "I like your brain," I told Joey when they were gone, and I was able to start up the car again. Just for good measure, I left the lights off until we were out of the tunnel. Even then, I only turned on the fog lights. I needed something to see by, but these were dimmer and wouldn't be as noticeable from far away, say if they started looking in their rear view. About a mile up the road, Joey said,
"Turn here."
I did and pulled onto a new stretch of road. I flipped the headlights back on and sped up. About a quarter of a mile down, she pointed to what looked like a bar on the side of the road.
"Here, pull around back."
Soon as the car was off, I grinned. Good idea. I could sure use a drink right about now. She rolled her eyes and I saw the white of her teeth flash in the dark.
"I was thinking we could hang out a while. That way there's less chance of running into them."
That too, I agreed.
"Is that guy dangerous?"
she asked, worry in her tone. Lorehaven? I mused, then thought about her question. Honestly, I would say no. He has a lot of money and is used to being the one on top. He's had to stick up his ass since I showed up on the scene because I drive better and he doesn't like it.
"He tried to run you off the road."
I never said he wasn't an asshole, just that I don't think he's dangerous. He definitely isn't someone to trust. She nodded once. Drinks are on me. I smiled and reached for the pile of money beside me. Here, half of this belongs to you. She made a sound of refusal.
"No way. You freaking earned that tonight. My only reward is getting a front row seat."
I chuckled and counted out the $4,000 she used to pay my way into the race. Well, at least take this back. She took it and threw it into her bag. In the parking lot, she hesitated at the front door, and I gave her a curious look. What? Her teeth sank into her lower lip, and she looked sheepish.
"It's only fair I tell you this."
What?
"This was the only bar for miles. Since it was closest, I figured it would be a good place to stop."
Joey, I grumbled, wishing she'd get to the point.
"It's a gay bar,"
she blurted out. I blinked. Something in my stomach dipped. I didn't know what to say, so I went the easy route. Well, at least I won't get into a fight trying to keep the men off you tonight. Joey beamed.
"I like your brain."
She repeated my earlier words. Inside, we found a table by the door. I figured it was a good spot because it was on the edge of the crowd and gave me a view out the front window so I'd see if any familiar cars happened by. We sat down and ordered some beers. Yup, she drank beer. And as we waited, I started looking around curiously. I'd never been in a gay bar before. I always thought these places would have more flair. But really, it was just like every other bar I'd been to before. When the waiter came back with our drinks, he gave me the once-over, and I shifted uncomfortably. "All kinds of new faces in here tonight," he mused, "and all of them a pleasure to look at." When he moved away, Joey laughed. I gave her an unamused look. Then I got to thinking about what the waiter had said. There were other new faces in here? I scanned the crowd and faces, looking for something, as an odd feeling prickled the back of my neck. And then I saw him. I'd know him even if I were blind. It was like a kick right in the nads. My hand gripped the long neck of the beer and squeezed until it hurt. What in God's name was he doing here? In a gay bar, flirting with a man. A floodgate of emotion burst open inside me, and I felt like I was sinking, drowning. Joey snapped her fingers in front of my face, and I blinked. I didn't look at her, though. I looked back at Trent, my best friend, who was sitting in a gay bar looking like he was on a date.
16. Random Car Facts by Gearshark. Statistically, Hummer drivers are the worst on the road. They average 5 times more traffic violations than any other car. Trent. I could feel his presence. I was sitting in a gay bar, losing my shit. Like going batshit crazy. Was this hopeless then? Was I so far gone on Drew, it didn't matter who I tried to see if I was interested in? Did not only all women, but all men not stand a chance against the blonde-haired, blue-eyed French fry snatcher? Fuck. I'd tried. I really fucking did. Hell, even as I sat here mentally kicking myself, I was trying. Maybe this was just the wrong place. Maybe this guy was the wrong one. And the one on the other side of me who'd been giving me interested looks for a while. Even the bartender slipped me his number when he brought me a second draft, which I hadn't even touched yet. Not even alcohol could help me right now. Maybe I wasn't gay after all. Maybe I should just leave here right now, find a woman, and bury myself inside her. My body rebelled at the thought. It didn't matter. I knew it, and the realization slayed me. It didn't matter who I tried to hook up with. The only one I wanted was Drew. As if my raging thoughts conjured up the perfect imitation of his voice, I heard him clear as a bell in my mind. What the fuck is going on here? And damn, he was mad. Max was a blur in the edge of my vision as he turned around to see where the voice was coming from. Wait, he heard Drew's voice too? I glanced around and nearly slid right off my bar stool. He was here. He was glowering. He was totally pissed. Drew? I said, turning all the way around on the stool. You know him? Max asked. If looks could kill, poor Max would be buried in his flannel. Yeah, I said, trying not to laugh. He's a friend of mine. Drew crossed his arms over his chest. I could smell him from here. A combination of exhaust and leather. I even caught a hint of the interior of the fastback. It smelled like home. I had a sudden urge to fling myself at him, to ask him to wrap his arms around me and tell me everything was going to be okay. "So," Max said, looking between the two of us, "you aren't together?" I felt my face pale and avoided looking at Drew's reaction. "No," I replied quickly. "You trying to pick him up?" Drew challenged Max. I jerked upright and stared at him. His eyes were full of hostility, and his arms were at his sides. "Well, he did come here alone," Max replied, his voice dropping a few degrees. What the hell was happening right now? "He's not alone anymore," Drew growled. He literally growled. A few others nearby turned to stare. I actually started blushing. The bartender's voice spoke behind me. "Already got 'em fighting over you, do you?" I rolled my eyes. This guy was not good at picking up people. "Well, if all that testosterone is too much for you, you have my number," he whispered loudly, and I heard him walk off. "He gave you his number?" Drew roared. Max pushed off his stool and faced Drew. He was about the same height, maybe a little thicker, but it wasn't muscle. "I think you better leave. We were all just fine until you got here." Drew laughed. It wasn't a humorous sound. In fact, it kinda made me nervous. "Drew," I said. "Yeah?" Drew ignored me and spoke to Max. "Who's gonna make me?" Max reared back. I saw his fist clench. "Oh, hell no!" I bit out and lurched to my feet. I moved fast, shoving myself between the men and planting myself in front of Drew. I pushed my face close to Max's and spoke low, deadly. "You don't touch him. Ever." His eyes widened, clearly surprised. The vibe I exuded was far different than the one I had all night. He threatened Drew. That was all I needed to go from laid back to lethal in seconds. Clearly, I read this situation wrong. He backed down. I stepped back just a fraction, wanting him to know I wasn't going to deck him if he didn't give me a reason to. My back came into contact with Drew's chest. He didn't step back. He stood there so close I could feel the heat off his body. I felt like I stepped into the Twilight Zone. Max grabbed his wallet and turned toward the bar, not fully putting his back to me. "How much?" He was going to leave. "No, man, you don't have to go. I will." I reached for my wallet. Drew was so close, I had to lean forward to grab it. As I was sliding it out of my back pocket, his fingers closed around my wrist. "No." I glanced at him. Our eyes collided for a fraction of a second. I felt that contact all the way to the soles of my feet. "I got it," he murmured and produced some cash and tossed it on the bar. "That's for his and ours." He pointed across the room where Joey was standing, watching the scene with wide eyes. Of course she was here. Suddenly, I was totally embarrassed. For a minute there, I thought Drew was jealous. But he wasn't. Of course he wasn't. He was here with her. "What are you even doing here?" I swung around on him. He stepped back. "Long story." His eyes searched my face. I started to forget I was embarrassed. I will not cave. I will not cave. "Well, I'm good. You can go," I said. His eyes narrowed. "You're coming with us." "No, I'm not." Drew leaned forward and spoke low. "I will cause a fucking scene right now, frat boy. Let's go." His hand grabbed my wrist and tugged. Joey appeared at my side. "Come on, Trent. We should go. It's been a long night. He's already started one fight. Let's not push it." I glanced down at her. She nodded. "What fight?" My voice was grim. "Outside," she said. I relented. "Fine." Drew was still holding my wrist, and I yanked it free and stalked outside ahead of them. Out in the parking lot, I stared up at the moon. I was back to feeling like I was losing my mind. What just happened in there?
17. Random Car Facts by Gearshark. One of the first flying cars was a Ford Pinto, which killed its inventor when the wings came off mid-flight. Drew. We didn't talk about what happened in the bar at all. But oh, was it there. It burned beneath my skin like a fever. It gnawed at my stomach in a way only severe hunger could. Confusion tried to battle against the other emotion within me, but confusion was a far weaker opponent for anger. Shit, was I angry. I felt betrayed on so many levels. Like our unspoken yet sacred best friend bond had been stomped on tonight. By Trent's size 12 shoe. Literally, right in front of me lay our relationship with the tread marks from his boots. How the fuck could he sneak off to a gay bar without me? How could he not tell me something so basic about himself? Because it isn't basic. It was earth-shattering, life-altering, friendship-defining. Trent wasn't gay. Is he? He dated women. Barely. He hooked up with women. Not often. I would know if he were gay. You do. How could he do this to me? To our friendship? Even though I was driving and staring out the windshield, it wasn't the road I saw. Trent was at the bar. Trent's wide, familiar build faced away from me. How the gray shirt clung to his broad back and stretched out over his shoulders like a second skin. How the brim of that fucking black backward baseball hat created a shadow against his neck, creating a sort of veil over the smooth, warm skin there. The scene replayed in my mind over and over. The way his shoulders shook with his laugh. How strong his hard, wide jaw looked when he turned his head in the direction of the man he was with. I watched the side of his lip curve up, and I knew the exact smile stretching his face. He'd smiled at me like that 1,000 times before. His crooked tooth was on full display. Judging by the way the man beside him leaned in, he thought it was just as charming as I did. Wait, I thought his crooked tooth was charming? What the fuck is going on? Trent asked, cutting into the movie playing in my mind. I could ask you the same thing. I growled over my shoulder. He was sitting in the back seat, Joey in the front with me. I felt her stare between us, and I wondered what she was thinking. I had enough shit to think about right now. I thought you were driving tonight, Trent went on after a brief pause. On the other side of town. Thought I'd be occupied, did you? I snapped, the fuse inside me growing a little bit hotter. What? I heard the bewilderment in his tone, and it made me even madder. I punched down on the gas pedal, and the car shot forward with a loud growl.
We were driving,
Joey explained, turning sideways in the seat so she could glance in the back.
Things got a little heated, and we ended up in a car chase.
Jesus, Trent muttered, his voice close. The back of my neck prickled with his nearness. He was leaning up between the seats so he could hear Joey better. Why didn't you call me? I barked out a harsh laugh. Would you have answered? Are you fucking serious right now, Drew? Trent bit out. He was getting mad. Good. Asshole.
We were a little busy to call,
Joey answered, as if there were no electric undercurrents practically vibrating the car. I felt Trent's hand grip the side of my seat and tug, like he was using it as leverage to lean around and stare out the back window. Are you still being followed? Maybe we should get off the road. I lost them. They're gone, I said. The seat jostled a bit again when he turned back around to face the front. They could still be out looking. I shrugged one shoulder. Probably. But we were in the bar for a few before we met up with you and left. They're likely on the other side of town by now. You were at the bar for a while? He asked low. Ah, the first hint of guilt finally broke into his tone. What is it you didn't want me to see, friend? Another flashback of Trent at the bar with the man stole over my vision. Trent's arms were on the bar. He was leaning sideways, tilting close to the man beside him so he could hear whatever was being said. The man he was with, a total tool, was totally buying whatever T was selling. He was dressed in a freaking flannel shirt, a pair of jeans, and boots a lumberjack would own. And his hair. Dear God, his hair. It was in a man bun. I know I didn't bother to style mine much, but any guy who took the time to comb it up into a frickin' bun on top of their head might as well pack their shit and go live in the forest off granola for the rest of their life. A freaking man bun. Ivy would call this dude a lumbersexual. I called him lame. I relived the moment lame-ass turned sideways on the stool, bringing his body around to face Trent. I felt like it was happening for the first time all over again when I recalled the way he leaned in, acting like the place was so loud he had to do it to be heard. It wasn't that goddamn loud. He was totally just looking for an excuse to get into Trent's space. And then it happened. He leaned in so far his chest brushed up against T's shoulder. Trent didn't pull away. He dropped his hands down onto the flat surface of the bar and leaned in, bringing himself even closer to the man-bun-wearing, granola-eating lame-o. He was so close his ear almost touched the man's lips. "Watch out!" Joey's high-pitched screech and the feel of the Mustang jerking shook me from the memory. Bright headlights blinded me, and I squinted as the Mustang swerved around an oncoming truck. My reflexes were top-notch, and I recovered in mere seconds and had the fastback straight on the road in no time. My heart was thundering so loud, it was all I could hear, despite the fact I knew Trent and Joey were exclaiming about my distracted driving. I slowed the car a little and looked down. Trent's large hand was wrapped around the right side of the steering wheel. That explained the jerking motion of the car just as Joey started screaming. He'd totally just stopped the Mustang from crashing head-on into an oncoming car. A breath shuddered from my chest, and my back hit the seat completely. Fuck, I muttered quietly. I'd been so wrapped up in what happened back there I almost got us all killed. Good going, Forrester. Good going. You straight? Trent said, his voice right beside my ear. Goosebumps broke out over the back of my neck and raced down my spine. I nodded and gripped the wheel even tighter. His palm slid down the side of the wheel until his hand brushed against mine. Hey, you want me to drive? His touch didn't shake me. Maybe it should have. Yeah, it definitely should have. It felt good. It felt right. It calmed me down. I'm good now. Sorry, I said, my words hoarse. The pad of his thumb brushed across the back of my hand before his arm disappeared back into the back seat. Deep down inside my jeans, my ball sack tingled. Oh my God, Joey gasped and fell back. I stole a glance to the side. She was plastered against her seat with a hand pressed against her chest. Dark curls spilled around her very pale face, and her eyes were wide as saucers. You okay? I asked.
Took about 10 years off my life, Drew, she fussed. Guess I didn't need them anyway.
I couldn't help it. Her smart-ass acceptance of my almost deadly behavior made me smile. Something tells me you got plenty of years left on that engine. Her smile was fast.
You know it.
I held up my fist between the seats, and she pounded hers against it. Thanks for being my navigator tonight.
We make a pretty good team,
she replied. Hells yeah. If there was one thing I learned with absolute clarity tonight, it was Joey Gamble was a woman I'd drive with any day of the week. She was definitely someone I'd want on my team. She settled back against the seat, and I became aware of Trent's distance. He was no longer leaning up between the seats. His oversized palm was no longer taking over the side of my seat. I glanced in the rearview mirror, and our eyes collided. He was sitting in the center of the bench seat, a pinched, sour look on his face. Just before he looked away, I thought I saw a shade of bleakness move through his gaze, and, along with it, a flicker of hurt. The rest of the ride passed in silence. I kept a white-knuckled grip on the wheel and forced my focus to remain on the present, on the road. We made it to the hotel Joey was staying at about 30 minutes later. The Mustang slid to a stop right under the awning near the entrance. I'll walk you up, I said, and unbuckled the belt.
That's not necessary.
She waved me back. I didn't listen. There was no way in hell I wasn't going to at least see her to her door after everything that happened tonight. I'd already been enough of a dick. I didn't need to make it worse. Besides, I couldn't be sure some of Lorehaven's goonies wouldn't be staking the lobby out, just waiting for a chance to get her alone. I left the engine running but leaned back in the driver's door and into the dim back seat. I'll be right back. Trent didn't say anything, even though I waited for him to. Joey was on one of the top floors, and I insisted on riding the elevator up with her and making sure she got inside. The ride up was silent but charged, and I assumed it was because she was pissed I insisted on escorting her. But when she opened the door to her room and motioned me in first without a hint of any hostility, I started to wonder if I was imagining things. Fuck. This entire night was jacked up. I walked through her entire suite, checking the place out. I was more thorough than I really needed to be. Clearly, she was safe here. This was the best hotel in the town, and the security was top-notch. Ron Gamble wouldn't allow his daughter to stay anywhere less. I needed the few minutes of quiet checking her bedroom and bath afforded me. I needed the air. I needed the minute to try and pull myself together because I felt like I was coming apart. I'd never felt so twisted up inside, and at the same time, so pissed. I didn't know how to handle it. Usually I'd get in the car and drive, but I'd been driving all night, and I felt worse now than I had before. All's clear, I told her, stepping back into the small sitting room.
Thanks for checking,
she said as she kicked off her boots. Hey, I said, stepping up close. I'm sorry about tonight. Putting you in danger was the last thing I wanted to do. She tipped her head back and looked up, a sardonic grin twisting her lips.
Would it make you feel better if I told you I had fun?
I laughed. I like you. Her teeth flashed with a wide smile.
You're not so bad yourself.
You know you like me, I teased.
You're the first guy in a long time who isn't afraid to actually spend time with me. Most guys are so scared of my father I get treated like China.
Your father's the one who told me to drive with you, I pointed out. She laughed.
I'm pretty sure tonight wasn't what he had in mind.
I grimaced. Maybe we could keep that little adventure between us, I whispered conspiratorially.
It's a shame,
she mused and turned away. I caught her arm, my brow furrowing. What is? She glanced down to where my hand held her and back up. Her eyes softened a little.
That you're already taken.
Taken? I felt my nose wrinkle. I'm not taken. She looked a little sad.
Oh, but you are.
Honey, I drawled. I'm as single as a dollar bill.
With lines like that, it's no wonder.
She laughed and tried to pull away. I pulled her back, this time a little harder than before. She stumbled against my chest. I don't see any other girls hanging around. Do you? I rumbled. Both her palms slid up my chest and stopped just below my collarbone.
Girls? No.
The way she said that, my head drew back. What?
Nothing,
she murmured and pulled away. Frustration made me growl. I grabbed her around the waist to push her up against the wall. Tell me.
Kiss me.
It was spoken with clear challenge. I lifted an eyebrow. She lifted one in response. I didn't ever back down from a challenge. With another word, I cupped her jaw in my palm and splayed my fingers across the back of her neck. I watched her as I leaned in, slowly lowering my face, letting her anticipate my arrival. Just as her tongue jutted out to wet her lower lip, to prepare for my kiss, I jerked forward. I caught her lips and the tip of her tongue in my first touch. I slid my lips over hers as her tongue drew back, and we kissed softly at an unhurried rate. It was a good kiss, more sensual than heated. And then it was over. She pulled back, her head going up against the wall. Still holding her face, I searched her eyes.
That's what I thought,
she sighed. I felt my eyebrows shoot up. Which is... She slid out around me and stepped into the room.
For someone so smart, you are incredibly dense.
Spit it out already, I snapped, feeling surly. This was the first time ever a woman didn't seem completely thrilled with my kiss.
You're not interested in me, Drew,
Joey said, blunt.
I think you want to be, but you're into someone else.
Did you hit your head tonight when I wasn't looking? She rolled her eyes.
Don't be an asshole.
All right, I played along. Who is it you think I'm into? This ought to be good, considering she was the only other person I'd been hanging out with besides Trent. Realization smacked me in the face. She saw and nodded. Oh, shit. Trent and I are just friends, I stammered. Best friends.
You almost killed us all tonight after seeing him at a gay bar with someone else.
He lied to me, I shot out.
And who are you lying to, Drew?
She asked softly, her voice a complete contrast to mine. The question was like an uppercut to my jaw. I felt my head snap back.
Tell me our kiss made you want more,
she goaded.
You might be able to lie to yourself, but you can't lie to me. That was lukewarm at best. A kiss between friends.
I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. She was right. That kiss was nothing I wanted to repeat. But that didn't mean I was hot for my best friend. Joey crossed to the door and palmed the handle.
Kiss him,
she suggested.
Just once. I haven't been around you too long, but it's been long enough. One kiss is all it's going to take. The second you do, you won't be able to deny what you and I have as friendship. But with Trent,
she pulled open the door.
It's way more.
I'm not gay, I echoed as I walked numbly out into the hallway. I was oddly shocked by this conversation. When I glanced back at Joey, she smiled softly.
Neither is Trent.
The words hung there in the empty hallway long after she'd closed the door.
18. Random Carfax by Gearshark.
The tongue of a blue whale weighs the same as a 2005 Hummer H2 SUV. Trent. Things were changing, shifting so fast, I felt as though I were grasping at smoke. I couldn't grip the way it used to be, the way I wanted it to be still. Things were changing. They would never be the same again.
19. Random Carfax by Gearshark. Be careful who you choose for friends. In 2007, 20-year-old boy was sentenced to life without parole for lending his car to a friend, who then murdered an 18-year-old girl. Drew. He was sitting in the passenger seat when I got back in the Mustang. I didn't look at him. He didn't look at me. There was all this stuff between us. Anger, confusion, lies. I drove to my place, thankful for once that everyone was gone for the weekend. I didn't think I was ready for the conversation we were about to have, but if I waited until I was ready, we would never have it. As freaked out as I was right now, the idea of not talking was even worse. It scared me to my core to be at odds with Trent. He was my person, the one I always wanted to be there. I'd never allowed myself to think about in what way I wanted him to be there, but avoidance went out the door when I saw him at the bar with another guy. I didn't like it. No, I hated it with soul-searing passion. In the driveway, I cut off the engine and palmed the keys. I didn't look back to see if he followed. I knew he would. There was no way all the tension filling the air was one-sided. It was time. I tossed the keys on the table by the front door, kicked off my shoes, and made a beeline for the kitchen. For lack of a better idea, I put on some coffee. The front door rattled when it closed behind him, and I felt the tension between my shoulder blades intensify. My hands were shaking. It was painfully obvious as I poured the water into the back of the machine. I no longer knew why they were shaking, though, or rather which emotion inside me was making them quake. Too much. There was just too much inside me right now to understand which emotion was strongest. "We need to talk about Lorehaven," Trent said, stepping into the kitchen. "Fuck Lorehaven," I snarled and slammed the coffee pot onto the burner. "You told me you wouldn't go around him alone anymore," he argued. "And you told me you had a frat thing tonight." His Adam's apple bobbed with the force of his swallow. My eyes watched candidly as it moved with his attempts. "Drew." 1,000,000. That's how many times he'd said my name. 1. That's how many times he'd said it like that. Something in my chest collapsed. It literally crumbled to pieces. I leaned against the counter, needing something to support my weight. "Why did you go there?" I forced the words, my tone husky. Trent rubbed a hand over his face and then slung his thumb in the pocket of his jeans. He looked everywhere but at me. The floor, the ceilings, the shoes still on his feet. I looked only at him. I had to look. I had to see. I wasn't quite sure what I was looking for, but I was positive I'd know it when I found it. "You went to a gay bar on the other side of town," I pressed. I couldn't take the silence. "You lied to me about it. Why?" His voice trailed away. "Did you think I wouldn't accept you?" His hazel eyes snapped up to mine. For the first time in what felt like eons, his golden gaze was there for me to take in. "No." "Then?" "I just wanted to see, okay?" He rushed out. I held his eyes. See what? He shifted, shuffling from one foot to the next, before answering. I've always wondered. About myself. About the way I feel. It's confusing to feel one way but know it should be the other. So I conformed. I did what was expected. His eyes took on a desperate note. It wasn't that bad. Until... It's getting harder. He cleared his throat and looked away. Until when? I pressed. He didn't answer, and it made me impatient. Until when, Trent? I demanded, harsh. God damn, this was killing me. I couldn't take another second of this unknown. Until I met you, he burst out. His arms spread wide with the force of his exclamation. A flush spread beneath my skin. Desire. And something else. Possession. From the second you sat down beside me at Screamers, I felt a connection with you. At first, I thought it was just friendship. You know, the kind Rome and Bee have. But it's not. Not for me. It's more. There it was. The words I'd been waiting to hear. It seemed like I'd been waiting way longer than just tonight to hear this confession. Deep down, you always knew too. The thought caught me off guard, but I couldn't deny it. I didn't have time to think about it, to try and make sense of the feeling, though, because Trent kept talking. I went tonight because I wanted to see. I thought I could maybe try out a few things and see if it made me less confused. He shifted again. It's odd how his nervousness drew me, how predatory it made me feel. Hearing him say these things, it made me insane. What things? I ground out. He glanced up as if he hadn't realized what he said. What? You wanted to try out a few things, I replied. What things? It doesn't matter, he exclaimed, and went to push a hand through his hair. But he couldn't, because the backward hat was still perched there. He settled for making a frustrated sound in the back of his throat. Kissing, I said, and his eyes flew up to mine. Touching. As fidgety as he was just seconds ago, now he was equally still. I lowered my voice. Is that what you wanted to try? He nodded miserably. I thought maybe... He didn't get to finish because an angry sound ripped out of my throat. I pushed off the counter, and his eyes widened when I stepped forward. You went to some bar full of strangers so you could pick out a guy to hit on and fool around with? Oh my God, just the thought of it brought back all the anger I felt in the Mustang. Well, yeah. He shrugged. The image of him sitting at the bar with a lumber lame-o assaulted me once more. Everything inside me rejected it. I rejected just the thought of Trent with that guy, with any guy, so forcefully that my hands started shaking all over again. No, I growled. Trent bristled. No? No. My voice sounded like gravel. Look, man, I get you're pissed, and I get this conversation sucks, but you don't get to tell me what to do. I felt my eyes narrow. Excuse me? I'm not sitting over here getting all pissy about you and Joey. I drew back like the room suddenly filled with a bad fart. Me and Joey? He nodded. I catch your vibes. You were flirting with her in the car tonight. She has a total lady boner for you. I snickered. You said lady boner. His lips twitched, but then he crossed his arms over his chest, and this look came over his face. A look I was pretty sure I would see reflected if I looked in a mirror. Jealousy. He was jealous of Joey, and I was jealous of every stranger he would consider trying things with. Try with me. My words were abrupt. His hazel eyes widened, and the arms crossed over his wide chest fell to his sides. What? You want to try with a guy? See what it's like. Use me. Temptation flashed in his eyes, and it made me hungry. It made me feel like I'd been starving for a very long time and didn't even know it. Temptation gave way to resolve. No, he replied, flat. Why the hell not? I demanded. Because you're my best friend. You said there might be more. I shifted a little closer. He didn't back up. What about you, Drew? Trent's voice was tentative. Do you think there might be more? Here it was. The moment of truth. The moment I had to be honest with myself. A sudden surge of panic slapped me in the middle. I'm not ready. I'm not ready for this. I'm not as brave as Trent. And Trent was brave. In that moment, he was the bravest person I'd ever met. He took my silence for decision, and his shoulders slumped just a fraction as he turned away. It's okay, man. I get it. Wait, I said, and caught his wrist. Both of us paused and glanced down to where I held him. He felt strong and solid beneath my grip, not delicate and fine-boned like all the women I'd bedded in the past. Trent was warm and sure. He was a net strong enough to catch me, strong enough to take my fall. No one had ever been strong enough for me before. Suddenly, it was do or die. It was Trent or my fear. If I let my fear win, we would never be the same again. Sure, we'd stay friends. We would always be friends. But he would drift away. He would go back to that bar. I would lose him. Maybe not completely, but too much. I wanted all of him. There could be, I whispered. His arm jolted in my hand. I think there could be more. I'd like to try. I want to see. My heart was thudding so heavily in my chest I felt unsteady. My stomach was so fluttery I partially worried I might be sick. No one had ever affected me like this. No one. And it was because of the completely rattled and unsteady way I felt that I understood something that only shook me further. This was real. Whatever this was, it was the most intense feeling I'd ever known. Trent turned back, his attention going to where my hand still clung to his arm. I wasn't trying to stop him from leaving anymore. Now I was holding on because I needed someone to ground me. I was scared. You're shaking, he whispered, and gently took his free hand and wrapped it around my forearm to slide his down and gently disengage my grip. But he didn't let go. Instead, he entwined his steady fingers with my quivering ones. I ceased to think. Not because I wanted to miss the moment, but because my brain simply could not process everything at once. In that moment, my feelings were 100 times stronger than any thought would ever be. Still holding my hand, Trent stepped up close. The toes of his shoes bumped my sock-covered ones. He was like a furnace, a cherished heat source when you stepped inside from a cold, blustery day. His warmth wrapped around me, and I welcomed it into my pores. The pad of his thumb stroked over the back of my hand, reminding me of the way I'd felt in the car when he'd done the same. My stomach tightened with anticipation, and I dragged in a ragged breath. Are you sure? Trent murmured, his thumb doing that stroking thing again. I nodded because, like I said, I couldn't speak. His free hand came up and rested on the side of my neck. The second he made contact, my eyes slid closed as I let myself feel the current of desire flowing down to my toes. "Hey," he whispered, and I met his hazel gaze. He made this sound, a cross between a grunt and growl, the kind of sound a man made when he was completely satisfied. And then the distance between us was no more. His hand tightened slightly at my neck the second our lips made contact. The first taste was soft and easy, tentative even. It wasn't like I expected it to be. By the way my body was humming, I expected there to be some sort of electric surge. But it wasn't like that. Not when we first touched. It was this intense feeling of relief, of finally finding the place I belonged. I made a sound. I heard it somewhere in the distance. Trent covered my lips again, and I opened for him, fusing our mouths completely together. Oh, God. Suddenly the hand holding mine was gone, and I was up against his expansive hard chest. His arm clutched around my waist, holding me close, and the hand originally at my neck was now deep in the hair on the back of my head. He kissed deeply, far deeper than I had ever been kissed before. He had the size, he had the strength, and dear baby Jesus, he had the tongue. My hands clutched at his waist, but it wasn't enough. I wanted more. I wanted to give as good as I was getting. His tongue wrapped around mine, and I reached up to delve my hands into his hair, but his hat got in the way. I made a sound, and he ripped his mouth free, only long enough to rip the hat off and throw it away. Then he was on me again, and I welcomed him. I didn't have to bend over to deepen the kiss. I didn't have to hunch in around him because he was bigger than me. All I had to do was grip his head and dive in. What was supposed to be an experiment turned to desperation. The floodgate of feelings suppressed so long was now burst open, and I declared to never go back again. Holy fuck, I was overwhelmed. Kissing him was like seeing the ocean for the first time. Meeting something so big it made you feel small. It was like standing beneath a galaxy or being the red "You Are Here" dot on a map of the world. It was like finally understanding the answer to an impossible question. His lips were thick and soft. He used them to completely assault mine while his tongue stroked and fucked the inside of my mouth. His hair was short beneath my palms. I loved the way it felt. Different, but in a good way. Kind of prickly when I rubbed my fingers over the back of his head. My knees went weak, and I actually, embarrassingly, began to sag toward the floor. Trent was there. He tightened his grip on my waist, and I discovered I was right. He was a really strong net, and with him I would never fall. Our mouths made a slight gasping sound when we pulled apart. Or maybe that was just the pair of us trying to catch our breath. Soon as he lifted his head, he spun and walked backward so I was pressed against the wall, so I had somewhere to lean. My chest was still heaving when Trent started to pull back. "Wait," I ground out, breathless. He came back. "Do it again." My voice was so raspy I barely recognized it. His lips, which were actually slick and swollen-looking, tilted up. He wasn't gentle or tentative when he came at me this time. This time he approached like the football player he was. Honestly, it was probably good he'd put me up against the wall because I'd never been with someone with so much strength before. I wasn't prepared for the way he was able to bulldoze into me. Been with someone. Was I with Trent? The thought was fleeting because this time I was able to feel more than just an overwhelming sense of rightness. Trent's entire body rubbed against mine. I shifted, spreading my legs so his thigh could slip between them. His tongue curled around mine at the very same moment I felt his hard-as-steel dick against my hip. My chest rumbled with pleasure. The sound caused me to still. Did I just enjoy? No. Revel in the feeling of my best friend's dick against me? Trent sensed the change and lifted his head. He backed up just a fraction, enough so I couldn't feel his rock-hard erection or the solid wall of his pecs against me. Wow, he said, swiping at his lower lip with his thumb. The action tightened my stomach and made my own cock twitch. In the same moment, I had two realizations. One, holy shit, I was rocking a raging boner just like him, and two, I hadn't even noticed my own horniness because I'd been so wrapped up in a single kiss. No kiss had ever, not even for a fraction of a second, made me forget other things. Really good things like orgasms sometimes came with kisses. We kissed just to try, to see if maybe there was something more between us than friendship. We had an answer now, an unequivocal, resounding reply. There was definitely more between Trent and me than just friendship. Way, much more.
20. Random Car Facts by Gearshark.
Automakers are expecting to introduce driverless cars by the year 2020. Trent. The scruff on his face nearly did me in. I couldn't stop looking at his jaw, thinking about the way it felt when my lips and chin rubbed over his. You ever take a sip of freshly brewed iced tea, where the drink is still slightly warm and super sweet from being boiled to dissolve the sugar, but your glass is filled with ice, so you get the combination of warm and cold swirling together as it hits your tongue? That first sip while the temperatures mix is always the best. That's what it's like to kiss someone with a scruffy jaw, except every sip from their lips tastes like that. The ice never melts. The temperature never changes. Drew was like an endless glass of that perfect liquid. His lips were smooth, but the hair around them was textured. As we kissed, the sensation of his stubble moving against me was addictive. Soft, but rough. Itchy, but soothing. It added a layer to a simple kiss I never knew existed. One. That's all it took. One and done. I was done wondering. Done trying to tell myself this was wrong. Done attempting to convince myself I didn't really love him. I did. I loved Drew. The kind of love I thought only men and women could have. The kind of love I saw between Romeo and Rimmel, between Braden and Ivy. I wanted more. The urge to grab his face and rub my lips all along his jaw and fill my arms with his body was almost too much. Not yet. Maybe not ever. As urgent as it felt, there was an urge even stronger. To protect Drew. To shield him. There was no way in hell he didn't feel at least half of what I did a few moments ago. I'd felt his hard-on, though I tried not to rub against it. His erection wasn't the only thing I felt, though. I felt the weakness in his knees and the tremble in his hands. He was scared. I understood that probably better than anyone. This was uncharted territory for both of us, and I didn't want to fuck it up. Drew and I were friends first, and whatever this was, that was second. He needed my friendship right now more than I needed to ravage his lips. I wanted to know what he was thinking, what he was feeling. If he was as totally lost in me as I was in him. Fat chance. But a guy could dream, couldn't he? He was still against the wall, looking a little shell-shocked. I retreated, giving him back the personal space I was oh so happy to invade. "Want some coffee?" I asked, grabbing some mugs out of the cabinet and turning my back to him. Once I was totally turned, I reached into my jeans and adjusted my junk. I was still rock hard. Clearly, my dick didn't agree it was a good idea to give Drew some space.
Sure,"
he answered. I poured the rich liquid into 2 mugs and added the correct amount of cream and sugar. When I was finished, it seemed like the simple task hadn't taken long enough. Electricity still sizzled in the air, and my heart was still thudding erratically. I leaned back against the counter's edge and looked across the room. "Where is everyone?"
"Not here,"
he said. His eyes sought mine.
"Won't be back till Sunday night."
Well, that answer wasn't going to help soften up my dick. He swallowed thickly, his Adam's apple bobbing beneath his skin. Once again, I felt my eyes lingering on the light-colored scruff on his jaw. "I like you unshaven," I blurted out. I reared back like I'd punched myself in the face. I wasn't the type to say stupid shit. I was the type that kept it all contained. He was unraveling me. I worried my obvious attraction to his facial hair would be too much. I underestimated him. His teeth flashed, and a warm, almost flirty chuckle bubbled from between his lips. Drew rubbed his palm over his chin and neck. It made me jealous.
"Yeah?"
I bobbed my head, not trusting my tongue enough to not say something else I might regret.
"Noted,"
he murmured. The blue of his eyes narrowed on my face, his gaze dropping to my lips. He liked kissing me. Euphoria made me lightheaded, and I covered my smile by turning back to pick up the mugs. When I carried them across the room, Drew's eyes followed me, like he was hungry. This is good. Let him think about it. Let him want without any pressure. Everyone knew a warm engine went faster than a cold one. "Want to watch a movie?" I asked, and extended the mug between us. Surprise flickered in his eyes, like he couldn't believe we'd just devoured each other's faces, and now I was handing him coffee and suggesting a movie. I wanted to laugh out loud. Did he want me to jump him? Christ, I wanted to.
"Sure,"
he finally said, straightening and reaching for the cup. I made sure our fingers didn't brush when I handed it over. The living room was dark. The only light was what came in from the kitchen. I knew the room well and didn't need much light to guide me, so I didn't bother to turn on the lamp. The dark might make it easier for him to think anyway. The couch was across from the flat screen hanging above the fireplace. In front of it was a white-painted coffee table we weren't supposed to put our feet on. Ivy said so. I set the coffee down, grabbed the remote, and sank into the cushions. Seconds later, I kicked off the shoes I was still wearing and propped my feet up on the table. The back of the couch had some furry throw draped over it. I leaned my head against it while I flipped through the channels. Drew was hovering close beside the couch, and I knew he was trying to decide if he was going to sit on it with me or in a nearby chair. I'd purposely left a lot of space on the end of the sofa. "There's a Terminator marathon on." I motioned toward the screen. "I haven't seen these in a long time."
It's because the new Terminator just came out on DVD not very long ago, Drew said, and plopped down on the couch. Score. Yeah? Sweet. We can rent it after we watch all these. Seconds later, his feet joined mine on the table. We weren't touching, and it felt like a small victory. Hanging out like this was normal for us, whatever normal was. It was a good movie, entertaining, but I could only be entertained by it so much because part of my brain was so focused on his presence, on the way he smelled, the rhythm of his breathing. Every time he moved, I felt it. I was so attuned to his every move, it was making me crazy. Toward the end of the first movie, one of the more memorable lines came up, and we both quoted it along with the actor. Both of us laughed and went for a high five. Only he didn't let go. The second our palms smacked together, Drew's hand rotated and wrapped around mine. My stomach literally dropped, like I'd just jumped off a cliff. Our hands lowered toward the cushions between us, and then, tentatively, Drew threaded his fingers through mine. I felt like I was in 8th grade again, and I was on my first date at the movies. I'd sweated through my shirt, I was so incredibly nervous. It had taken me until the last 5 minutes of the movie to reach for my date's hand, and when she didn't pull away, I literally thought I was the shit. "Is this okay?" he asked. His voice was low and reminded me so much of that 8th grader I was just thinking of. I couldn't help it. I glanced down at our entwined hands. "It's better than okay," I whispered. He turned back to the movie. I did too, but I didn't even see the screen. I couldn't even have told you what was playing. All I felt was his palm against mine, the way his fingers folded into mine perfectly. I didn't engulf his hand. He didn't engulf mine. It was like a perfect match. My dick went back to its previously rigid state. I was beginning to think this could be a problem. I didn't want him to see and freak, so with my free hand, I pulled the blanket down from behind my head and tossed it over my lap. Drew glanced at me, then back to the TV. He totally knew what I was doing. That was one thing about trying to hide a hard-on from another dude. It was kinda impossible. Drew knew all the tricks, too. He didn't call me out, though, and he didn't pull back his hand. When the first movie went off, he dropped his feet off the table, and my stomach tightened. I wasn't ready to get up yet. I wasn't ready for him to get up yet. "I gotta piss," he announced and stood. When he was out of sight, I wondered if maybe he used the bathroom as an excuse to let go of my hand. "You want anything from the kitchen?" he called. "All I need is you." "Nah, I'm good." He came back carrying a bag of chips and 2 sodas, which he set near my feet and then plopped down. This time, he sat closer than before. If I moved over just an inch, our legs would be pressed together. Could Drew actually be into me too? Beneath the blanket, my cock jerked. It was still fucking hard. Seriously. Apparently, one kiss from Drew was like the equivalent of an overdose of Viagra. I'd never been hard this long before. I'd always just taken care of the situation. But I couldn't now. It was like sick torture, and I enjoyed it. "Second one starting," he said, popping the top to the can and took a sip. I watched his profile as he stared up at the TV. After a few seconds, the can was returned to the table and Drew's back hit the cushions. Our shoulders were so wide, they bumped together. I wanted to reach for his hand.
but I was unsure. What if he didn't want me to? What if he does? I glanced down at his long fingers resting loosely on the top of his thigh. I moved like I was settling back into the couch a little bit more and dropped my arm near his. The back of his hand fell open. I took a chance and reached for it. His fingers opened wide to make room for mine. When I'm drunk, I call my grandma and tell her she's hot, I said, still looking at the TV.
In a Scottish accent?
Drew snickered. You knew? I shot him a surprised look.
Yeah,
he chortled. Did Ivy tell you? I demanded. Drew's hand went stiff in mine.
Ivy knows?
The humor in his voice was no longer there. I hesitated. Yeah, I told her a long time ago, I explained. The night she told me she was into Braden.
'Cause you were interested in her.
His tone was harder now, like he was upset. Drew started to pull back, and my chest seized in panic. Listen. I gripped his hand tighter to prevent him from moving away.
You and my sister is not an image I want in my head.
Nothing happened between me and Ivy, I swear. If it did, do you think Braden would even let me in this house? Drew gave me a sidelong glance and then settled back against the cushions, but his hand was still rigid in mine. So, I began, cautious. The idea of me and Ivy bothers you? He made a rude sound.
The idea of you and anybody bothers me.
Well, that made me happy. Totally fucking giddy. He didn't seem quite as gleeful about the announcement, so I decided to maybe not act like I'd just won the lottery. Most guys have one-night stands, random hookups when they get drunk. If there aren't women around, they do stupid shit like run across the quad or get into fights.
You're such a frat boy,
Drew teased. If anybody else called me that, I'd punch him in the face.
Frat boy,
he said again. I let him get away with it. Because I loved him. And when it came off his lips, it sounded like a term of endearment. Instead of doing that stuff, I'd call Granny. Who the fuck calls their grandma to tell her she's hot when they're drunk?
I think we should get you some therapy,
he deadpanned. So cold, I said, pretending I was hurt and like I was going to pull my hand back. In reality, someone would have to use a chainsaw to get my hand out of his.
Aw, T,
Drew drawled.
I was just kidding.
As he spoke, he pulled my hand back and lifted it to his lips. Before either of us could think about it, he kissed the back of my hand. My heart literally tripped. It fell flat and skipped a beat. That chainsaw? Not even that would be enough to separate me from him now. I could tell the act caught him off guard, the way he stilled and pulled his face away like he was in shock. I didn't want to act like it was a big deal, even though I was pretty sure my heart graduated from skipping a beat to doing cartwheels inside my chest. Those phone calls were a sign, I continued, calm. One of the many signs I tried to ignore, the ones whispering in the back of my mind that maybe... No, not maybe. That I'm gay.
Shouldn't you be calling your grandpa then?
Drew asked. He was totally serious. This wasn't a joke anymore. I smiled anyway because it was funny. But he didn't see because he was still looking away. If it was my grandpa I called, I wouldn't be able to tell myself the shit I was feeling was wrong. Plus, then I could tell all the guys I was calling some chick I met online to have phone sex. I told them she thought I was Scottish. He didn't say anything, but I knew he was listening. It's not like I was never attracted to women, I went on. I was. Drew stiffened, and I squeezed his hand. But never like this. Never so much it tore me up inside. I think maybe that's why I liked Ivy. He made a sound, but I hurried on before he could get mad again. He was a prickly bastard tonight, but that's okay. This was a heavy conversation. She was a safe choice. She didn't like me, not like that. It was always B for her. I knew it, and knew she'd never choose me anyway. That actually makes sense, he murmured. I lied to you. His head came around. About what? That night months ago? The one where I was so drunk I forgot everything? He nodded. I didn't forget. I remember. What do you remember, T? He asked, quiet. I remember waking up the next morning and staring at the indent of where you'd been all night beside me and wishing you were still there. He sucked in a breath. I knew I'd planned to let him think, let him make sense of the kiss, but the words wouldn't stop tumbling out. There just wasn't room in me for them and all the feelings I had for Drew. I thought maybe acting like I forgot would make it easier, and I wouldn't lose you as a friend. I almost lost you tonight, in the bar. No? That bar just pushed me closer in your direction. I hated seeing you with that guy. He glanced down at his hands. All I could think was you were mine. I am yours. I don't... It's okay. I cut him off. I know you don't know how you feel, and that's okay. Just know you won't lose me. Not tonight. Not ever. Even if... I couldn't bring myself to say it. I'll always be your friend, Drew. You've been avoiding me all week, he accused. I grimaced. Cut me some slack. I never said it was going to be easy. It isn't every day a guy finally admits to himself he's totally into his best friend. He lifted his head and stared out across the darkened room as I watched the light from the TV screen flicker across his features. I missed you. I cleared my throat. Me too. I was avoiding you, too. The words were accompanied by a very meaningful look. My mouth went dry, and hope, the evil bastard, swelled up inside me. Because you finally admitted to yourself you're totally into your best friend? I asked. He shook his head, no. My raging hard-on wilted. I haven't admitted it. I wasn't ready. His blue eyes lifted to mine. But I am now.
21. Random Car Facts by Gearshark. Once Mr. Rogers had his car stolen. After it was reported on the news, his car was returned with a note on it that said, "Sorry, we didn't know it was yours." Drew. My name is Drew Forrester. I'm pretty sure I'm in love with my best friend, who's a guy.
22.
Random Car Facts by Gearshark.
The most common cars stolen are ordinary, everyday models, such as the Honda Civic and Accord. Trent. What are you saying? I asked. I wanted to be perfectly clear. I'm attracted to you, frat boy. In the same way you are to me. You're gay? He smirked. I've been with too many women to call myself gay, so Maybe I'm bi. Hell, I don't know. Putting a label on it won't make it any easier to understand. I nodded, totally getting it. Or any easier to feel. He glanced away and sighed. I've been fighting it too, for a long time. We've always kinda had this chemistry between us, you know? He glanced at me for confirmation. I think that kiss proved it, I replied, rueful. I totally want to do it again. His voice was a half growl. Thank Christ, I swore. Being in a relationship, if that's what this was, with another man wasn't going to be easy. It wasn't something I'd choose for myself. But love chose for me. After kissing him, after sitting here with him like this, it became oh so clear to me that the only thing harder than being with Drew would be not being with him. That night in my room, when you were drunk, the things you whispered, they affected me, like on a level I never really understood, or tried to. It scares me so bad, T. I know, man. I scrubbed my free hand over my face. I sound like a damn pussy saying it, but it's true. I've been scared a lot lately. I didn't want that for him. I wanted him to be secure, happy, whole. He turned and looked at me. I searched his blue eyes, hoping to find the words that might make any of this easier. The only time I wasn't scared was when you just kissed me. Guess I didn't need any words, because he already had them. We were incredibly close, barely inches from each other. His eyes were so sincere, so open in that moment, it caused my heart to turn over. I untangled our hands and laid my palm against the side of his face, cupping his cheek. I wasn't either, I confided. This time, he kissed me. My heart sang like all those Disney movies I always thought were dumb, but shit if it didn't feel awesome. My fingertips rubbed against the stubble on his cheek, and he pulled my bottom lip between his. He sucked and licked at it until my fingers crawled around the back of his neck and delved into the short strands at the base of his scalp. He released my lip and groaned, covering my mouth completely. I opened, welcoming his tongue into me and teasing him with my own. He pressed in closer, kissing me deep. So deep, I groaned and clutched at the back of his head like I was afraid he might disappear. It wasn't enough. My feet dropped off the coffee table and onto the floor, bringing my knees up to a 90-degree angle. He moved with me, knowing exactly what I wanted, because he wanted it too. Thank God he wanted it too. Drew climbed over my lap, straddling my legs. His powerful thighs rested on either side of me, and I covered them with my palms to revel in how strong he felt. The weight of him on me was delicious. I accepted it all. I would accept anything Drew wanted to give me. I longed to dive my hands beneath his shirt and drag my fingers across the muscles of his back. All the times I looked at him, at the contours of his waist, the length of his spine, and the way his muscles moved beneath his skin, the times I had to pretend not to notice how much he affected me, and how badly I wanted to explore his body in ways I shouldn't want to, I was getting that chance now. His lips were perfection personified. They were full and warm. They matched up with mine in a way no woman's ever had. I loved the way he practically attacked my mouth. He wasn't tentative or girly at all. He was all man, and he kissed with aggression and tenacity only a man would know. And dear God, the scruff on his jaw, it was my kryptonite, my heroin, the freaking best thing I ever tasted. Ever. With a groan, I ripped my mouth free and grabbed his chin with my hand. I wasn't too gentle when I held his face and tipped his head back so I could scrape my teeth over that scruff and then kiss down his neck. Drew made a sound, and his hips rolled and thrust forward. My head fell back on the couch, and I shuddered. My teeth sank into my lip as I fought to keep the moan of torture inside. I slapped a hand over my eyes, trying to give myself a little privacy to pull my shit together. God, I was fucking embarrassed. I was a grown-ass man acting like a fucking kid who didn't know how to contain his hormones. Trent? Drew stilled in my lap. Beneath my hands, I squeezed my eyes shut. His voice was awkward. Sorry, I kinda got carried away. He started to slide off me. I made a sound and grabbed his hips, holding him where he was. No. The word came out as a guttural sound. Don't move. Without a thought, I thrust my hips up toward him as another shudder rolled through me. Drew's eyes widened. Then the fucker started laughing. You gonna blow, T? I will punch you right in the face, I growled. He grinned, and dear God, his dimple came out to play. So other people can't deck me, but you can? Was he teasing me? Was the man I loved really sitting in my lap, torturing my dick, and teasing me? God damn. I was a lucky bastard tonight. There's no way in hell I'd have let Max touch you tonight. Don't say his name, he intoned. You're possessive, I observed, feeling my lips tilt up. You're protective, he replied, giving me the same look. I took care of what was mine. Period. Drew might not actually be mine, but my heart didn't operate on technicalities. Drew's hand dropped onto my abs, and I sucked in a breath. I need to get up, I said, palming the sides of his waist, preparing to lift him off. Amusement sparkled in his eyes. Shut up, I grumbled. You've been hard all night? He asked, glancing at the blanket still over my lap. I was so fucking hard, even the blanket wasn't doing a good job at hiding it. Pretty much, I admitted. His face became a little unsure, and I felt bad. Kissing and emotion were hard enough to deal with, but having my dick literally popping up between us only made things more awkward. Up, I said, and started to push him off. I need the bathroom. Drew pressed his weight down. I bit back another groan. Dude, I warned. You gonna take care of that in the bathroom? His voice was curious. It's better than being on the verge of shooting in my pants. Can I? I froze. Can you what? I asked low. Can I jerk you off? Below the blanket, my cock twitched. I didn't think I'd ever wanted anything more than I wanted to feel Drew wrap his hand around my throbbing dick. I studied his face, trying to see past my own hazy desire. Did he really want this? Or did he just feel like this was what I wanted? Even though the thought that he would offer this because he knew it was something I wanted made me love him more, I wasn't that selfish. I couldn't tell. I wasn't sure. "I'm not sure that's a good idea," I finally said. His face darkened. "Why?" "Because if I like it and you don't, my heart will be shattered." "Maybe later," I mumbled and started to get up again. Drew ripped the blanket off my lap and grabbed my cock through my clothes. The hissing sound I released filled the entire room. "You wanted to try a kiss." He gave it a squeeze. "I want to try this." "Drew." The defeat in my voice was embarrassing. Victory filled his eyes. His free hand pressed against my shoulder, forcing me back into the cushions of the couch. "I've never," he whispered as he reached for the buttons on my jeans. I placed my hand over his. "Me either." Desire, hot and fierce, filled his eyes. It was a heady look on him. I'd seen Drew in a lot of different ways, but he'd never looked at me like this, like he wanted me. I surrendered to his hands, letting both of mine fall limp at my sides. It took him a minute to get my jeans undone because my hard-on made it that much more difficult. When they were finally open, Drew slid back so he was sitting just above my knees. His big hands grasped the waistband of the pants and pulled at the same time I lifted my hips so they could slide down. My boxer briefs were red, the waistband black, and they looked sorely too tight against the bulging length of my cock. Drew swallowed thickly, his eyes going right to the front of the boxers. Using one hand, he grabbed the waistband and jerked them down. My cock sprang free instantly. "That actually looks painful, frat boy," he drawled, staring at my throbbing head. "How long's it been since you had some?" "Too long," I ground out. Just him staring at it made me want to come. "I'm guessing I'm not going to get too long then." He glanced up quickly and smiled. I was beyond words. I couldn't say a thing. "Next time," he whispered, like he was making a promise to himself. Drew's hand was large, so when he reached out and took me in his palm, he covered more of my dick than anyone had ever been able to before. My chest heaved, and my eyes drifted closed. Neither of us spoke as he grasped my cock and pulled it up so it was straight up and down. His hand gentled and caressed the smooth skin stretching over my rod. God, it felt so good to have his hands on me like this. Slowly, he jerked me, starting at the base and moving upward. When he got to the head, he circled just below it with his thumb and finger and gave it a squeeze. My body shuddered, and he flicked the pad of his thumb over the most sensitive spot. "Fuck," I ground out. "I like it there too," he whispered. His voice called to me, and I opened my eyes. We stared at each other while he continued to jerk me in slow, rhythmic movements. His free hand grabbed the base of my rod and held it in place, and I lay there staring into his blue gaze as both his hands worked me. Beads of moisture wept from my tip, and I knew right away when his hand slid over it because he paused. "You like this?" God, Drew, you have no fucking idea. I ground out. His eyes moved down. I felt him looking at the pre-cum coating my tip. I had a moment to wonder if maybe it would make him back away before the pad of his thumb pressed down on the top of my head and smeared it all around, coating the swollen, extremely sensitive skin with silky soft lubricant. I whispered some shit that made no sense and thrust my hips up toward him. Using his hand, he dragged some of that wetness down over my shaft and pumped me again. "I can't hold it," I panted. "I have to come."
"Let me see,"
he replied, dragging his hand up to hit the magic spot. My cock started pulsing, and I threw my head back and moaned. Hot liquid exploded out of me and plastered the shirt I was wearing. White light exploded behind my eyes, and my entire body released about 20 tons of pressure. I shuddered and pulsed through the orgasm, and Drew stayed with me through it all. He stroked me even as I shuddered and worked me even after I stopped. I collapsed against the cushions, so spent I was totally boneless.
"Damn,"
Drew whispered, and I felt the gentle touch of his fingers over my sack, kneading it gently as it relaxed along with my cock. I made a sound that could only be described as a purr, and half smiled. "That feels good."
"I wasn't sure how I'd feel,"
he said, cautious. My lids were heavy, but I forced them open. "And?" I asked.
"I thought it would be weird, you know?"
I nodded. He was still playing with my sack, almost like an afterthought. It was because of that I wasn't nervous.
"I like the way you feel,"
he went on.
"I liked the way your dick felt pulsing in my hand. I watched you explode all over your chest. I made you do that,"
he whispered. I smiled lazily. Yeah, this is all your fucking fault. And if he kept talking like that, I was going to explode all over again.
"Did you like it?"
I laughed. Best hand job I ever had.
"What did it feel like?"
The desire and curiosity in his voice was clear. My heart rate spiked. I glanced down at his center, noting he was sporting some wood of his own. It made me want to fist pump in the air, because dicks never lied. If he was hard, it was because he was turned on. "I'll show you," I rumbled. "Do you want me to?" He nodded.
23. Random Car Facts by Gearshark. The most expensive car is the Lamborghini Veneno, Italian for Venom, which is a limited edition supercar that wows a top speed of 220.5 miles per hour. Its price tag? $4.5 million. Drew. He took his shirt off. I was glad he made such a mess of himself, because now I could stare at his chest. I liked looking at Trent. I liked knowing I was the reason he made a mess of himself. No, I more than liked it. It made me feel like I was sitting at the start line of a race. The familiar tingle of adrenaline pulsed in my limbs, and the anticipation of his touch made me almost giddy. Now I understood why I tried to hide from these feelings, why they scared me so much. I felt about Trent the way I felt about racing. Just as racing and cars were a part of me, so was he. People said I had motor oil in my veins. I knew I bled just like every other man. But I bled for Trent. I drove into this town and almost immediately felt like this was where I belonged. It wasn't just because of racing or my sister. It was him. Now that I admitted it, I wondered how the hell I was ever able not to. I sank into the couch and put my feet flat on the floor. Trent was close by. The smooth look of his skin made me want to touch him. His athletic body excited me. His muscles held so much restrained power. There was nothing slight about T. Nothing at all. I stared at his wide shoulders, taking in their bulk and remembering how fast he'd moved, how easily he maneuvered himself between me and the asshole at the bar earlier tonight. He used his size to his advantage as a shield for me. Not many men could do that. I wasn't a small man on my own. But T could. He could safeguard me in a way no one else could. He could also make me vulnerable in a way no one else could. It was a sobering thought. "You nervous?" he asked from the edge of the couch. His light brown hair was mussed, kind of wild, and stuck out at the base of his neck from where I grabbed him earlier when we kissed. I never noticed before how hawk-like his hazel eyes could be, how he was able to look into me as if he saw things no one else would notice. I nodded honestly. "Maybe a little." "I don't have to," he hedged. I glanced at the strength of his back, the rounded shape of his biceps. I was safe with him. "I want to." He nodded and settled beside me, slightly turned so one of his shoulders pressed into the back of the couch. The TV was still on, the changing pictures flickering low light throughout the room. His skin was illuminated by it, making it too hard to keep resisting the urge to touch him. His skin was warm, almost flushed against my palm. I drifted down from his shoulder, across his chest to cup his pec. The nipple in the center tightened in response, and I rubbed my hand over it, teasing the bud. Next, I trailed down a little lower to the top of his abs, which tightened beneath my hand. They were defined enough that I was able to trace their outline with the pad of my finger. "I don't think it's fair I'm the only one without a shirt," he drawled. I sat up and bunched the fabric of my shirt beneath my hand and pulled. I threw it over the back of the couch and settled back once more, reclining a little to give him a full view of my upper body. I felt a little self-conscious because I wasn't as built as him. I was leaner and not as wide. I'd never felt insecure before, never worried about pleasing someone else with the way I looked. I never cared before. He moved to touch me, but then drew back. Disappointment crashed into me, and I realized how badly I anticipated the feel of his hands on me. He started. "It's okay." I nodded. His hand was as warm as the rest of his skin and slightly calloused because he lifted so many weights. The somewhat rough texture of his hand made goosebumps run along my limbs. He too went for my nipple, which was already rock hard. He took it between his fingers and rolled it, lightly pinching the sensitive flesh. My eyes slid closed, and a new sensation assaulted me. The distinct feel of his tongue flicking over the hardened bud made me jolt. He paused and looked up. I palmed the back of his head and arched my back, pushing myself closer and pulling him down. His lips closed around the nip and pulled. I groaned as he lavished attention on my pec in a way no one else ever had. As he did, his hand roamed over to the other to pluck and play with the also rock-hard bud. My ballsack tightened close to my body, and my cock began to throb. As his tongue slid over my chest, I couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like around my cock. My hips thrust up, and I made an impatient sound. His throaty chuckle vibrated my skin, and I shuddered. Instead of picking up his mouth and sitting back, he trailed hot, wet kisses over my abs, all the way down. I think I muttered a curse, but I was beyond hearing. My hand tightened at the back of his head as the tip of his tongue delved into the small circle of my belly button. His thick fingers reached for the button on my jeans, and I tilted up to give him better access. He laughed low. "You're very impatient." "I want more," I replied, reaching for my own button. "He was taking too long." "No, you don't." He pushed my hand away and pinned it against the couch. "You said you wanted to know what it felt like for me to touch you." "It's torture," I groaned. He released my wrist and popped the button free. The distinct sound of my fly going down made me tremble. "Good or bad torture?" "You talk too much," I grumbled. He laughed and got up from the couch. My eyes shot open when the weight and heat of him so close was no longer there. Before I could say anything, he was settling on the floor between my knees, his hazel eyes watching, weighing my reaction to his new position. Our eyes stayed locked when he hooked his fingers in the waistband of my jeans and boxers and tugged. Both garments came away and slid all the way to my knees. Even though my dick sprang free, he didn't stop. Instead, he pulled them off all the way and tossed them aside. I was completely naked, vulnerable in ways I'd never been before. Beneath my skin, my muscles quivered. From desire, from anticipation. Trent moved a little closer and placed his hands on my knees. If he felt me shaking, he didn't say anything. Instead, both hands slid upward to the insides of my thighs. I opened my legs a little, giving him more room, glad I did when he began kneading the muscles there and stroking his way up near my cock. "This okay?" he whispered. "Yes," I sighed and closed my eyes. "If I do anything you don't like, just say the word and I'll stop." "You could do anything to me right about now, frat boy," I murmured. "Even suck your dick?" My abs contracted and my heart stalled. I'd just been imaging that very thing, and now he was offering to make it reality. I reached down and grabbed myself to push it toward him, offering up the most sacred piece of a man's body. He wrapped his hand around it and squeezed, testing out the length and width. My hand fell away and I groaned. He began the process of playing. It's the only way I could describe what he did. He toyed with me, used his hands to deliver thorough and exquisite pleasure. It was almost like he was in awe of my cock, like it was the first time he'd ever seen one. I liked it because it made what we were doing together, what I was experiencing at his touch, that much more devastating. When his lips brushed the inside of my thigh, my teeth sank into my lower lip. I reached for his head again and dug my fingertips into his scalp. I didn't have to worry too much about the amount of pressure I used because I knew he was strong enough to take it. "I'm gonna need to hear you say it," he murmured. Every syllable he spoke brought his lips into contact with my skin. "Suck it," I practically begged. "Do it." I felt him move between my legs, the bareness of his chest against my skin. His hand slid all the way to the base of my throbbing cock, and he jerked it upright. His mouth slid over my length in one long stroke. I arched up off the couch because he took the entire thing, all the way down. My dick didn't fit that deep into anyone else's mouth. Trent slapped a free hand on my chest and spread his fingers wide. Using his strength, he pushed me back onto the couch and held me there while he pulled up and slid back down over me again. Fuck. He worked me good. Like a fucking master. If I wasn't so far gone with desire, I might have been pissed, because surely this wasn't his first time giving a blowjob. I wanted Trent all to myself. I didn't want to share. The steady pressure and rhythm he used on my cock built up tension inside me. He somehow managed to bring me to the brink of an orgasm and hold me there. When he would release my cock, I would try and grab him back, and he would chuckle. His full lips wrapped around just the tip, and he did this thing with his tongue, this swirling movement that made my eyes roll back in my head. "I like the way you taste," he growled, and then attacked me again. My hands gripped whatever they could and hung on. The second I started to quake, he pulled back and pumped me with his fist. I came hard and fast, spraying out all over my chest and leaking down onto his hand. When I felt him wipe at the stuff, I cracked an eye, afraid maybe touching another guy's shit might freak him out. He didn't look grossed out. If anything, he looked turned on. His lips were slightly red from being around my cock, and his tongue darted out and slid over his lower lip. Trent wrapped his fingers around my head and squeezed gently, milking the rest of my release out of my cock. The bead of white balanced the tip, so he released my skin to wipe it away with his fingers. I collapsed back, totally fucking spent. That had been better than some entire sex marathons I'd had with a few old girlfriends. I wrinkled my nose. Thinking about them and what we'd done made me a little queasy. It felt wrong now. Having anyone but T touch me now felt wrong. The soft touch of fabric on my stomach caused me to look down. He was cleaning me up. Something about the action made my heart turn over. He was using his shirt, soaking up my jizz on his shirt. The same shirt he just came all over. We were mixing together. Maybe I should have been put off. I wasn't. Without thought, I ran my fingers through his hair. He glanced up and smiled. It was relaxed and almost shy. Butterflies erupted in my stomach. No shit. Genuine butterflies. He just affected me that much. "You okay?" he asked. He seemed to ask that a lot tonight. Like he cared a lot more about how I felt than him. "Actually, I'm kinda pissed," I replied. Trent drew back, and his eyes widened. "Why?" "A couple reasons." I held up a finger. "There was no way that was your first BJ." Relief made him grin. His crooked tooth charmed me. I think I'd know if I'd sucked another dude's cock before. I narrowed my eyes. "I'll beat their fucking ass." He patted my leg and stood up. "Yours is the only one I'm interested in." I grunted. "Better be." "What else?" he asked, moving across the room. I watched his back muscles bunch as he walked and the long length of his arm when he bent down to pick up my jeans. "Huh?" I said, distracted. A smug look crossed his face. "Like what you see?" I wagged my eyebrows. He held up his arm and flexed his impressive bicep. "Now you're just being cocky," I told him. Trent laughed. It was my favorite sound. "Why else are you pissed?" he asked, not even concerned. Because all this time, we could have been blowing each other. I shook my head sadly. I've missed a lot of fucking orgasms. Trent straightened and looked at me seriously. My jeans dangled from his hand. You'd want to do that to me? The question kind of made me feel like shit. Like maybe I should have paid more attention to the way he was feeling. After all, I did find him in a gay bar tonight. He'd gone there because he was tore up inside and felt alone. He'd wanted to find someone who might understand. Yeah, frat boy, I answered soft. That's definitely something I want to do. He blinked and swallowed thickly, suddenly overcome by emotion. I pushed off the couch and stepped around the coffee table. Trent wasn't looking at me, but was very involved with his task. Trent. His shoulders stiffened, and he pulled my boxers out of my jeans. Here. He extended them between us. I quickly pulled them on. Hey, I touched his wrist when I was done. He still wouldn't look at me. You've been carrying this around a long time, huh? I asked gently. He nodded. Trent wasn't a very vocal guy. He was good at blending in with the background, with being the friend everyone loved. But no one knew quite as well as everyone else. It didn't matter to me, but now I knew why. Judging just from where I found him tonight and everything that happened since, it made me even more in awe of him. God damn, he was so brave. Brave even though he was clearly barely holding it together. Strong in the face of a hurricane. Solid in a crumbling world. He still made you his top priority tonight. I reached for him, pulled him close. My arms wrapped around his waist and clutched his back. Even though he was wider than me, I still hunched around him. I still tried to make him feel less alone. His face pressed into the side of my neck when he hugged me back. I held him tighter. My sister always said I gave the tightest hugs of anyone she ever knew. I held as tight as I could in that moment. If he were crumbling, I would hold every single piece of him in place. He lifted his head a fraction, just enough to rest his chin on my shoulder. I thought I was going to lose you. It surprised me to realize, as scared as I was about what was happening between Trent and me, it seemed I just might have been a little less afraid. He'd been the one to admit how he felt first. He'd been the one to kiss me. He'd been the one to give the first blowjob. But I was the one standing here holding him. One of my hands slid up the back of his neck to palm his head. Trent was a paradox, and not many people saw. He was strong, but there was something impossibly vulnerable about him. Something that made my heart swell. I hadn't been sure how I felt until this moment. Until I pulled him into my arms and the rightness clicked into place. I loved him. I loved him in a way I'd never loved anyone before. You're not going to lose me, frat boy, I vowed softly. I'm not going anywhere.
24. Random Car Facts by Gearshark.
Early cars didn't have a steering wheel. They had levers. Trent. He laid his head in my lap. I sat reclined against the back of the couch with my feet up on the table, and he was horizontal with his legs propped up on the arm. Neither one of us bothered with shirts, and we'd both changed into basketball shorts with loose material instead of putting on jeans again. I was wearing a pair of Drews. They were black and had a white string on the inside of the waistband. He'd given me a t-shirt too, and though I was sorely tempted to wear it just because it was his, I opted to stay bare-chested. Since my shirt was, dirty, we threw our clothes in the wash, then came back downstairs where we settled in to watch the third Terminator movie. When he flopped down and put his head in my lap, a lump formed in my throat. This guy was turning me into a marshmallow. Moments like these with him had been so badly wanted that getting even just one now was sort of like some impossible wish being granted. I wasn't an emotional type of guy, but this meant something to me. We talked about the movie as we watched and about the stunts on screen, but never far from the back of my thoughts was him and how good it felt to have him right here. Partway through, he rolled onto his side so his cheek pillowed against my thigh. He tucked his arms around him and pulled his knees in a little. "You cold?"
"Yeah."
"I'll turn on the fireplace," I offered, and pushed off the back of the sofa.
"No,"
he protested and pushed me down.
"Don't get up."
When I settled back down, he sighed and pushed a little further into my lap. The blanket was within reach, so I pulled it down over him, making sure his chest and arms were covered. Without a word, he lifted the top up and invited me in. I draped my arm over his side, across his chest, and he let go of the blanket so it could fall into place. His hand reached for mine, and we loosely linked them together.
"You gonna stop avoiding me?"
he asked. I guess I deserved that. The excuses I kept sending via text were pretty weak. "Yeah, I'm sorry, it's been a long week."
"Ain't that the truth?"
"Everything going okay with Joey?" I asked, wondering how much I missed.
"You should give her a chance. She's a really good driver. She actually taught me some stuff."
"Well, now that I know you're not sleeping with her, I like her a little more." He laughed, then said,
"Gamble's her father."
"No shit," I swore. He nodded against my leg.
"Yeah, it kind of works against her though, that and being a girl and all."
"It must be hard being a woman in the world of racing," I murmured, feeling like a dick for not giving her more of a chance. Truth was, the second she stepped out of the fastback, I was jealous of her. Drew made a sound of agreement.
"Having a father who could practically buy anything doesn't help either."
"How much longer is she hanging out?" I asked, mentally promising to spend some time with her, actually give her a chance.
"Not sure,"
he replied.
"She doesn't seem in too big a hurry to leave. Course, that was before I took her to a street race that ended in a car chase."
"Fucking Lorehaven," I spat. Drew jostled the cushions when he rolled onto his back to look up at me. Our hands stayed linked, and he rested them on his stomach.
"I beat him again."
The rueful smile on his face made me grin. "Hells yeah." I released his hand to smack him in the chest. "That's my guy." We were both caught off guard by what I said. I called him mine, but we'd never actually discussed that. I had no idea what we were. Reluctantly, my eyes turned down to his face. The smile he was wearing was deep and proud. I was tired of resisting the dimple, so I ran my finger over it, caressing it softly. "I like this dimple," I explained, my voice low and deep.
"I like how your left front tooth is slightly crooked."
I returned his smile, and he chuckled a little. "That drives my mother crazy. All that money on braces and my tooth still won't do what it's told." Drew covered my hand with his beneath the blanket and glanced away. I shouldn't have brought up my mother. It intruded upon us. Somehow, we'd slipped into some private world tonight where it felt safer to be how we really wanted to be together. The outside world, anything beyond what Drew and I shared, didn't seem welcome. I worried for quiet moments I'd burst our bubble and it was going to end prematurely.
So guess what?
He said, looking up at me once more. All my worries instantly melted away.
What? I have a photo shoot and interview with Gearshark on Monday.
No shit, I exclaimed for the second time tonight. Excitement sparked in his blue eyes.
Yeah, apparently, the calls Gamble has been making have seriously caused a stir in the racing world. Well, in the world of speed, word travels fast. Hopper might also have said some things to Gamble's other drivers and dropped a few major hints to all the headquarters staff. People are talking.
The pro world is going to be steamed. The indies are stealing their thunder, I mused.
This interview is basically going to be the first official announcement of the new racing division. Alongside my piece, Gamble is releasing a statement, and some of the sponsors he's already got interested are all going to be mentioned.
Free press for them, I nodded, thinking how smart Ron Gamble really was. So where and when is the interview?
Gearshark is sending a crew here to me. The guys down at the Speedway are opening up the track for us, 10 a.m. We're going to do the shoot there at the track, and then I'll sit down and answer some questions.
Pick me up early so we can get coffee on the way, I said. Then I thought better of it. No, I'll just pick you up. I'll probably have to drag your ass out of bed.
Yeah?
He seemed mildly surprised.
Don't you have class?
Fuck class, I drawled. This is more important. Your first big interview, and it's with Gearshark, no less? It's a national magazine, dude. A Bible to all drivers.
I'm so pumped.
I could hear the excitement in his voice.
That magazine is the bomb. My first interview and your first official job as my manager.
You ready to be famous? I asked. He scoffed at the idea, but I knew it was only a matter of time. The realization made my stomach twist, but I ignored it.
So, what's been going on with you?
Drew asked. Con tried to get me tossed out of the frat. My hand was ripped away from his when he jackknifed up off my lap and slammed his feet onto the floor.
What?
It was kinda cute the way he was all outraged, but it was unnecessary. What a douche, I cracked. Of course, it didn't work.
He was that pissed you didn't back him as the new president?
I sneered. Now he's out of the election completely.
He's still giving you a hard time?
Drew's face darkened.
Oh yeah.
But those details weren't welcome in this moment, not in this bubble we created. Nothing I can't handle.
I got your back. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know. Drew leaned back against the couch, our bodies pressed together from our shoulders all the way to our feet. He leaned his head on my shoulder, and it felt so good to drift off, even though I tried to stay awake. I wanted to remember every moment of tonight, but I was just so fucking content, and his steady breathing lulled me to sleep. I didn't know what time it was, just that it was very late when he shook me gently. Yeah? I said, blinking up as he leaned over me.
Come on, let's go to bed.
Bed? I echoed. Even half asleep? I was still surprised.
You're staying over tonight.
He held his hand out to me, a silent invitation. I looked between him and his hand, then slowly surrendered mine. He kept hold of me the entire way upstairs and down the hall. I hadn't been in his room since that night months ago, but I was totally sober now. He went in, and I hesitated on the threshold. He glanced back over his shoulder, giving my hand a slight tug. "I'm not drunk this time," I cautioned. "I won't be forgetting anything in the morning." His hand slipped away from mine, and my stomach plummeted. It was for the best anyway. Better to know now before I fell even deeper in love with him. Drew didn't move away like I thought, though. He rotated back around, swiveled his hips in my direction, and stepped up close. It reminded me of the way I'd stepped up to him in the kitchen. His eyes met mine. Neither of us had to look down or up. We stood level, on even ground. Drew curled his hand around my waist. His fingers crawled across my back and rested against my spine. He moved with agonizingly deliberate intent. I remained still and let him approach. Our eyes remained locked together until just before our mouths touched. His eyes drifted closed first, and mine followed his lead. Tender isn't a word I would ever use to describe Drew, but that's exactly what his kiss was. He fit his lower lip between mine so his mouth enclosed around my top lip, sucking the fullness in and then releasing to come back and do it again. Our lips brushed together like they had their own personal handshake no one else knew. It was everything in that moment, his lips, his breath, and the feel of his tongue slowly tangling with mine. His other hand grasped the other side of my waist, and our chests came together. It was the first time our skin touched like this, the first time we were skin to skin. I loved the hardness of his body, the way his arm muscles flexed when he gripped me tighter. I lifted one arm and wrapped it around his shoulders so there wasn't even a centimeter between us. Even though this was his kiss, I deepened it, and he growled into my mouth and followed my lead. I could feel the pounding of his heart against my chest, and I reveled in it. I knew mine likely felt the same, and I hope he knew it beat so erratically because of him. Drew retreated from my mouth slowly, like it wasn't something he wanted to do. Before pulling back completely, he sucked my tongue for one last taste. His thumb swiped at my lower lip when he spoke. "So you'll remember that in the morning?" "I'll remember that for the rest of my life." He grunted like my answer satisfied him. "Good." After that, I let myself be pulled into the room. It smelled like him in here, and I took a deep breath. He didn't bother with the light, and I smacked my shin on the end of the bed. "Shit," I growled, and reached down to rub the spot. A small bedside lamp clicked on. "You okay?" "Fine," I grumbled, and moved around to the far side of the bed. Drew flung the covers back, and I crawled in. I was drowsy. Sleep still had a hold on me. Or maybe it was just the way he kissed. When my head hit the pillow, I sighed, and he laughed lightly. "Comfortable?" "This bed is better than mine," I murmured. "That's because I sleep in it." "Probably," I said around a yawn. The mattress dipped a little with his weight, and the blankets ruffled when he pulled them up and adjusted his pillow. The light clicked off with a distinct sound, and he settled against the sheets. "Where's your car?" he asked. I rolled toward him, seeking out his face in the dark. "At Omega. I took a cab to the bar." "Don't go back there, frat boy," he whispered. "Never," I promised. I lifted my arm, turned onto my back. "Come here." He was soundless as he slid across the sheets. His body was almost as long as mine, and we pressed together almost completely. Drew's head lay on my shoulder. The scruff on his jaw tickled my skin. I tucked an arm around him, keeping him close, and he tossed one leg up over mine, hooking us together.
"You know you can't leave here until I drive you."
My mouth kicked up in a half smile. I'm in no hurry to leave.
"I kinda want to stay here like this all weekend."
It sounded like a whispered confession. "Me too," I whispered back. The feel of his fingertips lightly caressing my abs was kinda blissful, and it made me hard. Yes, again. But there was no rush to do anything about it. The last thing I wanted to do was move too fast with Drew and ruin what was happening. But I didn't want to sleep. It seemed like an awful waste of time with him. So I fought as gallantly as I could. Sleep came anyway. It pulled me down deep. A little while later, when he rolled over, my body followed his. When morning dawned and I opened my eyes, I half expected to find his side of the bed empty, with nothing but a pillow indent to prove I hadn't been dreaming. Drew was still there. We spooned together with his ass nestled firmly against my front. It was proof this really wasn't a dream. Even dreams couldn't be this good.
25. Random Car Facts by Gearshark. The best-selling car of all time is the Toyota Corolla, clocking in over 30 million sales. Drew. He was hard. I obviously knew all about waking up with a morning wood, but I'd never woken up to one poking me before. I lay there with my eyes closed for a while, just taking in the feeling of his big body wrapped around mine. It was different than what I was used to, and I waited for the awkwardness to assault me. Now that the sun was up, I thought I might feel different. I worried I might feel regret. I didn't. In fact, it was hard to think at all with the distraction of Trent's rigid cock pressed against my ass. I wiggled a little, pressing against it just a little bit more. His hips thrust forward, and I smiled to myself. So I did it again. His arm, which was thrown over my waist, moved, and the next thing I knew, his hand was around my own morning wood. "What are you doing, frat boy?" I rumbled. "If you can tease me, so can I." His voice ruffled the hair on the back of my head and caused goosebumps to race over my scalp. I wiggled back against him, and his grip tightened around my shaft. It felt good, so I thrust into his hand for another pump. Trent lifted one of his legs over both of mine, which changed the position of his cock, and I groaned a little. The pressure of him right up against me was fucking good. His leg was like a weight holding me in place as he rubbed and stroked my cock through my shorts. I couldn't help but roll my hips in rhythm to his strokes, and he joined in, thrusting gently against me, rubbing his length between us. We rocked together for a while, until it just wasn't enough. Until I wanted his hands on my bare skin. "Trent," I pleaded, hoping he understood the need. His fingers slid to the waistband of my shorts, but he paused. "This okay?" "Do it," I growled. His laugh was throaty when his hand dove beneath my boxers and brushed over the head of my swollen erection. The skin-on-skin contact was so good and it made me moan. He stroked what he could and continued to rock back and forth against me with his length, but my clothes and position were just too restrictive. I wanted more stroking, more of everything. He felt the same, because after a few moments, he pulled his hand free and tugged my hip. "Roll over." I moved immediately and helped him pull my shorts and boxers down so I could abandon them somewhere between the covers. Trent grabbed my hip and jerked me forward. My lower half collided with his. My bare, hard dick rubbed against the fabric of his shorts and brushed against his covered hard-on. We thrust closer as our lips met in a hungry kiss. Our tongues plunged into each other as we humped each other. Trent's hand settled over the side of my face and held me as we made out, eventually dragging down my jaw and to my neck. He sucked and bit at the skin, making me so hungry for more. I reached for the waistband on his boxers and started tugging at them impatiently. He let go of me long enough to abandon the fabric, allowing his own cock to spring free. I went for it immediately, wrapping my hand around it and going back for his lips. We kissed each other everywhere we could reach without having to release the other's erection. The amount of heat we generated practically sizzled my skin. We both hummed with need until both our cocks were weeping pre-cum onto the sheets. Trent moved first, grabbing my hips and pulling me against him. Our lower half matched up well, and we thrust into each other, bumping and rubbing our dicks together. "Damn," Trent moaned and took both of us into one of his hands. He jacked us both at the same time, causing breath to hiss from between my lips. I rolled on top of him, pinning our cocks between our bodies, and kissed him fully on the mouth. He was moving erratically now, thrusting against me faster, so I slid down his body, kissing all the way down to his scrotum. "I'm not gonna last," he groaned as I settled between his legs. I dragged one finger up his taint just beneath his balls, and he shuddered. So I took it one step further and licked the same area, and then gently sucked one of his balls into my mouth. He muttered a few incoherent curses that made me feel like I was awesome, and it spurred me on. Since he was so close to orgasm, I played with his balls, kissing and sucking, and then I kissed the base of his shaft. I licked and kissed his taint a few more times, enjoying the way he trembled, but I didn't go any lower. I wasn't quite sure I was ready for that. Yet. Trent's powerful legs were actually shaking when I finally took him into my mouth. Just the tip at first, really working it and making sure it was good and slick. Then I clamped my lips around him and slid down, settling into a steady sucking motion. "Now!" The word ripped out of his mouth, sounding kind of like a prayer, and with one last-minute decision, I sucked a little deeper. I felt him fighting it, trying to hold back and giving me a minute to release his cock. But I wasn't going to. I wanted to feel him spill across my tongue. On instinct, I did what I could to send him over the edge and dragged the pad of my thumb down his taint and quickly caressed his puckered hole. With a shout, he exploded. His warm, slightly salty cum spurted across my tongue. I drank him down as he moaned into a pillow. The sounds he made and the aftershocks jolting his body only heightened my own throbbing arousal. Before letting his softening dick go completely, I licked over the tip one last time. I raised my head to look at him, but all I saw was the white pillow he was pressing over his face. I chuckled and lifted it. "Everything okay under there?" "You." His eyes dropped to my lips. "Yeah, I did." He shot up into a sitting position and grabbed my hips. "My turn." I wasn't about to turn down a blowjob, especially not from him. His powers of deep-throating were the stuff books should be written about. On second thought, I didn't want anyone to know how fucking fantastic he was at sucking cock. That was only for me. I was already so worked up from the makeout session, the dry humping, and the feel of him jacking us both at the same time, I lasted less time than a virgin teenager. T barely had time to wrap his mouth around me before I was shooting my load right across his tongue. Yeah, he swallowed this time. Fucking almost made me hard all over again. We didn't leave the house the rest of the weekend. Our phones lay abandoned somewhere we couldn't hear them. Our clothes stayed folded on the top of the dryer. We only wore basketball shorts and each other's hands. We made out a lot, touched each other constantly, and did some work on the fastback. Saturday night, he slept in my bed again, and we spent Sunday morning using our mouths, no words. As the weekend clock started to wind down, I felt a cloud settle over us that neither wanted to acknowledge. We were sitting on the couch, holding hands and watching the news for Monday's weather report. His head was resting on my shoulder as I gently stroked the back of his hand with my thumb. Then the distinct sound of keys in the front door changed everything. We jerked apart like we'd been caught doing something criminal. I grabbed the t-shirt lying nearby and put it on so fast I was out of breath. When I turned back, Trent had done the same and was now on the far end of the couch. Ivy walked into the house first, Nova bundled up against her chest beneath some blankets. I started forward, but she pressed a finger to her lips and pointed at the stairs. I nodded, and she went to put the baby down while Rimmel and the rest of the family walked into the house. Romeo's eyes went straight to Trent, who had moved to the doorway between the rooms. I was starting to think you were avoiding us, he said. I was planning a trip to Omega to kick your ass. Sorry, Rome, Trent replied. Grooming the new Omega Prez has been keeping me busy. Romeo glanced between him and me before nodding and settling his blue gaze on Trent. Nothing should keep you too busy for family. Trent shifted uncomfortably, and I went to help B drag in all the baby shit from the car. The bubble Trent and I had been living in this weekend was officially popped. I wondered what Romeo would say if he knew what T and I spent the majority of our time the past 2 days doing together. I wondered what they all would say. That was the thing about living in Fantasyland. Eventually, reality always took over.
26.
Random Car Facts by Gearshark.
The most expensive license plate ever bought is the number 1. It cost $14.3 million and was bought by a businessman in Abu Dhabi. Trent. He wanted me to remember, but no one else to see. I couldn't even be mad because I understood. I felt the same. Before this weekend, I was worried I'd lose my family if they found out the way I felt about Drew. Yes, because I thought he didn't feel the same and it would drive a wedge between us, but also because I was suddenly gay. Granted, I wasn't really suddenly gay, but that's how it was going to look. I might have taken a lot of hits during football, a lot of them to my head, but I wasn't stupid. It might be a new age, and I might live in a world of intense political correctness, yet facts were facts. Not everyone was so accepting of a person's choice to love someone of the same sex. By some, it was considered a sin. It made others uncomfortable, and to the real assholes of the world, it made us perverts. I didn't want to be judged for a choice my heart made out of love. I didn't want that for Drew either. With Romeo's and Braden's high-profile careers as football players, the last thing they needed was me announcing I wanted to be with Drew. They wouldn't understand. How could they? I could barely wrap my head around it. The way we jumped apart when the family got home Sunday was like a bucket of ice water to the balls. Who was I kidding? A relationship between Drew and me couldn't work, especially if we both acted like we were doing something wrong whenever another person was around. Reality blew chunks. Even though I was nauseous from life, I still couldn't stay away. Drew had his first big interview today. It was literally the first day of the rest of his life in racing. I was going to be there come hell or high water. Oh yeah, and someone had to drag his ass out of bed. How the guy managed to get himself to his day job on time every day, at the early hour of 8 a.m., yeah, he'd never survive football practices at 5. I honestly would like to know. I went over earlier than I needed to for 2 reasons. 1, I didn't want anyone to see me sneaking up to his room, and 2, I missed him. I lay awake a long time, trying to fall asleep the night before, thinking about him. About how good it was to be with him the way we were over the weekend. About how I loved him and kinda wished I didn't. I thought about how we went back to just friends as soon as the family walked in, and how hard it was to not be able to reach out and touch him if I wanted. I spent a lot of time the last few years trying to love someone. Every girl I met, I wondered if she'd be the one, even though I always sort of knew she wouldn't. I loved Drew without trying, in spite of trying not to. I found it incredibly ironic that now, when we stood in a room full of other people, I had to be careful how I looked at him. I had to be careful the love I always tried to have for someone didn't show in my eyes. It shouldn't feel like a punishment or a crime to love someone, anyone. People stepped out in the world today with guns and bombs. They killed one another without any thought of an actual human life. But I lay there in bed and worried what people might do when they found out I loved someone. I woke up reaching for him, but he wasn't there. Drew might be the cause of the debate inside me, but he was also the solution. I didn't know anything else, but I did know that. This morning, it was enough. I used the key Romeo gave me months ago. It was the first time I'd ever actually used it. I remembered thinking at the time it was unnecessary I had a key because someone was always home when I came over, but Romeo said even though I didn't live here, this was still my place. I was grateful for that key right now. It kinda made me wonder if he'd known I'd need it someday. It wasn't super early, but early enough that no one was up and moving around yet, but I knew they would be soon. Nova didn't let anyone sleep late in this house. Because of that, I moved fast, as soundless as I could up the stairs and down the hall. Prada barked from inside Bee and Ivy's room, and I winced but kept moving and stealthily let myself into Drew's room, closing the door behind me quickly and quietly. The room was very dim, but I could still see him on the bed. Instead of taking up the middle of the mattress, he was lying on his side, the one he slept on when I was here. It was like he, too, in such a short time, got used to sharing the bed with me. Or maybe I just wanted to believe that. His chest was bare. One of his arms, which was strong and defined, was thrown up over the pillow. Drew looked younger when he slept. The intense edge of the daredevil in him was buried by the fullness of his relaxed lips, the smoothness of his face, and the way his lashes swept down, hiding the cloudless blue color of his sometimes penetrating stare. I didn't prefer him one way or the other. I liked both. That's what it was to love someone, right? To love all parts of them. I wanted to slip right beneath the sheets and claim my place at his side, but I hesitated. We didn't acknowledge the way we changed last night once everyone came home. Even alone in the car when he drove me back to the house, we didn't mention it. We just talked and joked like we always had and pretended everything between wasn't fundamentally changed. When I got out of the car, we didn't touch or embrace. I didn't brush my lips across the scruff on his jaw. I didn't tell him I loved him. I was afraid to. What if the weekend was just a weekend? What if the entire 2 days were like our first kiss, something to try? What if after I left and he came home, he decided this was insane? I probably shouldn't have snuck in here. It might be awkward. Why didn't I think of this before? Good timing, Mask, I scolded myself. You're supposed to think your play through before it's in motion.
You're being creepy.
I jolted at the sound of the voice breaking into my thoughts. Drew made a sound and looked up at me through barely cracked eyes.
I like creepy as much as I like mornings.
All these thoughts in my head, and I couldn't seem to string together one sentence or excuse as to why I was standing in his room.
You gonna get in bed?
He asked, thumbing at my side of the mattress. My eyes flew to his face. I couldn't help but feel surprised and relieved. He wasn't even looking at me. His eyes were back to being closed. How could he just lie there and sleep? The dirty bastard. My type must be dirty bastards because I grinned, kicked off my shoes, and walked around the bed. I crawled in fully dressed in a pair of jeans and a preppy-looking sweater. It was cold out this morning, but I figured I should at least make an effort to look like I made an effort to get dressed for the interview and shoot. I wouldn't be doing any talking or smiling for the cameras, but since I was Drew's manager, still a super weird thought, I basically represented him, and I wasn't about to look like some loser off the street.
You're wearing too many clothes,
Drew said as he rolled toward me. How do you know? You haven't even opened your eyes, I argued.
I'm naked,
he announced, and as if he needed to prove it, he lifted the blankets to show me that yes, indeed, he was naked. He also was hard. Forrester? I gasped. What kind of depraved person sleeps butt-ass naked?
The kind who hopes someone might sneak in their room to take advantage of them.
I clamped my hand around his bare hip and hauled him close. I think I might be the man for that job. His body stiffened.
Your hands feel like you slept in the Arctic.
It's cold out.
Take your shirt off.
I'm over here freezing and you want me to get undressed? I feel the love, I teased.
I'll warm you up.
The sleepy quality in his voice totally turned me on. I ripped the sheets over my head and tossed them over the side of the bed. We reached for each other at the same time, our bodies and lips locked at the same time. We kissed like we hadn't in weeks, and his bare legs tangled through my jean-covered ones as if he didn't care how knotted up we became. I tugged on his lower lip with my teeth and rubbed a palm over the scruff on his face. He pulled back abruptly and ducked his head.
I have morning breath,
he groaned. I like morning breath. We went back to kissing, and my hand found its way around his cock. Drew's hips tilted up to give me better access, and I licked deep into his mouth and slowly jacked his length. He made a sound of pure satisfaction that tightened my balls when I flattened a palm on his chest and pushed him flat on his back. Lose the jeans, he murmured, his hips still seeking my attention. No time for me right now. I said, and stroked him again. He couldn't argue. His head fell back, his mouth going open with a silent "oh." I should have just finished him off right then. I could have, but I was greedy. I spent way too much time last night and this morning thinking the weekend was all we were going to get, but now I had another moment, another memory to fold into my head. I wasn't going to make it fast because we were pressed for time or because there were other people in the house. I could be thorough and quiet behind his closed door. I wanted Drew to feel my hand even after we were dressed. Before sliding down his body, I leaned up and scraped my teeth over his ear. "You fucking turn me on," I growled. My entire body disappeared beneath the sheets, and I took him in my mouth. I sucked him down deep, fitting his long, hard girth all the way to the back of my throat. I liked the feel of him inside me like this. I liked being almost overfull with Drew. It made me curious for other ways he could be inside me, but now wasn't the time for that. When that time came, if I were ever lucky enough for it to come at all, it was going to be something that would happen when we were totally alone and had all night. I pulled back and licked all around his smoothness. His cock was quaking and his head was swollen. With one hand, I cupped his balls and caressed his taint, which caused him to shudder. The other hand, I wrapped around his shaft and pumped up at the very same time my lips closed over his tip. The sudden sensation of his warm release coated my tongue, and I lapped it up with pride. It wasn't gross to me. It wasn't just his cum. It was his pleasure, and he was giving it to me. I made sure to suck him gently until his body stopped quivering, and he went boneless against the bed. I pressed a kiss to the inside of his thigh, because I wanted to, before lifting up the blankets to join him at his side.
"Fuck, man," he whispered. "You seriously know how to suck a dick."
Maybe that's because I know what feels good.
Advantages to dating another man, Drew mused.
I tried not to react, to not make a thing out of what he said. Inside, I was freaking out, like running around like someone who had way too much caffeine. Drew seemed to realize what he said as well, because he'd gone still. His head rotated in my direction, and we locked eyes. "Are we dating?" I whispered.
"I don't know,"
he whispered back. "Maybe we should keep this conversation for a time we don't have somewhere to be," I suggested. His eyes cleared, and he nodded.
"Yeah."
I allowed my eyes to roam his face, because I knew once we left this room, I'd be fighting the urge to stare at him. He stared back, and I wondered if it was because he felt the same way.
"I like the way you look at me,"
he confessed quietly. The words squeezed my heart. It was exactly what I'd known. I wore my heart in my eyes. "I like looking at you," I said, because I didn't know what else to say. His hand began exploring my chest, and his fingers lightly pinched my nipples. I closed my eyes and surrendered for a few long moments, drinking in the way it felt to have his hands upon my skin. It nearly killed me to put a hand over his when he reached for my jeans, but I had to. "I need to go downstairs, and you need to get ready for the shoot."
"We have time,"
he urged, trying to push my hand aside. "Forrester, if I'd known this was the greeting I'd get, I would have snuck in here hours ago. But I didn't, and you can't be late."
"You're hard as a rock,"
he pointed out. Like I didn't know. No kidding, I drawled. Let me, he enticed. I moaned and almost gave in. The sound of a door opening and closing somewhere in the house was what made me keep my head. My hand closed around his. I need to go downstairs, unless you want to explain to everyone why I was coming out of your room. The frustrated sound he made was reinforcement he didn't want to explain to anyone either. Fine, he muttered. But later. No argument from me. I agreed and began untangling myself from his body. The cold air of the room was extra harsh compared to the heat in the bed. Take a shower, I said low, pulling my shirts back on. I'll be downstairs. It's too early, he grumped and pulled a pillow over his face. I bit back a laugh and shoved my feet into my shoes, grabbing my coat off the dresser nearby. Hey, I got you something. The pillow disappeared, and he was suddenly awake. I dug around inside my coat pocket and closed my hand around a large, round object. Catch, I said, and tossed it at him. Drew snatched it out of the air and looked down. Then he glanced back up at me. An 8-ball? I grinned. It's magic. Drew rolled his eyes, but then he started shaking it. Figured you were probably nervous about today, with your first interview and all. If they ask you a question and you don't know the answer, just ask the 8. What would Gamble say if he heard I was consulting an 8-ball to answer my interview questions for a national magazine? Drew cracked. Magic 8-ball. Drew spoke down to the black softball-sized toy in his hand like he was summoning a spirit. It was highly amusing. Will I totally rock this interview today? He gave it another small shake, then flipped it over to the bottom where the window was. I knew the triangle inside would float to the surface with his answer. He glanced up. Well, I asked. What did it say? All signs point to yes, he read. See? I spread my hands out in front of me. It works. Dude, you are lame. I can take it back. I stepped forward and reached for the gift. He tucked it into his chest and gave me a hard look. Get your own. I straightened away from the bed and left the toy in his arms. Hey, frat boy? Yeah? I raised my brows in response. Thanks. You're welcome. I went to the door quietly and listened for anyone out in the hall. Did you ask it a question, T? Drew asked. I glanced back. He was in the center of the bed, the ball still in his hands. My heart constricted. No, I lied. He nodded. I'll be down in a few. Yeah, I lied. Sometimes a lie is kinder than the truth.
27. Random car facts by Gearshark. It would take over 150 years to drive to the sun. Drew. Being gay does not make you fashionable. Just ask my sister. I digress. I wouldn't necessarily call myself gay. I wouldn't say I wasn't either. I just don't want to be labeled. Labels were for food, and while I'm mighty tasty, I did not qualify as food. I never much thought about my clothing choices until I was standing in front of my closet, staring at its meager contents, because really, how many pairs of jeans does one guy need? And realized I had no clue what to wear to my interview. My sister told me more than once I needed to go shopping, but I never listened. Who the hell wanted to spend their free time at a mall? Sure as hell not me. I had better things to do. They'd have stylist people there, right? Trying to decide what to wear made me disgruntled. That and the fact I showered before I had my coffee. Hell, if I hadn't received a mind-blowing blowjob this morning, I'd probably be breathing fire right about now. I was hoping he'd sneak in last night. When he didn't, I tossed and turned more than usual. I told myself it was because I was anxious for today, but when my eyes kept wandering over to the blank space on T's side of the bed, I couldn't really keep telling myself it was the interview. When he snuck in this morning, I'd known almost instantly. I might not be a morning person, but I was a Trent person. I'd always been kind of in tune with him, ever since we met. I credit that for the reason we became such fast friends. But it was different now. Deeper. I felt him on a different level. I shied away from saying a soul-deep level, even though that's what I suspected. His energy charged mine, kind of like a battery being plugged in. It was impossible not to feel his presence. Giving up on the clothes, I pulled on a pair of ratty sweatpants and a t-shirt and left the bedroom barefoot. My hair was still wet and I hadn't shaved. I didn't want to. Trent liked my scruff, so it was staying. The voices and coffee in the kitchen drew me downstairs, and when I stepped into the room, all eyes turned on me. My entire family was there. Romeo was at the island with Rimmel in his lap. Her hair was wet like mine, and I gave her a smile because that girl and I were kinda style soulmates. Neither of us cared. Ivy was feeding Nova with a mug of coffee at her elbow, and Braden was at the sliders, telling Prada to hurry up in the yard. Even though my eyes swept over the fam, they only did so on their way to seek out Trent. Even though I'd seen him just a few minutes ago, I hadn't really seen him. He looked good in a pair of dark-colored Levi's and a fitted gray sweater that made him look like he should be in a magazine instead of me. The sweater had navy trim on the hem and sleeves, which he had pushed up over his strong forearms. The neck of the sweater was in a V, also trimmed in navy, and there was this detail near the shoulders of navy trim with silver grommets or something studded along them. Beneath the sweater, he had on a collared polo in white, sticking out from beneath the V-neck. At least he wasn't wearing a tie and he'd paired it with jeans. It made him look sexy, and I glanced at his lips. I couldn't help but relive the feel of those very ones sliding down over my dick as he deep-throated me. I forced my eyes up, and a knowing look flashed into his. They looked more green than hazel today. His sandy brown hair fell over his forehead, making me want to run my fingers through it.
"Morning,"
Ivy chirped, and I grunted.
"Uncle Drew is his usual grumpy self this morning,"
she told Nova. The baby laughed like she didn't care, so I backtracked a little and pressed a kiss to the soft dark hair on her head. "Looking like the most beautiful girl in the whole room," I told her. She grinned and held out her arms.
"You have to finish your breakfast first,"
Ivy told her. Her lower lip wobbled, and I reached into her seat and pulled her out anyway.
"You can't just give her everything she wants,"
Ivy scolded me. "Why not?" I asked. "That's what Braden does for you." "He's got you there, baby," B said, coming up behind her to wrap his arm around her shoulders.
"Today's the big day,"
Rimmel said excitedly. Every time she got excited, she bounced around like she might float up to the ceiling. Romeo tightened the arm at her waist because he knew, just like the rest of us, she was clumsy as hell and would probably fall off his lap if he didn't hold her. "So it is," I said, making a beeline for the coffee pot. Trent picked up a mug and held it out. I changed course and wrapped a hand around the warm cup and lifted it to my lips. Nova watched me the whole time, her huge blue eyes missing nothing. "Gamble already has everyone talking," Romeo said. The entire team is talking about it, and it's still off-season. Yeah? I swung around, interested. Hells yeah, B said. I've been getting texts all week. Everyone wants us to get tickets for them for the first race of the new division. We don't even know when that is, Trent said. The way Gamble works and the amount of interest he stirred up in this short amount of time? Romeo scoffed. It's going to be soon. Gamble's the kind of man to strike while the iron's hot. That made me excited and nervous. I wanted to get in a lot of driving time before the season started. Just because I was a good driver didn't mean I was the best. I wasn't a guaranteed win. I needed to work hard just like everyone else. It made me hate my day job even more. I could be spending that time driving instead of sitting behind a computer.
What time is the interview?
Ivy asked, drinking her coffee. 10. She gasped and leapt up.
Andrew Wayne Forrester!
I glowered at her because she knew I hated when she used my middle name. It seems so obvious now why a Mustang would be your favorite car, Braden cracked. Seeing as how your name has roots in the Wild West, Wayne. And this was why I hated when she used it. B always had something to say. Trent laughed. I glared at him. What are you laughing at, frat boy?
We don't have time for this,
Ivy demanded, standing up to put her hands on her hips. Blonde hair fell around her shoulders in a sleek curtain. How the hell my sister always looked put together was beyond me.
Please tell me that is not what you're wearing.
She gave my sweats the stink eye. I was highly offended. Nova thinks I look good, don't you? I said to my niece. She gave me a toothless grin, then held her arms out to Trent. You little traitor. Trent laughed and pulled the baby out of my arms. When he did, his hand brushed my arm and goosebumps raced down my spine. Before tucking the baby into his side, he gave me a quick look that told me he'd felt it too. You gotta stop growing, Midge, Trent told her. He called her Midge because she was a tiny combination of Braden and Ivy. You need to be here more, Romeo said. Trent's mouth thinned a little. I glanced at Romeo and gave him a WTF look. He was riding T's ass lately about family time. Romeo met my stare almost in a challenge, and I bristled. Trent had enough going on in his head without Romeo making him feel bad for not being around as much as usual. I was about to call him out right there in front of everyone, but Ivy grabbed my arm.
Please tell me you aren't wearing that.
They have stylists there, don't they? She groaned like her life was over.
Probably, but you can't go there looking like that. Have you no consideration for your image?
My image? I echoed. Ivy glanced at Rimmel, and the girls shared a look. I groaned. Not you too, sis, I asked Rim. You're supposed to be my unfashionable soulmate. Rimmel snorted.
Sorry, I've had to learn all about public image. It's your turn now.
I gave her my best sorrowful look, and she laughed. Since she was the wife of Maryland's most popular athlete, she had graced the pages of a lot of national magazines and had paparazzi following her all the time. I guessed she did have to learn about image. My sister was her personal stylist, so even though she preferred sweats and not combing her hair, she didn't go out like that very often. Fine, I muttered. I gave Trent a look, and he winked at me. The second he did, his gaze averted, embarrassed. I'm at your mercy, sis, I said, bringing the attention back to me and my apparent state of mess. It worked, and no one mentioned if they saw Trent wink.
Trent, you're on baby duty,
Ivy called while she towed me out of the kitchen. Up in my bedroom, I sat on the bed and drank the coffee T made me while she dug through my closet and drawers.
Ugh,
She hollered.
this is a disgrace, Andrew. I'm a stylist. I write a column for People for Crying Out Loud. I run a YouTube fashion channel.
What does that have to do with me? I wondered out loud.
People are going to think I can't even dress my own brother.
I'm pretty sure people will realize I'm a grown man who dresses himself, I pointed out, highly amused she was so upset about my clothes.
Well, no one would think I would pick this stuff out,
she muttered. They'll have a stylist there, right? I asked again.
I'm sure, but you need to show up looking good. First impression means a lot, especially when you're dealing with the press. I wasn't kidding when I said we need to think about your image.
I don't have an image.
We're going to fix that,
she declared as she pulled out clothes.
We need to go shopping.
I drained the rest of my coffee and blanched. Please, no.
Fine, then I'll go shopping without you. You can try it all on when I get home.
Well, it was better than going to the mall, so I agreed. Ivy gasped and spun around to look at me.
I know. I'll do a piece on racing-inspired looks. What to wear in the stands, out on the town, etc. It's going to be awesome. The editor is going to love this.
Sounds good, I said.
I can even add some stuff about the new division and you. It will be extra press.
She gasped again. What now? I asked.
I can use you as a model on my YouTube channel for the racing segment. Double exposure.
No, I said flat.
Yes,
she argued, absolutely stubborn.
It's your job now. I have a lot of subscribers.
Fine, whatever, I muttered. Don't spend too much on the clothes. I'm not a football player. She waved away my request, and I knew that meant she'd do what she wanted. Sisters.
Here.
She tossed some clothes at me.
Put these on.
When I didn't start getting dressed, she glared at me.
Well?
You want me to get dressed in front of you? She rolled her eyes.
Please, like I've never seen you in your boxers.
Turn around, I motioned. I need some privacy.
You're an idiot,
she said, but turned anyway. I grinned at the back of her blonde head. I loved annoying her.
Hey, Drew?
I looked up because of the sound of her voice. She'd been quiet as I pulled on the jeans, and she was no longer teasing me or gasping with ideas. Something was up. Yeah, Ives? I asked as I threaded the black belt through the black jeans.
I've been wanting to ask you something.
Ask, I drawled. My sister could ask me anything. Aside from Trent, she was my favorite person on this earth. I'd do anything for her. Even so, I was suddenly nervous.
You said something to me a long time ago. Something that has weighed on me since.
She began. I felt my brow wrinkle. I grasped her wrist and turned her around gently. We were all gentle with my sister. She was the kind of girl that deserved gentleness. I still wasn't wearing a shirt, but as she pointed out, it wasn't like I never walked around without one. What is it?
You said this place totally changed you.
She looked up, blue eyes concerned.
There was something about the way you said it. What did you mean?
Ah, I remembered that day. The day she asked me if I was disappointed in her when she got pregnant with Nova. We'd had a talk that day in the kitchen. Those words had tumbled out in the moment, and I regretted them instantly. I wished I could take them back, but I couldn't. Thankfully, we'd been interrupted and never finished the conversation. Life took over, and she never brought it up. Until now. I'd been talking about Trent, about the way he made me feel, even back then. About how moving here had opened up so many sides of me I'd buried or even left locked. Being here made me feel like I was actually embracing the real me. At times, it was scary as hell. This, I began. Racing, chasing my dreams, and not living the life Dad always pushed on me. It's been freeing, you know? She studied me for a long moment. I wondered what she was thinking.
Is that all?
She finally asked. What else would there be?
I'm not sure.
Her eyes never left my face. It made me uncomfortable.
You know you can talk to me about anything, right?
Her voice was so genuine and sincere, the awkwardness I felt evaporated, and I felt bad for it being there at all. Yeah, Ives. I know. She pushed up onto tiptoes and hugged me. I hugged her back as tight as I dared and held her for a few minutes. I wondered if she felt the pounding of my heart.
I love you,
Ivy whispered.
no matter what.
I love you too, I echoed. I swallowed past the lump suddenly lodged in my throat. It was almost like she was telling me, saying she saw more than she let on, that she knew more than she said. As if she somehow knew I was in love with Trent. She loved me anyway. Not 1 ounce of anything other than love came from my sister. Something in me loosened a little, kind of like a shoe that had been tied too tight and was finally unlaced. I squeezed her just a little tighter before letting her go. When she stepped back, she wiped her eye and smiled.
Come on, we gotta get you dressed.
I picked up some kind of vest I didn't even know I owned, and she pulled it from my fingers.
The shirt first.
I picked up a black t-shirt with long sleeves and put it on, taking care to tuck the speedometer necklace beneath the neck. Next, she handed me the black vest made of thick cotton that zipped up the front. Where the hell did this come from? I wondered as I put it on.
I gave it to you for Christmas last year.
She stuck her tongue out at me. It was fitted close to my body and had this huge collar thing. The zipper went all the way to the top of the collar. Who wears this? Giraffes? The neck is huge.
That's the style.
Her voice was exasperated as she reached up and flipped the ends up.
See, the zipper adds a detail, and the neck turned up like this draws the eye to your face and jawline. It works well with the whole scruffy look you've been wearing lately, too.
Next, she tucked the front of my t-shirt behind my belt buckle and adjusted the front of the vest, leaving it open.
Wear your leather jacket over this and leave the collar up. Add the black boots you have downstairs, the ones with the slight heel, because they will make you even taller.
I was already 6 feet. Why I needed to be taller, I wasn't sure, but whatever. So, all black? I asked, totally digging the color, but surprised she was.
It's edgy, mysterious. It's actually kind of badass.
She stepped back and studied her handiwork.
Sit on the bed.
She rushed from the room and came back with that hair crap she bought me and put some on her fingers. Ivy stepped between my legs and styled my hair. I was glad, 'cause it always looked better when she did it. Aren't they going to have people there to do my hair? I asked. She made a sound, and I figured that meant I should shut up, so I did.
There,
Ivy said and stepped back.
you're ready.
Thanks, Ives. You saved my image. I pressed a hand over my heart.
Don't you mock me, Andrew.
Her finger wagged in my face. I grabbed my empty cup and kissed her on the head. I need more coffee. At the bottom of the stairs, I headed for the kitchen, but I didn't make it that far. I noticed Ivy hanging back near the archway, looking into the living room, and I stopped beside her. I did a good job not physically reacting for a man who felt like he took a deft punch to the stomach. Trent was in the living room with Nova. They were on the floor playing. There wasn't anything unordinary about it. Yet there was. They were both on the floor with a blanket beneath them. Nova couldn't sit up very long by herself yet, so she was propped up by this giant pillow-like thing that basically supported her weight but allowed her to sit up. Trent was in front of her, almost on his stomach, but with his knees folded under him so his ass was in the air. On the floor between them was a toy car I'd bought her that played some girly song. On top of it was a stuffed lion. Trent was driving the car and the lion around in front of her, and she was smiling. He was making the car sounds and everything, totally engrossed in whatever they were playing. Nova had her fist in her mouth, but her smile was obvious. As I stood there and watched, Trent gently crashed the car into her tiny foot covered in a pink sock. She laughed. The sound of a baby's laugh was probably the most innocent, pure thing I'd ever heard. "Oh no!" Trent exaggerated. "There's a pileup in front of the couch!" His voice was quiet, but entirely animated. "Hurry, Nova! He needs a hug!" T held the lion out to her and wiggled it into her chubby little belly. Nova laughed and reached for the toy. When she had it in her grip, she stuck it in her mouth. "He doesn't need mouth-to-mouth," Trent told her. She kept chewing him. He laughed and brushed his fingertips over the hair on her head. He slayed me. In every possible way I could be slayed. I didn't know how it happened, but somehow, some way, he did. It started as a friendship and grew from there, and now, watching him, my chest swelled and expanded. Something about his gentleness, the innocence and pureness with which he interacted with Nova, told me exactly what kind of man he was. A good one. Genuine. I felt lucky to love him in that moment. I understood exactly why I could. I tucked that feeling deep down inside me because I was sure I would need it later. I felt a touch on my middle. I tore my eyes off the sight, and Ivy smiled at me. She patted my stomach and walked away, into the kitchen. Judging from the way she looked at me, I knew. If she was thinking something about me and T, whatever she saw on my face just now confirmed it. I walked into the room and he looked up. "Hey, I see you survived Fashion 101, he joked. Ivy has deemed me fashionably saved. He pushed back into a sitting position in front of Nova and looked at his phone lying nearby. "You got enough time to grab something to eat before we go?" "Did you eat?" I asked, still watching him. It was like my eyes were starved and he was food. Like the rest of the world was in black and white, but he was in color. "Nah, I was hanging with Midge." Ivy appeared with a mug and held it over my shoulder.
"You forgot you wanted more coffee."
"Right. Thanks." I grabbed it and took a sip. Ivy came into the room and Nova's eyes followed her.
"Where's your daddy?"
she asked her. "I told him to shower. He smelled," Trent replied. We all laughed, and Ivy plopped down next to her daughter.
"He got up and trained with Romeo this morning." "Are you going to be at Pancake Sunday this week?"
Rimmel asked, coming into the room, Romeo right behind her. Trent looked up. "Yeah, I'll be there."
"We missed you last week,"
she said. "Sorry, drama at Omega." "What's going on?" Romeo asked. Trent shook his head once. "Nothing. Same old crap. I handled it." I didn't think Khan trying to toss him off of his throne was nothing, but I wasn't going to say anything. He barely talked about the frat all weekend, other than to tell me what happened. I was starting to think there was more to it than he said. I know I don't go there anymore, but I'll still come over there and help you smash heads if I got to, Romeo answered. Trent smirked. Thanks, man.
I have to go get ready for class.
Rimmel made a face.
Last semester till we graduate.
Amen, Trent replied, and got up to hug Rim. She was swallowed by his sighs, but she didn't seem to notice. She was used to it by now with Rome. I'll see you later.
Yes, come hang out this week,
she insisted, pulled back, and went up the stairs, but Romeo hung back. He held his fist out to me, and I pounded it out with him. Good luck today. Thanks. After a few more minutes of hanging with the fam, Trent and I grabbed a quick bite out of the kitchen and hit the road. I had an interview to get to.
28.
Random Car Facts by Gearshark.
In 1988, a woman conducted the first long-distance journey by car without telling her husband. We think she was probably tired of telling him to stop putting his dirty clothes beside the hamper instead of in it. Trent. Gearshark magazine was no joke. I wasn't sure what to expect when we got there, but it wasn't what we pulled up to. They sent an entire team to set up for the photo shoot and interview. There was a photographer, his assistant, a stylist, a makeup artist, and the writer doing the article. There were also a few guys on their crew who basically just set everything up and would take it all down when we were done. It was more than I realized went into a magazine, especially a car magazine. But then I found out one of the reasons. This wasn't just an ordinary article. Drew was going to be on the cover. He was the feature story for the issue. In addition to the article and photo shoot, Gamble bought some ads in the magazine for the new division, and they were taking shots and photographs around the track for potential use. Joey was here. Her Skyline was freaking sweet-looking up close. And there were several other indie drivers that were well known at the speedway here and on the streets. One of them was Arrow. I didn't mind him much. He was just a kid. But I was sure as hell glad Lorehaven wasn't around. I bet it was a real thorn in his side he wasn't here right now. He was probably dying to know what was going on. Such a shame he was banned from the speedway. Not. From the minute we got there, people milled about. The owners of the speedway were there, mostly out of the way to observe, but occasionally they would jump in and answer questions or to show some of the crew around. There was a table set up near the trailer the crew brought with a whole spread of coffee, bottled water, donuts, and trays of snack food. Everything was outside today. The photo shoot was on the track. They had lighting set up around the fastback, which was moved to the photo location by me. There was also another small area where they planned to take photos of Drew off to the side. It was set up with a large white background and floor. It too had big lights everywhere. Drew was swept off almost immediately. They were putting makeup on him, which he hated and I found funny as shit. I took some sneaky photos with my cell of the makeup artist doing his face and texted them to the entire family. He was gonna be pissed. There was a wardrobe woman there who kept holding up shirts and outfits, but when I took Drew over a cup of coffee, I took pity on the guy. He was wearing foundation. The stylist was saying she loved the look he was already wearing. I took advantage of it and told her Ivy Forrester of People styled him this morning. Turned out the stylist subscribed to Ivy's channel online and was totally fangirling. She declared he would just wear what he had on. Drew made sure Ivy would be listed in the credits of the shoot for her contribution. She was gonna be thrilled. Of course, he would change into something else for a portion of the shoot, so the stylist that was here would also get her credit. "Think he needs some mascara?" I asked the makeup girl as I pretended to scrutinize Drew's face. Drew glared at me. "Don't you have manager shit to do?" "Making sure you look your best on your first magazine cover is manager shit," I replied innocently. The makeup artist giggled. "I was thinking maybe a little blush, too." Drew blanched. I took out my phone and snapped another pic. Then I took a selfie with the makeup girl and the stylist. I made sure I got Drew scowling at the three of us in the background. Fun times. "You're fired," Drew told me when we were done taking selfies. "Aw, Forrester, you'd never be able to find anyone else to take my place." His eyes warmed a little, and a look passed between us. I'd only been joking around, but I realized just then we'd been flirting. Both of us glanced away quickly, slightly embarrassed. The writer conducting the interview appeared and introduced herself to Drew and me. Her name was Emily. "So we're going to do the photos first. Then we can sit down and I'll interview you while the crew gets additional pictures of the area and other drivers." "Sounds good." Drew smiled at her. She flushed slightly, and I knew she was attracted to him. "You're all set," the makeup artist declared and stepped back. Drew glanced at me. "How bad is it?" I grinned, but before I could say anything, the artist pushed a mirror in front of him. "You won't even be able to tell you have makeup on in the photos. This is just to make sure everything looks flawless under the lighting." He really didn't look any different. He must have agreed because he nodded and handed the mirror back. "Sweet." Joey waved at us from near the fastback. "They're ready for you," I told him. Joey and I hung on the sidelines as Drew was doing the shoot. You could tell he was a little nervous at first, but then he loosened up and the photographer got a lot more relaxed. "He's a natural," Joey said, watching Drew pose. "Yeah, he's made for this." I felt her looking at me out of the corner of her eye. "I called him a couple times this weekend. We were supposed to drive. He never answered." "Yeah?" I sipped at my coffee and pretended not to hear the question in her words. She wasn't to be deterred. "He must have been pretty busy." "Probably." Joey made a sound and shifted a little closer. "Not gonna say anything, are you?" I turned my full gaze to her, my eyes bouncing back and forth between her curious ones. "Say anything about what?" "You and him." "Me and who?" I guess I should have anticipated her questions. She was at the bar Friday night. She saw what went on when Drew saw me. She sighed and turned back to the shoot. We watched in silence for long minutes. "I told him to kiss you." Her words were very low, barely audible, but I heard. My hand tightened around the cup, and I turned my body to fully face her. "What?" She nodded. "You and him. There's more than friendship there." "You seem disappointed," I pointed out. She smiled. "And that's why you don't like me." Well, fuck. It was time to stop playing dumb. "Look, I'm sorry for being kind of an ass to you when we met. It wasn't personal." "I know," she mused. "The truth?" I squinted at her, measuring her expression. "Please." Her voice was dry. "I was jealous. You're sexy and you can drive better than me. Hell, you might be better than Drew, but don't tell him I said that. Plus, you're the daughter of a very rich man, You're basically every man's wet dream. Not yours, she smiled. I rolled my eyes. No, not mine. You thought I would take him away. I shook my head and glanced back at him. He was leaning up against the hood of the Mustang and looking into the camera with an intense stare. Stirrings of want tingled in my balls, and I forced my gaze back to Joey. He's not mine for you to take. I think we both know that isn't true, she said kindly. I shifted. I think we both know it's complicated. Joey bowed her head, and a few dark curls caught in the breeze and floated out around her face. I'm sure it is. She looked back up. Just know I'm rooting for you guys. Really? I drew back, slightly surprised. She smiled. Her green eyes sparkled. I admit if he wasn't into you, I'd be interested. But he is, and I like having a friend that doesn't care who my father is. How about two friends who don't care who he is? I asked, offering a smile. Heard you called him and Hopper a pair of dicks. All her teeth showed in the wide, silly grin that split her face. I laughed. Not in those exact words. Friends? She stuck her hand out between us. I grabbed it and pulled her into my chest for a hug. Definitely. And I'm sorry I was a jealous ass, I said into her hair. Joey returned the hug. You weren't that bad, but it's okay, I get it. When we pulled back, I glanced over at her bright yellow skyline. When you gonna take me for a ride in that beast? When we're done here this morning? She suggested. Hells yeah. We have some driving time to make up for. I grimaced. Sorry he wasn't around this weekend. Joey smiled. After a few minutes, Drew and the photographer moved to the other location with the white background and started taking more pictures. I could tell Drew was getting tired of smiling for the camera. I made a mental note to get him some fries when we were finished. So? Joey elbowed me in the side. So? I echoed. Did he kiss you? She whispered. I chuckled. I kissed him. She smacked me on the arm, excited. I knew it! When I said nothing else, she made a sound. And? I lifted a brow. I don't kiss and tell. Ugh, she spat. At least tell me one thing. What's that? Would you do it again? I glanced at Drew and then back at her. Oh yeah. The photo portion of the shoot wrapped up, thankfully, so Joey and I couldn't continue our conversation. Talking about Drew and me, well, it wasn't something I was used to or even ready to do. And while I was glad the air was clear between Joey and me and we would be friends, she wasn't someone I'd known long enough to actually have a conversation with about this. Hell, she was lucky I said anything at all. Clearly, though, she knew something was up, and I didn't get the slightest bit of judginess from her, so there was that. They took like 500 pictures of me, Drew grumbled as he approached. Now I know why Brayden and Romeo get so pissy with photographers. I chuckled. Better get used to it. I just want to drive, he moaned. And you will. But to drive the way you want to drive, you have to make people want to watch. You have to give them someone to root for, Joey pointed out. Got any tips for that, Miss Pro Racer? Drew teased. Then his eyes slid to me slyly, as if he were checking to make sure I wasn't going to lose my shit. I wasn't the possessive one. He was. Fine, yes, I'd been jealous, but I wasn't anymore. After all, I was the one sneaking into his bed this morning. I slung my arm around Joey and pulled her into my side. Yeah, he needs all the help he can get. Drew acted like he was offended, but I knew deep down he was relieved I was giving the girl a chance. Just be yourself, Drew, Joey told him. That's why my father likes you so much, because you're real. That's what's going to sell you in this racing division. Real drivers, real competition, no rules, just honor. The smooth rumble of an engine cut through the air, and everyone turned around to look. A white Corvette drove up and slid to a stop. The purring engine cut off several seconds later. Beneath my arm, Joey stiffened slightly. I thought you said he couldn't come here, she asked Drew. He's not supposed to be, Drew said flat. I didn't know much about what happened Friday night. We didn't get into it beyond that little bit they told me in the car on the way from the bar. I wasn't sure how bad the beef was, but it didn't really matter. I didn't like him. And he fucked with Drew, who had a damn woman in the car with him. That was all I needed to know. Lorehaven stood out of the driver's seat and looked around curiously. He didn't act like he was somewhere he shouldn't be or somewhere he was unwelcome. Tension in the air had everyone on edge. It was like the very vibe that surrounded him screamed, "I'm an asshole." Arrow appeared at his side, and his fake blonde head leaned in to say something quiet. Lorehaven straightened and swung his gaze to Drew. His eyes narrowed, and he started forward. I dropped my arm from around Joey and stepped forward, planting myself between him and Drew. We weren't doing this today. Not here. Not now. Drew was working. While he might not be all that interested about his image, I understood how important it was.
Well, there you are, Lorehaven smirked. I thought maybe Forrester took you to the pound.
You're a real joker, Lorehaven. My tone was bored. You know you aren't supposed to be here. I glanced over at the owners of the speedway. They were already halfway to us.
I'm banned from racing here, placing bets here,
Lorehaven nodded. He gestured around.
The place is closed. I won't be racing or betting today.
Just sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, Drew drawled, stepping up beside me. Lorehaven looked away from me.
Can't blame a guy for being curious, especially when my little bro is sending me some damn interesting texts.
Your little bro? Drew repeated like he was trying to put together a puzzle. He looked at me. I looked at him. We both grinned. Bieber's your brother? I cracked. Lorehaven sighed insufferably.
I told him to lose the blonde.
Drew and I burst out laughing.
Well, that explains why he always does what you tell him, Drew mused. Fuck you,
Lorehaven growled, hostility in his tone. The two men who owned the speedway stopped on either side of Lorehaven.
You know you aren't supposed to be here. Cool your hemorrhoids, Earl. I'm not doing nothing,
Lorehaven muttered. I suppressed a laugh. Lorehaven was an asshole, but that shit was funny.
You're banned from this track, son. You know that,
the other man who wasn't Earl reminded him. Excuse me, is there a problem here? Emily, the writer, interjected herself in the conversation, with the photographer hot on her heels.
Just another example of how the new division of racing operates, Drew said, glancing at Lorehaven. No rules, but lots of rivalry.
This is a rival of yours? Emily turned her dark eyes on Lorehaven. Lorehaven straightened.
He's just jealous because I drive better than he does.
I'm thinking a wad of cash he drove off with Friday night says otherwise, Joey cracked, drawing all the attention her way. I gave Drew a WTF look. He never told me about any money. Lorehaven swung the shadowy depths of the stare completely on Joey. She lifted her chin in challenge.
You still around?
He snarled. I'm welcome, unlike you, apparently, Joey quipped. I smiled.
You're going to need to leave,
Earl told him.
The track isn't even open, Lorehaven said. I'm just here 'cause I'm hearing there's a new division of racing, one for the Indies.
Drew stepped forward and glanced at Earl and his partner.
Can he hang out a few minutes? I'll fill him in, then send him on his way.
Again, Drew surprised me. What the hell was he doing asking Lorehaven to hang around? Earl and company looked like they were about to argue. Emily cleared her throat. I'd like to hear about the rivalry. The photographer spoke up.
I could take a few shots of the Corvette for the magazine.
Lorehaven looked at Drew.
They're with Gearshark?
Drew nodded. Lorehaven played it cool, but I knew he was one sip of water away from pissing his jeans.
Fine, Earl sighed. Only a few minutes, then you're out. Don't come back here again, Lorehaven, or we're calling the cops and having you removed.
When they turned back, Lorehaven gave them the finger. Drew turned his attention to Emily.
Interview is over by the trailer?
She nodded.
Cool. I'll be there in just a few.
I'll be ready. She turned and walked away, and the photographer followed. Why the fuck did you just help him out? I asked Drew as soon as they weren't in earshot. He tried to run us off the road, Drew, Joey put in. Are you fucking kidding me? I snapped. I glared at Lorehaven, my chest heaving. Drew put a hand on my shoulder, effectively stealing my attention. I couldn't even be mad when he was touching me. I settled for giving him an irritated look.
That's my way of extending an olive branch,
Drew said, and I wanted to punch something.
I won that race fair, and you know it. You just got your panties in a wedge because I showed you up on your own turf.
Lorehaven stiffened.
Is that an apology? I don't have shit to apologize for, but I ought to send you a bill for the bodywork the rear of my fastback needs.
He told me he hit a tree. I knew he'd been lying. Son of a... Drew squeezed my shoulder and then pulled his hand back. He glanced at me long enough that promised he'd fill me in later.
I'm not paying you shit, Lorehaven growled. You brought a fucking pro onto my turf. A damn woman, no less.
So I guess I'd be less threatening if I had a dick between my legs, Joey interjected. I laughed out loud. I liked this girl. Drew laughed too, but Lorehaven just scowled.
Pro drivers are posers, he spat.
Why don't we take it up on the track, and I'll show you how much of a poser I really am? Joey stepped up.
Which track? The one your daddy bought you? Hey.
Drew stepped forward and shoved Lorehaven.
She's off limits. This is about you and me. It's about indie drivers getting their chance to be legit on their own terms. Don't touch me.
He advanced on Drew. I made an angry sound, but Drew shook his head. I got he was his own man, and he was almost as big as me, but I didn't care. No one threatened him. No one.
You want to hear this or not?
Drew ground out.
Talk.
Lorehaven crossed his arms over his chest. Arrow stepped up from the small crowd standing several yards away, watching us. I still couldn't believe that kid was Lorehaven's brother. Poor guy.
I met with Ron Gamble a couple weeks ago. Basically auditioned for him to sponsor me.
Lorehaven looked like he was about to explode with that nugget of information. Drew pretended not to notice and just kept talking.
They thought I was too inexperienced and too green to drive pro.
Lorehaven snorted.
Of course they did. Fucking pro snobs.
Well, that was interesting. Lorehaven had a prime opportunity to crack a joke about Drew's failure, but he didn't. Instead, he seemed mad on Drew's behalf, like he too knew what it felt like to not be good enough. Joey bristled nearby, and I moved over and draped my arm over her shoulder. "No hard feelings," I whispered in her ear. She giggled. Lorehaven glanced over and gave me a look like he might be constipated, but then turned back to Drew.
Before I walk away, I said something that ended up sparking a conversation and led to all this.
Drew gestured to everything going on around us.
A new division of racing, Lorehaven said. Good call having your little bro spy on us for you.
Drew glanced at Arrow, who frowned.
But next time, just ask me if you want to know something.
Lorehaven stared at Drew levelly.
Fair enough.
Drew explained a little more about the new division, and that today was sort of the official announcement about all the shit to come. When he was finished, Lorehaven was practically frothing at the mouth.
This is open to all Indy drivers?
Drew nodded.
Yep. Through a set of preliminary races, the drivers will be narrowed down. The best of the best will move on to a series of division races. The best of the best will graduate to a championship race at Gamble Speedway. Winner walks away with a TBA amount of prize money.
And respect, Lorehaven finished.
Exactly.
I guess Lorehaven wasn't all that different from all the other drivers we knew. He wanted respect just like the rest of the Indies. Drew was offering him a chance at that.
Why are you telling me all this?
Lorehaven asked, suddenly suspicious of Drew. I'd like to know that too, I said. Beneath my arm, Joey nodded.
Because when I win, I want to know it's because I deserve it. You're an asshole, but you can drive. Stop all this petty my turf shit and trying to run drivers off the road when they beat you.
Just the mention of that again had me seeing red. Drew held up his hand like Lorehaven was going to protest.
Save it. I know I'm not the only driver you try and keep out of your races. Time to put your money where your mouth is, Lorehaven. I'm calling you out.
Lorehaven lowered his chin and stared at Drew.
You're calling me out? Yeah. You're all pissed because the pro circuit is snobby and indies always get the shaft? You think you're the best? Bring it. We have an audience now.
Drew held out his arms.
Get some sponsors, pick a car, and you and I will settle this on the track. Let everyone see we indies aren't as green as they think. We might be a little wild, but that's just part of the charm.
I grinned. Can I quote you on that? Emily said. We all turned. She was standing nearby with a notebook and pen in her hand. I hadn't even noticed her approach.
Sure,
Drew nodded. Then he looked back at Lorehaven.
What do you say? We both want respect, and we both want to drive. I can turn this world on its ass without you, but something tells me it will be a lot more interesting with you around.
Lorehaven studied Drew for a long minute. Everyone stared between the two men like they were deciding whose side they were on. Except for me. I knew exactly whose side I would always be on. I fucking loved that he just called out this clown. Lorehaven wouldn't turn him down. Pride meant too much to someone like him.
All right, Forrester.
He stuck out his hand between them.
I'll see you on the track.
Drew shook his hand,
and the clicking of the photographer's camera caught it all. Emily turned to him and gestured toward the white Corvette. "Get a shot of him with his car." The photographer looked at Lorehaven. "You game?" "Let's do this," he said, and glanced at Drew one last time. "See you on the track." Lorehaven smirked. Before he walked off with the camera guy, he glanced at me, then Joey. "Better not stand too close to that one," he pointed at me. "You might get fleas." I rolled my eyes. "I have all I need for the rivalry details," Emily said. "Now, if we could just do the interview, we'll be finished." "Can I buy you a cup of coffee?" Drew asked her, guiding her with a hand on the small of her back toward the trailer and the snack table. "The coffee here is free," she pointed out, amused. "Oh, well, then have a double. On me." Her laughter floated back to us, and I stepped back from Joey. "That guy is a piece of work," she muttered and stared after Lorehaven. "That's one way of putting it," I mumbled. "He really got kicked out of here for illegal betting?" I nodded. "Don't trust that guy, Joey. He's exactly the kind of guy your father warned you about." "He's a good driver," she said. Lorehaven was a good driver. It's why Drew called him out. Drew never backed down from a challenge, and this was no different. It was smart because it essentially put a spotlight on Lorehaven along with Drew. Now he had less opportunity to be shady because he knew people were watching. I didn't say all that, though. All I said was, "Drew is better." "I know." And after the championship race this season, everyone else would know it too.
29. Random car facts by Gearshark. Want your own parade? One man drove his 1990 Honda for 1 million miles, so Honda threw him a parade. Drew. Lots of questions. That's what an interview is. I didn't mind the questions about racing, cars, and what we were starting up here with the new division. Personal questions were another matter. It wasn't that I minded talking about myself. Of course, people were going to be curious about the man who was basically the face of the indie driving revolution, especially after what Emily saw between Lorehaven and me. It was a human interest story. It was sports, and it was new. Oh, and there weren't many rules. People were naturally going to flock to it. What was hard about personal questions was trying to decide how much to let people see, how much to keep private. Maybe I wouldn't have thought about it before my sister brought up my image, before Trent. I didn't exactly know where T and I stood with each other, but I did know one thing. I wasn't ready to talk about it, especially to the press. I could only imagine how the public would react, how Ron Gamble would react. It seemed like I used to be more of an open book, but now I was a lot more guarded. It seemed like now I had a lot more to protect. I still got the job done. Emily liked me, that much I could tell. I read women well. I knew when one was into me, and she definitely was. She wasn't bad looking either. Her hair was long and wavy and was this deep golden shade that wasn't brown but wasn't blonde either. Her eyes were blue and her face was made up to accentuate it. The royal blue top she had on was low cut and her skirt was tight. I could have had her number in seconds. But I didn't want it. Not even a little. In fact, as I sat there answering questions and chatting her up, my eyes wandered several times off in the distance where Trent and Joey were. The pair leaned up against her skyline, talking. At first, they looked kinda intense, and I wondered if they were getting along. But now they were laughing and smiling. Trent was checking out her car, Emily was checking out me. Trent was checking out the car. And I was checking out T. I liked the way his jeans hugged his narrow hips and cupped his butt. I liked the long strides he took when he walked. He was powerful looking, almost intimidating. His heart was kind. His lips were soft, and I liked the feel of his skin against mine. He was basically everything I could ever want in life rolled up into a single person. It made me feel embarrassed I didn't want to talk about him in an interview.
Thank you for your time today. The feature in next month's issue is going to be really great. A lot of people are going to be excited for this.
I hope so, I smiled. Thank you for coming out here to talk to me.
It was a pleasure,
she said, sitting forward in her chair as she got up. She bent a little lower than needed to give me a view of her chest. Sorry, you just don't have the right equipment. I pushed out of the seat and stuck out a hand. She looked between me and my hand for a few seconds, and then slid hers into mine.
Can I ask you a question, off the record?
Emily asked. Depends on the question, I winked. She smiled.
Why did you lie about being in a relationship with someone?
She caught me off guard with that one. Of all the things she could ask, that was what came out of her mouth. What makes you think I lied?
I've been sending you signals all day. I even gave you a full view of the goods.
She gestured toward her girls.
Either I'm totally off my game today, or you're already involved with someone.
Well, aren't you direct? I rubbed a hand over my jaw.
I'm a reporter. I talk to people for a living. It's what I do.
I didn't lie. I'm not in a relationship, I said.
But you're involved with someone,
she pressed. Trent was walking toward us. He likely thought the interview was over. I think that's enough questions for the day, I said, and turned to walk away.
Is it because you're afraid everyone will find out you're involved with another man?
She asked quietly. I was the only one close enough to hear. I stopped and turned. What? She glanced over my shoulder toward the direction Trent approached.
The way he looks at you.
She glanced back at me. I felt my stomach drop.
It's the same way you look at him.
Which is? I played dumb.
Which is the reason if I offered you my number, you wouldn't take it.
I'd take it, I disagreed.
You wouldn't use it.
That doesn't mean I'm gay, I said point blank. She shrugged.
No, it doesn't.
I knew the second Trent was within touching distance. My skin tingled a little and the air around me became a little more electrified. Finished? He said, stepping up to my side. Yes, I answered, staring at Emily.
It wouldn't be the big deal you're thinking it would be,
she went on. Okay. This woman needed a muzzle. She had no idea when to shut up. Clearly, this was why she was still single. What are you talking about? Trent asked. Nothing, I said. Let's go.
It could actually work to your advantage. It's almost trendy these days. You'd get more press, and your career would probably benefit. We could spin...
I silenced her with a slash of my hand in the air. You said this was off the record. She inclined her head.
It is, but...
No but. You're way off base here. If I even hear a whisper of this conversation in the media, I will sue you for defamation of character.
I didn't mean to insult you.
Her eyes widened. I'm not insulted, I protested. I just don't like it when people I don't know make assumptions and try to tell me how to handle my career.
I've overstepped,
she fidgeted. Trent, who had been listening to the exchange with quiet interest, gave me a look. What the hell is going on? I look forward to reading your article, I lied.
As soon as the draft is complete, I'll email it to you,
she offered. Great, thank you, Have a safe trip home." I turned and walked away. Trent appeared at my side a few seconds later, his long legs having no problem catching up to me. "What the fuck happened?" "You have the keys to the Mustang?" He pulled them out of his pocket and held them up. "Drew." Trent grabbed my arm. I stopped walking and pulled back. "She asked me if we were in a relationship," I said, low and fast. Shock flickered over his face. "Are you serious?" "She wanted to break the story. She thinks me being gay will benefit my career." Trent laughed, but it was a hollow, empty sound. "How the hell did she figure it out?" "I didn't stare at her tits or take her in the back room for a quickie," I replied, harsh. "So of course I'm gay." Trent rubbed a hand over the back of his neck and swore beneath his breath. "I'm sorry." Regret laced his tone. "Wait." He glanced up. "She hit on you?" Amusement coursed through me. "Who's the possessive one now?" He looked sheepish. "Maybe I shouldn't have come." "Fuck that," I spat. "She was just nosing around for a story." "A lot of reporters are going to do that." Frustration welled up inside me. So much frustration. I wished this were easier. "You gotta go to class this afternoon?" I asked. "Not if you don't want me to." "I don't want you to," I whispered. There it was again. Sparks, currents of attraction between us. It was a force all its own, so tangible if I had a spoon I could likely scoop it out of the air. "Come on," T said, able to break free first. "Joey promised me a ride in her Skyline." "Sounds good." My shoulders relaxed, and I smiled what felt like my first real smile in almost the entire day. And that's how I knew the love I felt for Trent was real. The kind people fought for. Because even the threat of a reporter outing us to everyone wasn't enough to keep me from wanting to spend the rest of the day with him. The three of us spent several hours tearing up the back roads in the Skyline and the Fastback. Joey's car was a fine piece of car ass. After that, we grabbed some food. I ate all of T's fries. He ate my tomatoes. We pulled into the driveway late in the afternoon. Trent's Mustang was still sitting where we left it, and it looked like no one else was here. "Looks like we got the place to ourselves for a while," I said. "It won't be enough." We went straight up to my room, not even pausing to take off our shoes. Inside, Trent didn't ask. He didn't wait for a word from me. He didn't hesitate. The second the door latched, he was there. His big body pushed me up against the door, but he was gentle and deliberate. Strong arms slipped around me, and his forearms took the weight of my body. I ceased to breathe. I ceased to think. But I saw. I saw the warm intent in his gold-flecked eyes. I saw the pain from desire left too long inflamed. I watched the way he came at me tenderly as the pain I'd just seen didn't matter at all. The contact of his lips was thorough. Every inch of his mouth covered mine. We fused together like two halves of a whole, bonded by want, inspired by need. He kissed me heavily, like we were both pulled under by a drug that muted everything around us. My chest felt tight, but it wasn't from lack of air. It was too much emotion. My entire torso burned with pressure, the kind that drove my tongue farther into his mouth and sent his lips even deeper upon mine. The pads of Trent's fingers dug into the muscles in my back as he held me, our chests pressed together, and one of his thighs was between mine. He lifted his lips long enough so we could both suck in one breath, tilted his head in the opposite direction, and assaulted my mouth again. The change in direction was no less devastating, and I filled my hands with his shirt, mimicking the way our lips clung together. Beneath my jeans, my cock was so hard it hurt, and already I felt a bead of moisture slick my boxers. I didn't know it could be like this between two men. I didn't know it could be like this at all. I couldn't imagine this kind of intimacy with anyone else. It was like he had the ability to reach inside my chest and grab my heart. But he didn't. Instead, he reached in and cradled it gently, with the utmost care. When at last he lifted his head, I could still taste him on my lips. His eyes were hazy and his lips were swollen. Still holding me close, Trent stepped backward into the room, and I went with him. Beside the bed, he peeled away my jacket and the vest. His fingers skimmed my waist when he reached for the hem of my shirt and pulled it over my head. As he worked, he kicked off his shoes, and I did the same. His hand closed around my chin, holding my head in place as he kissed me again, this time with more impatience as his other hand made short work of my belt. I pulled back and began undressing him, and soon both of us were completely naked, standing in front of each other with heaving chests. His thick cock jutted out from his body, and his balls looked heavy with intended release. It made me crave to feel his body shudder as he spilled across my tongue. I reached for him at the same time he reached for me. Our movements mirrored each other, each of us slowly jacking the other. Trent reached between us and cupped my sack with his free hand and gently massaged my balls in his palm while teasing my tip with light strokes. I leaned forward and closed my lips around his nipple and sucked the small, hard bud into my mouth. Suddenly, I felt the intense urge to mark him, somehow brand him as mine. My hand tightened around his rock-hard cock, and I groaned. My lips slid away from his nipple and pressed soft kisses to his peck. Playfully, I nipped at his skin with my teeth, and his cock jerked in my hand. A little bolder, I sucked some of the flesh into my mouth, deep. Trent's hand started moving much faster, pumping me as deep as I sucked. His palm flattened against the back of my head, and he growled, deeper. I gave him what he wanted and sucked harder. I sucked until I was certain there would be a mark when I lifted my head. Satisfied, I pulled back, and Trent attacked my lips with his. We fell back on the bed in a tangle of limbs, touching and kissing everywhere, both of us so much bolder than we'd been before. Being around each other today and not being able to touch had been like one endless round of foreplay. It felt like we had lost time to make up for, and it didn't matter how deep our tongues stroked. It just wasn't enough. Trent rolled so I was beneath him, and his heavy body pressed into mine. Our cocks rubbed together, the feel of his hard rod against mine the ultimate tease. I moaned low in the back of my throat when he started moving down my body, and he positioned himself between my legs. His wide palms covered my inner thighs and pushed my legs wide. A little apprehensive, I looked up. "Do you trust me?" he rasped. Yes. I didn't hesitate because I did trust him. Completely. I want to touch more of you, more than I have before. Nerves coiled low in my stomach. They battled with the intense desire already there. Trent wrapped his hand around my cock and stroked it gently. "Just my hands and fingers tonight. Nothing more." "What if I don't like it?" I whispered. "You will." His confidence was sexy, and he was still playing with my dick. I nodded. Trent flashed a smile, revealing that ornery crooked tooth. Quickly he lowered and sucked my entire length into his mouth. I was still shuddering when he pulled up and disappeared for a few seconds. He came back between my legs with a small packet in his hand. When my eyes widened, he chuckled and held it up. "It's not a condom. We won't be needing any of those tonight. It's just lube." I never even thought to get some of that. Of course he had, though. He always thought about shit like that. anything he could do to make me more comfortable. I settled back against the pillows, and he bent to lick up my length. For a while, that's all he did. He licked and sucked until I was damn near panting for release. It was then he started exploring. His fingers slid down my taint while at the same time he gently sucked my balls. He kept going until I felt the pad of his finger sliding along my crack. A sound sort of like a growl filled the room, and my cock was instantly in his mouth again. At the very same time, his finger brushed over my puckered hole. I tensed, not knowing what to expect, but he just laid his finger there, allowing me time to get used to the feeling as he lazily gave me head. Slowly, his finger started moving, rubbing over the area in slow circular motions. It felt good. The nerve endings there were sensitive, and I was already so turned on it just added to the pleasure. His mouth released my cock with a slight popping sound, and I heard the packet rip open. Seconds later, his finger came back, but this time it was slippery and smooth. I wiggled a little when he rubbed against me, because I liked the way it felt. Trent pressed a kiss to the inside of my thigh and probed the hole gently. It felt odd, but not bad. Just a little different. I was still kind of tense because I expected it to hurt, but it didn't. All I felt was pressure. Pressure and the need to come. "Doing okay?" he whispered against my thigh. "More," I breathed. Trent used his free hand and, using more lube, rubbed my taint. I rocked a little, and the finger breaching me slid a little bit deeper. I was good and wet between my thighs now, and I was getting more turned on by the idea of him being inside me. As if he knew, Trent leaned forward and took my cock in his mouth once more. As he slid his mouth up and down my shaft, the finger inside me started to move. I loosened a little, and all of a sudden, the pressure was gone, and all that remained was feet-tingling pleasure. "Ugh," I moaned. Trent replaced his lips with his hand and jacked me as he worked me with his finger. I started to move against him, inviting him just a little bit deeper. My body seemed to know exactly what it wanted and had no problem asking him for it. "I know," he murmured, and slid his finger in. My mouth opened, but no sound came out. Inside me, I felt his finger curl a little and brush against a spot no one had ever touched before. I whimpered. Trent stilled. "Drew? Don't fucking stop, frat boy." His warm chuckle just added to my torture, and his fingers started moving, bolder than before. "I'm gonna watch you come," he whispered. "I want to see you explode for me." I rocked into his finger, and he bore down, applying just the perfect amount of pressure to my prostate. My entire body quaked with release. My dick pulsed as I poured out across my belly. Trent kept rubbing that spot inside me, and I kept coming until my vision went dark and I was utterly spent. Gently, Trent retreated from my body and gave my ass a light squeeze before sighing. That was the sexiest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I made a soft sound. It was all I could manage. My mind was blown. I never knew I could come so hard. I never knew it would feel so good. Trent chuckled low and got up from the bed. He moved around a few minutes, opened the door, listened, and then went down the hall to the bathroom, meaning we were still alone. A few minutes later, he came back with a towel and cleaned me up. I was still lying there trying to piece my blown-apart world back together. "You still with me, Forrester?" Trent asked, finally lying beside me. "Did you know it would be that amazing?" He laughed. "I read some stuff, but I wasn't really sure how it would be with us." His voice trailed away. "Did you like it?" I asked, self-conscious. He guided my hand down to his still hard cock. "What do you think?" "Will you let me try?" I asked, wanting to give him the same insane pleasure he'd just given me. "I'll let you do anything, Drew." The words were right there, so close to the tip of my tongue. "I love you." I didn't say them out loud, though. I held back. Instead, I rolled to my side and kissed him, all while holding him in my palm. "You have any more of that lube?" I whispered when I pulled back. "In the back pocket of my jeans." My legs felt like a newborn calf's as I wobbled across the floor to get the packet. I never want to give this up. I climbed back in bed eagerly. Trent looked up with trust in his eyes. And then I gave him exactly what he'd given me.
30. Random Car Facts by Gearshark.
The founder of IKEA drives a 1993 Volvo worth $1,500, but is worth $28 billion at the time of print. Trent. My heart was overfull. All the things that kept us from admitting the way we felt before seemed to bond us closer together now. We could do this. We could find our way together. My fingertips danced along Drew's spine, dragging slowly up and down along the slight dip in the center of his back. His head was on my shoulder, and passion from what we just shared still lingered in the air. I was satisfied, the kind of bone-deep satisfaction you couldn't get from any one thing. It was the kind that came when everything fell into place and landed exactly where it should. In this moment, I didn't think about all the obstacles that stood in our way, all the secrets we likely were going to have to keep. All I could think about was how damn lucky I was. Lucky I got to know this kind of love. Lucky I had this man in my arms.
"You and Joey seem to be getting along today,"
Drew murmured. His voice sounded as satisfied as I felt. I turned my face toward him and let my lips brush his forehead as I spoke. She knows about us. His head tilted up, and our eyes met.
"Is there an us?"
"Do you want there to be?" I asked. Everything in me waited with bated breath.
"More than anything,"
he whispered. "I want that too."
"Exclusive?"
he asked, and it made me chuckle deeply. My chest vibrated with amusement. "I'm not sharing you." He grunted like an animal who'd just claimed his mate. I didn't mind. What Drew didn't know was he'd claimed me long before tonight. He claimed me the minute he sat beside me in that club.
"You know damn well I'm not sharing."
"Yes, Forrester, I know." I smiled against his hairline. After a few more minutes, I said, "Joey told me what happened between you and Lorehaven. You skipped a lot of details from that night."
"I don't want to talk about Joey or Lorehaven or anyone else right now."
"Not even for me to tell you I like the way you handled him today?" He chortled and draped his well-defined arm over my waist.
"You can say that."
So, if you don't want to talk about anyone else tonight, what do you want to talk about? I mused. Nothing. I just want to lie here with my boyfriend. Boyfriend, I echoed, and my heart skipped a beat. He made a dissatisfied sound. I don't like the way that sounds. It's kind of weird. If you don't want me to be your boyfriend, what do you want me to be? This was highly amusing, but in a kind of appropriate way. It seemed like there was nothing traditional about Drew and me, so why should the way we referred to our relationship be? You're my person, he concluded after a moment of silence. My exclusive person. I laughed. Your exclusive person, huh? He nodded. The scruff on his jaw scratched against my chest. And I'll be yours. Kind of like out of everyone, women and men alike, I'm the person you chose, I mused. I like it. Me too. He lifted his head and pressed a light kiss over the mark he'd made on my chest. The hickey was right above my heart. Just another way he claimed me. Yeah, I was one lucky bastard. I was his, he was mine. My person.
31. Random Carfax by Gearshark. In Churchill, Canada, people leave their cars unlocked as an escape for pedestrians who might encounter polar bears on Main Street.
Gearshark magazine presents Drew Forrester, Total Adrenaline #Junkie, written by Emily Metcalf. Copyright Gearshark magazine, not for distribution. It's a cold winter morning in western Maryland at a well-known local speedway. Gearshark has assembled a small team who all travel to meet the man causing quite a stir in the racing world as of late. A man who has been described to me as an adrenaline junkie. A man who drives without fear. Here at Gearshark, we're accustomed to these types of men. Frankly, they come a dime a dozen. Just about every driver we've ever interviewed has something similar said about him. So what makes this man different? What is it about Drew Forrester that has Maryland business tycoon Ron Gamble spearheading the creation of an entirely new division of race car driving? And does Drew have what it takes to essentially become the brand for what could be the greatest creation since NOS? When a cobalt blue 1969 Mustang Mach 1 fastback pulls up to the track with a spotless exterior, mean-looking tires, and bitchin' engine work, I take notice. But it isn't until the long-legged, lean driver steps out, clad all in black, with a mess of blonde hair on his head, that I start to understand what everyone's talking about. Drew Forrester isn't just any driver. He's hungry, he's charming, and he doesn't follow the rules of the road. Because the road Forrester drives on doesn't have rules. I watch him smolder for the camera. Check out the pic on the cover. And I'm here to guarantee Drew doesn't just do that for our cameraman. He exudes that kind of intensity no matter what he's doing. And most of the time, he's driving. By the time I sit across from him, I want to know exactly how Drew Forrester got here today, how he convinced Ron Gamble he's worth creating an entirely new club of racing for, and what exactly makes him tick. Buckle your seatbelts, ladies and gents. This guy is about to take you for a ride. GS. I have to say, you weren't at all what I was expecting. DF.
Thought I'd bring a little more ego with me, did you?
GS. Honestly? Yes. You did just inspire the creation of an indie race car division. DF.
I didn't inspire it. I was just in the right place at the right time and said something every indie driver says.
GS. Which was... DF.
That someday Some rich eccentric would throw in with the underdogs.
GS. And you consider yourself an underdog? DF.
I think everyone in general considers the non-pro drivers, who I like to refer to as indies, underdogs. But I wouldn't necessarily call us that. I just think we haven't been discovered yet.
GS. All that is about to change. DF.
Yes, it is.
GS. So tell me about this new division of racing. Does it have a name yet? DF.
I don't think there's an official name yet. I like to think of it as a revolution of racing.
GS. Tell me why. This is where he gets really passionate. His light blue eyes start to burn with excitement, and it becomes evidently clear Drew is filled with octane and ready to own the road. DF.
Up until this point, the kind of racing fans watch on TV and fill the stands for is limited. It's governed by rules and professional standards. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's worked for lots of years. Hell, the reason I met with Ron Gamble in the first place is because I wanted to step into that world.
GS. He turned you down, didn't he? DF. Laughs.
Turned me down flat. Said I didn't drive professional enough and I was too much of a wild card.
GS. That didn't bother you? DF.
It's true. But here's the thing. I don't have to drive like the pros out there to be talented. That's what the world of racing is missing right now. There's this great divide among drivers. People think you have to be pro, you have to have a big contract and fancy sponsors with names on your cars to be considered a real driver. But that's not true. There's this whole other side to racing no one sees. The underground.
GS. Sounds dangerous. DF.
Everything is dangerous.
GS. So let's hear about the world, as you put it, of underground racing. DF.
There's a whole network of drivers out there, not just in this state, but across the country, who drive and drive fast. They meet at speedways and empty back roads. Sometimes they even meet on roads that aren't so empty.
GS. Do you do that? DF.
I'll never tell.
With that smile, even if he got caught, this reporter bets he could charm his way out of a pair of handcuffs. DF.
These are the drivers that don't have a ton of money. They don't have an expensive track or sponsorship deals. A lot of them couldn't get deals and were told they weren't good enough. They drive anyway. They're the guys in the pit crew, the guys behind the scenes on the tracks. They work on their cars and know their way around an engine. These guys aren't just drivers, they're total car junkies.
GS. Are you saying you think these indie drivers are better than pros? DF.
I'm saying we haven't had the luxury of money and sponsorships and publicity to get us behind the wheel.
GS. And it's these drivers Ron Gamble is creating a new division of racing for? DF.
Yes. And the racing is real. The rivalries aren't scripted. We're a bunch of drivers who aren't professionally trained. We don't have rules and standards like they do. All we have is honor and a high desire to win.
GS. Some people might say Gamble is giving street racers an official platform to break the law. DF.
Some people call the last meal of the day supper, but I call it dinner.
GS. You don't want to comment directly on the legal versus illegal driving? DF.
It isn't considered illegal if it's a new sport, so basically there's nothing to comment about.
GS. Is it really a new sport or a variation of an established one? DF.
Again, supper versus dinner.
GS. You mentioned rivalry. I witnessed firsthand the one you have with a driver by the last name of Lorehaven. More in-depth details on this heated rivalry on page 265. Also, check out my fun random Carfax article on page 205. DF.
He thinks he's a better driver than me? I don't agree.
GS. So how deep does this rivalry go between you? DF.
Deep enough that if you watch the races, you'll be able to see it.
GS. So you think Lorehaven will make it past the preliminaries? DF.
If he doesn't, he wouldn't be a very worthy rival, would he?
C. Charming. GS. Tell me something personal about Drew Forrester. DF.
I like to sleep naked.
GS. I feel I should make it a point to mention, in case any of our female readers want to know, that you are very good-looking, and I'm sure even more so naked. DF.
I haven't heard any complaints.
GS. Are you single? DF.
At the moment, yes.
GS. Looking for love? DF.
I don't think people should look for love. I think people should let love find them.
GS. Ah, a romantic. DF.
I have my moments.
GS. So what kind of qualities do you look for in a girlfriend? DF.
I like it when people just be themselves.
GS. Okay, why should people watch this new revolution in racing? DF.
Because indie drivers deserve the recognition.
As you can see, Drew Forrester talks a lot like he races. He doesn't hold back. Or does he? Something tells me this interview only scratched the surface of what's going on under his hood. Even though he doesn't seem to think he's now the face of this revolution in racing, I would beg to differ. Only time will tell if he'll make it to the championship race at Gamble Speedway. But one thing is for certain. Drew Forrester is a driver everyone needs to watch.
32. Random Car Facts by Gearshark. In 2006, the IndyCar series switched to Honda engines. There have been no IndyCar engine failures since. Drew. A week passed. Emily sent over the draft of the feature she wrote about me and the new division. Pulling it up in the email made me apprehensive, because in truth, I had no idea what she was going to write. The conversation, or was it a confrontation, we had at the end, which she claimed was off the record, could have been a lie. Or perhaps the shit I said had been too enticing not to write down. I took it as a good sign she was sending it to me so early, because if there was anything in there I didn't like, I had time to do whatever I needed to get the shit pulled out. There was no need, though. It was a good article, even if she did imply at the end she knew more about me than she let on. Most people wouldn't think anything of it because they weren't there behind the scenes. Overall, it would definitely set the world of racing upside down. I forwarded it to Gamble and he was thrilled. He seemed more confident than ever this whole endeavor was going to be a huge success. Joey went home because she had her own training and shit to do, but I hadn't seen the last of her. We had plans to meet up again next week when I drove back down to Gamble Speedway for meetings and more driving. Lots of decisions needed to be made. Lots of promotions and interviews to do. I was excited. My life was suddenly on the brink of total epic, and it was going there in the fast lane. Not only was my career white hot, but my family was healthy and happy. Trent was mine. I wasn't sure what was a bigger rush, driving at 200 miles per hour or knowing T would be sneaking into my room at night. And no, it wasn't just the orgasms. It wasn't the blowjobs or even the magical shit he did with his hands. It was him. Plain and simple. It was having my best friend become my lover, my heart, and the center of my world. I didn't like sneaking around, and neither did he. But it was a decision we made together, and I knew it wouldn't last forever. I loved him too much to hide it. I knew we'd face a lot of opposition. We'd face hate, and people we thought were friends might turn their backs. I had to tell my father. That was probably the hardest thing to wrap my brain around. Not only did I turn my back on the career he wanted for me, but now I was turning my back on the family he always thought I would have. The thing was, I didn't want the perfect family he'd invented in his head. I wanted the one that lived in my heart. I couldn't have that without Trent. I didn't know anything else yet. We were basically figuring it out as we went along, together. This was our time to do that, and not telling people about our relationship gave us the ability to do so without being under a microscope. It gave us a chance to be all about just each other before it would become each other and everyone else. And yes, maybe we were scared. I didn't want to tell my father and the rest of my family about us. He didn't either. Being judged is something no person wants, no matter who they love. So for now, we enjoyed our stolen moments, holding hands in the car and laughing silently in bed at night after we'd given each other pleasure unlike any I'd ever known. Sometimes when we were in a room full of people, I could look up and meet his eyes for a split second, and that was all it took. I knew even though we weren't right beside each other, he was thinking about me, and he knew I was thinking about him. What we had wasn't easy, but it was real, and we were making it work. On Saturday, I dragged myself out of bed early, which wasn't even that hard because of where I was going, and went straight to Omega, where I picked up Trent. We grabbed some coffee and food and drove to a large car part shop about an hour away. We wanted to get some parts for the fastback to experiment with the next time I went to Gamble Speedway. When we got home, we spent the rest of the day with the family, and I helped Ivy with some computer stuff to make her YouTube channel even more popular. She showed me a pile of clothes she ordered for her race-inspired fashion piece. I wasn't into clothes, as we previously learned, but the stuff she picked out was pretty cool. My sister had a good eye. If anyone could help me form the right image, in the fashion sense, for my racing career, it was her. I drove Trent back to Omega, feeling a little surly I had to bring him back at all. He was just going to drive back to the house later and sneak in anyway. He always left right before the sun came up. Something else that made me grouchy. Just because we were making it work didn't mean sometimes I wasn't frustrated. I pulled into the lot beside the house where a lot of the brothers parked but left the engine running. Trent's Mustang was parked closest to the house in the spot designated for the president. If we told the family about us, we wouldn't have to do this. Me bringing you here so you can just turn around and drive back, I said. You ready for that? Trent stared at me from his seat. I nodded. Yeah, I think Ivy already suspects anyway, I said. It's just the four of them. Maybe telling them will make it easier to think about telling other people. Like my father. Trent nodded. Sounds good. Maybe we can tell them tomorrow? Pancake Sunday? His quick acceptance was a little surprising. I smiled. You agreed to that fast. I'm tired of sneaking out at 5 a.m. I miss sleeping in, he cracked. You know I'd do it if you didn't live in a house full of jockstraps, I said, feeling shitty he was the one making all the sacrifices. I know. He gave my hand a squeeze. It's not that bad. You're worth it. What do you think they're going to say? I asked, nervous. Trent's white teeth flashed in the dark interior of the car. Braden will probably make a bunch of inappropriate jokes, your sister will yell at him, and Rimmel will hug us. The corner of my mouth lifted. That sounded pretty accurate. What about Romeo? I asked. For some reason, he was the one I was most nervous about. Probably because he really was like the head of the family. He was the one everyone looked to first when shit went down. Romeo just had a way about him. He was definitely an alpha. Even though we didn't need his support, we both wanted it. Especially Trent. He blew out a breath and leaned his head back. I don't know. He's been riding me kinda hard about family lately. I noticed, I murmured. Nova won't give a shit, though, T quipped. I laughed. Whatever happens, we'll deal with it, Trent told me. I nodded and gripped his hand a little tighter. I'll see you in a bit. I'll be there. Make sure you're naked. Perv, I joked. You like it. Oh, I did. Trent moved to get out of the car, but I tugged him back. Hey, frat boy. You're happy, right? It seemed important to know in that moment as we got closer to tomorrow to telling our family about us. It made being nervous worth it. Truth? Trent leaned into the center of the car. I nodded. I've never been happier in my life. Me either. His smile was fast. That's what I like to hear. It's dark out. Dark in here, I said. I noticed, he murmured, and leaned farther toward me. I met him, and our lips brushed together. Once, then twice. I'll see you soon, Forrester. He stood in the center of the parking lot and watched me drive away. I watched him in my rear view until I turned out of sight. I turned up the music, but it was Trent that dominated my mind. I was almost back to the house when my cell rang. I probably wouldn't have heard, but the screen lit up in the dark. I picked it up and grinned. Trent's name flashed across the screen. Miss me already, frat boy? I answered. It wasn't Trent that replied. I slammed on the brakes. The scent of burned rubber floated up into the air along with a white cloud of smoke. Cars laid on their horns and swerved out of the way when I made a sudden U-turn and laid on the gas. Thank God my car was fast. I didn't know what the hell was going on, but I was damn sure gonna find out.
33.
Random Car Facts by Gearshark.
Can you take the heat? In South Africa, you can legally attach small flamethrowers to the side of your car as defense against carjackers. Trent. They materialized out of the dark. 4 men I knew well, my Omega brothers. One of them had even pledged with me. One of them was Connor. Guys, I said, feeling a note of warning creep up the back of my neck. What the hell were they doing out here in the dark, essentially lurking around the house? Told you, Connor intoned. He's queer. My back teeth came together. What the fuck is your problem, Con? I snapped. I've been listening to you sling hate at me for weeks. I thought you were better than that.
He didn't deny it,
one of the other guys said. He was a close friend of Con's.
I bet they were making out in the car just now,
the guy I rushed with said. I looked at him, incredulous. Was this for real? Were these guys really standing here, harassing me because they thought I was gay? I knew they didn't see me actually kiss Drew. It was too dark. Were you sitting out here waiting for me to get home?
You've been sneaking in and out a lot lately,
Connor observed. I don't sneak, I snapped, and I've been handling everything Omega. This house is still on point.
We don't want a fag for a president,
Con said.
The entire campus will think our house is full of them,
another agreed.
I gotta admit, it looks bad, Trent,
my old buddy said.
Your loyalty isn't what it used to be.
Take it up with the dean, I said hard, and started to walk away. God damn, I couldn't wait to be rid of this place. To think, up until a couple weeks ago, I'd been kind of bummed about moving on. Now I just wanted to wash my hands of it all. Fucking unbelievable. A hand grabbed my arm and jerked me around hard. The punch came immediately after, and I had no time to react. The blow landed on the side of my jaw and snapped my head back. Adrenaline and disbelief assaulted me. I stumbled and righted myself, knocking away the hand that grabbed me. Fuck this. I was gonna kick their asses. I swung, nailing the guy beside Con. I rotated and rammed into the guy I thought was my friend. He fell back and I kicked him in the side. "Grab him!" Con yelled, and I sneered. My hand caught his throat and squeezed. I was beyond thinking about how much damage I was going to inflict. All I saw was red. All I heard were the hateful words he'd spewed at me for weeks, and then again tonight. "Dick licker," Con rasped, a twisted look in his eyes. I pulled my arm back to nail him, but something caught it and held. I let go of Connor, and he fell in a gasping heap. Arms like vices pinned my arms behind me, and I started to kick. More ugly words were yelled, and I got another hit to the side of my face. Before I knew what was happening, it was 4-on-1, the one being pinned down and beaten. I was a strong guy. Even in a less than fair fight, I could have kicked some ass. But this wasn't a fight. It was an ambush driven by hate and jealousy. The odds were not in my favor.
"Enough,"
a voice above me yelled.
"You've made your point, Con. Let's go."
Pain radiated in my side, and my eye was already swelling shut. I felt a hand patting down my leg, and I threw my arm out, blindly trying to hit someone. The hand reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. "I need to make a call first," Con said. I hated the smugness in his tone. I tried to get up, to push off the asphalt, but I was disoriented, and blood blurred my vision. "You might want to come back," Con said, and I was confused. "You left something when you drove away." My phone was dropped beside my head. "What the fuck did you do?" I gasped. "Let's go," the guy who called off the fight said. They left me there alone. I rolled onto my back and blinked up at the sky. "Get up, Trent. Get the fuck up." With a hiss, I forced myself into a sitting position, using my hand as a prop. I swiped the blood out of my eyes and blinked at my Mustang nearby. Pain radiated in my body, and the world around me tilted as I stumbled to my feet. It hurt to breathe. It hurt to think. These guys were supposed to be my brothers. We'd been living under the same roof for years. I was betrayed, beaten, pissed off. And all because of what? Because they thought I was gay. If this was what happened when someone suspected I was gay, what would happen when they found out I actually was? What will happen to Drew? I fell into the back of my car and used it to guide myself down to the ground. I leaned against the back fender as various parts of my body throbbed. In the distance, the familiar rumbling of the fastback cut through the night. My eyes roamed the lot until it fell on my phone lying a few feet away. That son of a bitch called Drew. He couldn't see me like this. My legs buckled when I first pushed off the ground, and I fell back. Headlights bounced close, and I held up an arm to shield my eyes and forced myself to stand.
"Trent!"
Drew called over the sound of the running engine. "I'm fine," I said. He probably couldn't hear me. His pounding feet and a string of curses came close, and then he was there, wrapping one arm around my middle and helping me stand. I sagged into his side, grateful for the support. "Oh my God, T, what the fuck happened to you?" "I'm fine," I insisted again. "Who the fuck did this?" he growled. His voice radiated with anger, and the arm holding me shook with rage. "Drew?" I said, trying to focus on his face, but my one eye was swollen shut.
"Yeah?"
His voice gentled. "I want to go home." "Hospital," he insisted, and half dragged me to his car. "No." My voice was firm. "Home." He stopped long enough to pick up my phone, and then he was helping me into the car. I let my head fall back against the seat and my eyes close. I pressed a hand to my side, my breathing shallow. "T," Drew said from the driver's seat. I felt him stare. His voice held so much worry and fear. I smiled. It hurt, but I did it anyway. "I want to go home." He made a choked sound, and then the car was flying. The sound of the engine growling as he sped through the streets was sort of like a lullaby. "What the fuck happened?" Drew's voice was broken. All the nasty things they said as the blows rained down filled my head as my body throbbed. I whispered the only response I could. "Hate."
34. Random Car Facts by Gearshark. The Lamborghini Aventador carries explosives to blow the doors off in case the car flips upside down. Drew. "Ivy!" I roared when we stepped in the front door. It rattled when I kicked it shut behind us, and I led Trent farther into the house. Ivy appeared at the top of the step.
"The baby is asleep,"
she gasped.
"Oh my God, what happened?"
"I need the first aid kit," I rasped. "I'm fine," Trent insisted for like the 100th time. He was not fine. And whoever did this was dead. He looked like dog meat. His face was bloody and bruised. One eye was already swollen shut. There was a cut on his ear and a gash in his head. Trent's lip was busted and his teeth were stained red. I could tell by the way he favored his side and breathed shallow breaths his ribs were probably broken. Or maybe just cracked. Like one was better than the other. I wasn't sure where else he was hurt, but I knew he was in places I couldn't see. The helplessness I felt when my headlights bounced over a stumbling man in the parking lot just minutes ago washed over me all over again. The way his legs just buckled and he sat there supported by his car. Alone in the dark. Bleeding. If that hadn't been bad enough, I realized it was Trent. It made me sick inside. The absolute panic that gripped my chest to see such a strong, capable guy down like that ripped me open. It was an image I would never be able to erase from my mind. It would haunt me forever. At first, he seemed disoriented, making me worry he might have a concussion. Or maybe it was just the pain. Clearly, he was jumped and taken by surprise. There was no other explanation. Trent wouldn't lose like this in a fair fight. When he told me he wanted to go home, his words were like a jagged knife to my gut. I worried he needed the kind of medical attention I wasn't able to give, but how could I argue with such a heartbreaking request? I was hoping he looked worse than he was because of all the blood. The gash along his hairline was probably responsible for most of the blood. Head wounds bled excessively. Maybe once he was cleaned up, he wouldn't look so bad. That was a lie. It wouldn't matter how much better Trent looked when he was clean. Seeing him in pain at all was worse than taking an actual beating myself. If only I had been there.
Brayden!
Ivy yelled and disappeared from the top of the stairs. Come on, frat boy, I said gently and turned us toward the living room. I'm not one of them, he ground out. Never again. The muscles in my jaw clenched so forcefully I heard them grind. Omega did this to him? Probably that little pecker Connor. He should know not to start wars he couldn't win. Here. I unlocked my jaw and tried to speak without malice. As pissed as I was, this was not about them right now. It was only about Trent. Sit down. Easy. I used both my arms and wrapped them around his waist to guide him down so he wouldn't jar his injuries too bad. When he reclined against the cushions, a breath hissed from between his teeth. Damn, T, I said, taking his chin in my hand and staring at the damage. How bad are you hurting? Not so bad when you touch me. He smiled. Well, I thought he did. Half his lip was too swollen to turn up. Yet he still smiled at me. I love you. The words tumbled out, faster than I'd ever driven a car. His eyes flared. Even the one swollen side opened wide enough for me to see the surprise. I really fucking do, I admitted, my voice low, just for us. You're better than any hospital would ever be, Forrester. His hand lifted and grasped the front of my shirt. He started to say something else, but Brayden pounded down the stairs and rushed into the room and around the couch. I released Trent's chin and moved back just enough so B could feast his eyes on the mess. Oh, hells no! Brayden roared. His fists clenched and he paced a little in front of the coffee table. Who did this? He demanded, harsh. Ivy raced into the room, carrying a large white box with a red cross on the front.
Here, I got this.
At the side of the table, her feet stopped like she stepped in glue, and her eyes filled with tears.
Oh, Trent.
I'm okay, he vowed. I've taken harder hits on the field. Ivy sniffled and tried to swallow back her tears. She didn't do a very good job, but I couldn't blame her. I teared up looking at him the first time, too. We got a family situation. Brayden growled into the phone pressed to his ear. I knew he had to be talking to Romeo. You better get your ass here. I just need a Band-Aid, Trent said. His tongue seemed thick because his words were slightly slurred. Ivy set the kit on the table, flung open the lid, and scrounged around. She came up with a dark brown bottle with a white cap and a clean white cloth.
Let's clean you up.
She rushed around the table toward him and reached out. Don't touch him! I snarled and moved forward to block her. Whoa! Brayden cut in and swiftly pulled Ivy back so he could squeeze in front of her. We got a problem? I'm sorry, Ives. I was immediately contrite. I'm just tense, finding my best friend lying in a parking lot.
Don't apologize,
she said, and stepped around B to extend the supplies.
Here.
I took them, because even though I felt bad for snapping at her, I still didn't want anyone else to clean up T.
I'll get some ice and pain relievers,
she said, and went quickly from the room. Fuck, I muttered, and yanked the coffee table closer so I could sit on it right in front of Trent. It's okay, he told me. I uncapped the bottle and dumped some of the stuff on the cloth. Someone jump you? Brayden demanded. Trent grunted. 4 of them. The plastic of the bottle in my hand made a harsh sound when the side dented in from the pressure of my fist as it tightened at his words. Please tell me you know who they were. Even just one. I just need one name. Braden paced behind us. It's gonna hurt like hell, I warned him, and leaned forward. Just do it. We locked eyes, and a moment passed between us. Gently, I started dabbing at the cut on his head. His jaw tightened, but he didn't say anything. Trent? Braden's voice was impatient. They're Omega. Braden stopped pacing. Your own brothers jumped you? His voice had gone quiet. Deadly. That was a dangerous tone for Braden. They aren't my brothers, Trent replied. You said everything was fine over there, B pressed. He had said that. Why hadn't I known he was lying? Why hadn't I paid closer attention? The gash in his forehead was a little deeper than I liked, but it wasn't bleeding anymore, just oozing a little. Once I had the area around it clean and dry, I pulled out a butterfly bandage and applied it. Trent's eyes dropped closed as I worked, applying a wide bandage over the butterfly, just to keep it clean for now. Why would they do this to you? Braden demanded. His pacing resumed. Trent's eyes opened, and he looked at me. What I saw penetrated my chest. The look he wore was shuttered, the kind of look he reserved for people that weren't me. I knew then it was bad. Why? I asked low. His eyes shifted away and locked on Braden. Because I'm gay. I'd never heard Braden so silent before. It was like he was struck speechless. Trent held his eyes directly on B, but I didn't turn around to see his reaction. I was too focused on the man in front of me.
Got the ice.
Ivy hurried back to my side. The bottle of pain reliever in her hands rattled with pills. She noticed the dead silence in the room and hesitated. Beer? Trent asked. Water, I corrected. Braden made a rude sound. Get the man a beer, baby. He's had a rough night. He can't take pills with beer, I snapped. What are you, his mom? B argued. Water's fine, Trent said, but Ivy was already gone to the kitchen. I went back to cleaning up his face, and his eyes dropped closed again. The room was silent for long minutes, even when Ivy came back with a beer and a water in her hands. The more blood I cleaned off him, the more bruises I found. My stomach was so knotted, I wondered if it would bear the kinks from tonight for the rest of my life. Once his face was completely clean and patched up, I uncapped the water and handed it to him with some pills. His knuckles were red and scraped up, so when he was done drinking, I grabbed his hand and started cleaning that up too. I think his ribs are broken, I said. I can call my mom, have her come over. B's mom was a nurse. She probably would know for certain if he needed medical attention or not. That would be... No, Trent cut in. Not tonight. Can you breathe okay? B asked. Good enough, he answered. I made a frustrated sound. Trent gave me that shuttered look again, and I shut up. We'll call her in the morning, he offered, like he wanted to pacify me. I nodded because I wanted to pacify him too. Trent looked at Braden. You gonna say anything? I do have one question, he hedged. I glanced at Ivy, wondering what she was going to think when we filled her in on Trent's status. Ask, Trent urged, shifting a little. A grimace pulled at his lips, and I wanted to rip his shirt up and look at the damage to his midsection. Does size really matter? B deadpanned. Everyone went silent for one heartbeat, and then Trent started laughing. "Oh," he groaned. "Damn it, B. No more jokes." His hand pressed to his side even as he chuckled.
Braden James Walker,
Ivy gasped.
I cannot believe you. They tell you they're in a relationship and you ask them about their size preference?
You could have heard a pin drop in the center of the room. Trent never told B he and I were involved. He hadn't mentioned me at all. Guess that made it pretty clear my sister already knew. "It's a legit question," Braden finally said. I looked at him, shock clear on my face. Braden glanced between me and T and waved a hand. "You think that's news? We all know." "You know?" I repeated, shocked. He rolled his eyes. "I'm not a dumbass." Trent laughed again and it turned into another groan.
You should lie down.
Ivy worried.
Are you hurting anywhere else besides your ribs? Do you have pain anywhere else?
"I'm okay," he answered. It didn't last that long. They were nervous they were gonna get caught. "They're gonna get caught," B intoned. For once, my brother-in-law's hot temper seemed like a good thing. It would be useful when I went to Omega to kick ass. "You can't go to sleep yet," I told him. "You might have a concussion." "I don't," he argued. "I've had enough from football to know. My head's fine." "Stop being so damn stubborn," I told him, with less heat than I intended. I just couldn't bring myself to yell at him. I glanced at Braden. "Call your mom." I was right to not want to tell anyone. Trent dropped those words into the room like an atomic bomb. They literally blew up a chunk of my heart. I hated those words. I hated he was right. Why did people have to be so fucking hateful? Ivy made a distressed sound and eased on the couch right beside him.
No one in this house cares who you love, Trent.
She glanced at me, including me in her words.
You don't ever have to hesitate to say anything to us. You're our family. We love you no matter what.
Trent reached for Ivy's hand, and she gave it willingly. She held out her other one to me, and I took it.
I love you both. I want you to be happy.
I swallowed, forcing down the emotion. I wasn't going to cry. I didn't cry. But hearing those words from my sister was something I desperately needed. I hadn't realized how bad until she gave them.
I think you make a good couple,
she went on and grinned. Thanks, Ivy, Trent said. I could only nod. She gave my fingers a squeeze like she knew I couldn't speak. She glanced over her shoulder at B. He cleared his throat. It fucking pisses me off this happened to you, Trent. I know it kind of forced you guys to tell us when you clearly weren't ready. But I'm glad, 'cause I've been wanting to say this to you for a while. I swiveled and looked at him. He met my eyes and nodded. I don't care you guys have some man love. Man love? Classic Braden. You're my family, and nothing is going to change that. Ivy's face shone with pride, and she nodded, agreeing with him. I stood up and offered B my hand. He took it and pulled me close, and we hugged with the table between us. We aren't going to let this go unpunished, he whispered in my ear. I pulled back and nodded, letting him see the blazing anger in my eyes. Put some ice on your face, man, he said to Trent. That shit looks painful. Ivy picked up the cold pack in her lap and lifted it toward his face. Then she stopped and glanced at me.
Here.
She gave the pack to me instead. With a small smile, I took it and very carefully pressed it against Trent's eye. "Hold this," I told him. Once his hand was over it, I held mine out between us. "Come on, you're going to bed, and we need to check your ribs." Trent let me help him up. The stiff way he moved and the grimace on his face made me angry all over again. The need to punch something filled my limbs like adrenaline. He leaned on me as we went from the room. Ivy wrung her hands like she didn't know what to do, and Braden stood there scowling. I caught his eye and made a signal for him to call his mom. I didn't care what Trent said. Someone needed to look at him. B nodded and palmed his phone. "Don't get naked," B called. "Rome will be up as soon as he walks in." Trent laughed again and doubled over in pain. I gave B the finger. I left the bedroom door wide open and turned on the light the second we walked in. Trent slipped out from under my arm and moved slowly toward the bed. "Take off your shirt," I instructed. A sound of protest ripped from his throat. I moved across the room and grabbed his shirt and ripped. It made a distinct tearing sound as I split it up the front. "I know you like my body, Forrester, but damn," he joked weakly. I pushed the ruined shirt off his body and looked down. His right side was black and blue. Some of the skin was mottled and swollen. There was no way in hell his ribs were just cracked. Motherfuckers. I shoved away from him and tucked my hands behind my neck, digging them into my skin. I didn't know what to do with all the rage inside me. I'd never been this upset before. There was a bruise on his left shoulder, too. Someone kicked him. I could almost see it clearly in my tortured thoughts. "True," he said, moving across the room to me. I kept pacing. He grabbed my arm and I stilled, not wanting my abrupt movements to jar him in any way. "Calm down. I'm gonna be fine. I'm not the first guy to get his ass kicked in a fight." "This was not a fight," I ground out. "This was an attack." His hand curled around the back of my neck and tugged. I stepped into him, careful where my body came into contact with his. We held each other for long, silent moments. Downstairs, the front door slammed, and I heard voices. Romeo was home. I pulled back from tea, went to the door, and swung it closed. I needed some time with him. Just us. "Come on," I told him, and pulled back the comforter and sheets. Trent loosened his belt buckle and unbuttoned his blood-stained jeans. I helped him pull them off, and he got in the bed, dressed only in his boxers. "Are you dizzy? Sick to your stomach?" I asked. "Nah." "Stop being strong," I snapped. "Would you rather I cry?" "No. Yes." I contradicted myself. "Fuck!" "Come here." He lifted his arm. My shoulders slumped a little, and I went to him. I moved gingerly on the mattress, afraid I might hurt him. He wasn't having it, though. He pulled me into his side and anchored an arm at my waist. "I'm sorry you had to find me like that tonight." I made a choked sound. "You don't owe me an apology." I think maybe I do. The tone in his voice changed with those words. They became serious and strange. Kind of shuddered like his eyes had been downstairs. I pulled back a fraction. "What do you have to be sorry for?" His face turned down, staring into his lap. His whispered words blew up yet another chunk of my heart. I'm sorry loving you isn't enough.
35. Random Car Facts by Gearshark.
Exactly 1 week before he died, actor James Dean was warned by Sir Alec Guinness not to get into his new Porsche 550 Spider, or you'll be found dead in it by this time next week. Trent. Love is patient. Love is kind. That's what they say. They also say love doesn't take, love only gives. While those words are beautiful, they aren't true. Love does take. Loving someone takes strength. Love takes hard work. And sometimes, love takes sacrifice. I remember feeling the only thing worse than being with Drew was being without him. I still felt that way, but tonight showed me that was selfish. Really loving someone meant loving them more than yourself, and I did. I loved Drew so much, I loved him more than I did myself. So this was hard, harder than anything I'd ever known in my entire life. I didn't know if it was right, but it was all I had left to give. Drew already had my heart. My body would never want another. I would always love him. My love was dangerous. So I would have to love him from afar. It seemed the only thing left to give him was safety, a promise to put him before myself, always. I would take 100 beatings for the privilege of loving him. I would withstand ridicule, prejudice, and even hate to keep him at my side. What I wouldn't do was ask the same of him. I would not put him in danger for the sake of my heart, or even his heart. The thought of anyone doing anything even close to this to Drew was more than I could bear. Society talked a good talk. They passed laws and preached to anyone who would listen. They painted rainbows as if that symbol would somehow make everything okay. Love is love. People are free to be who they are. Gay love is beautiful. I wished it were that simple. Because even though, as a whole, the world wants to accept the kind of love I feel, we weren't there yet. I almost felt like it was the same as putting an animal in the middle of the street and saying it would be safe. Maybe it would be for some drivers, but not all. Did that mean I let them win? Did that mean by pushing Drew away, the only ones who lost were us? How did I make that distinction? How did I choose my happiness over his safety? It wasn't so cut and dry. Sometimes love just isn't enough.
What are you saying, Trent?
Drew asked, wariness in his tone. I pulled my arm from around his waist and brushed my knuckles across the side of his face. I'm going to miss this scruff. I love you, I vowed.
You do?
He smiled. Yeah, I love you with everything I got. Ignoring the protest in my ribs, I leaned forward and claimed his lips. I kissed him soft at first, gentle and sweet. The kiss changed the second his tongue swept across my lower lip, like he was trying to soothe the swollen flesh. My hand fisted at the back of his head, and we deepened the kiss. Drew hesitated at first, but I wouldn't let him pull back. I wouldn't let him worry about if it would hurt. I was already hurting, from far worse pain than a busted lip. I devoured his mouth until he ripped it away.
You're bleeding again.
He wiped at my bottom lip with his thumb and lifted it between us. There was red marring his skin. I'm sorry, I said, for more than just the blood. Drew wiped his finger on his shirt and then wiped at my lip again, repeating the same action.
"I love you too,"
he whispered, and I knew it was true. I felt it.
"We're gonna deal with those bastards at Omega," he began. "Now that the family knows, you can move in here. Things will get easier."
"No," I cut him off. He pulled back, wrinkles forming in the center of his forehead.
"No?"
I shook my head. "I can't do this." I gestured between us. "Being together isn't going to work." He leapt out of the bed, an incredulous look in his eyes.
"The fuck do you mean we aren't going to work?"
"Just say it. We can't be together. I won't be with you." He laughed, a half-crazed sound.
"You just told me you love me."
"I do," I whispered.
"Is this because of tonight?"
he yelled.
"Because some assholes jumped you? You're going to let them win?"
I had no doubt the entire house could hear him yell, but I didn't tell him to be quiet. If they heard, it would save me from having to say this twice.
"You're a pussy,"
Drew roared. I stiffened. Everything in me revolted. "I'm a realist," I yelled, and pushed off the headboard. I jabbed my finger at him in the air. "What are you gonna do, huh?" I went on, relentless. "You gonna go to Omega and kick a bunch of ass? Show them you don't give a flying fuck what they think?" He started to say something, and I stood. It hurt to straighten to my full height, but I did it anyway. "What then?" I challenged. "What happens the next time someone hates on me for loving you? What happens when it's you lying in a parking lot instead of me?" The last part completely drained me. I sagged forward. Drew was there, his strong body offering support.
"Sit down."
He nudged me gently.
"Come on, you need to chill."
I let him help me back into bed. I was so tired. "Don't ask me to do that," I pleaded with him. "Don't ask me to wonder every time you leave the house if you're going to be someone's victim. Don't ask me to watch you get torn apart in the media for your relationship with a man."
"We don't know that will happen,"
he tried to reason.
"Emily thinks it will help my career."
"Emily isn't the one in love with you. I am. I'm not going to exploit the fact I fell in love with my best friend to sell magazines."
"I don't expect you to."
"And I don't expect you to lie." I rubbed a hand over my head and made a sound. "I don't want to sneak around. I don't want to pretend I'm just your manager when really you're my entire world."
"So you're breaking up with me?"
He pulled back, hurt and pain in his expression. I looked away. "Yeah."
"No."
My head shot up. "No?" I couldn't help it. I was amused.
"I don't accept that. I don't break up with you."
"You don't have a choice." My voice was final. My decision was made.
"If you love me as much as you say you do, then fight,"
he challenged. "This is me fighting to keep you safe."
"Fuck my protection,"
Drew roared and shot across the room. The sound of a heavy thud and the cracking of drywall made me wince. He yanked his arm back, pulling his fist out of the hole he'd just made in the wall. His knuckles were bloody. Ignoring the blood, he stormed across the room and snatched something off his dresser. He threw it on the bed. It landed with a thud between my legs.
"Ask that,"
he huffed. I picked up the magic 8-ball I'd given him. "Ask it what?"
"Ask it if we should be together. Let's let fate decide."
My fingers tightened around the ball. "I already did," I said miserably.
"What?"
You asked me before if I asked it a question. You said no. I lied. I asked it if we should be together. It said, all signs point to no. He laughed, but it wasn't with humor. It's a dumb toy. It doesn't know anything. Yet here we are. Drew's head snapped back like I punched him. It took me months and months and months to finally admit to myself how much I care about you. In 1 week, the one goddamn week we've been together, I learned all those months of agony were worth it. I'd do it all again to end up here. My heart hurt. It felt like someone was physically ripping it in half. So no, Trent. No, he went on. We aren't over. We've only just begun. He was beautiful. A fucking beautiful, stubborn man. I'd love him for the rest of my life. And then I'd love him longer. I'm tired. I didn't have to pretend to be weary. I turned my face away from him, refusing to look in his eyes. Trent. I squeezed my eyes shut against the pain in his voice. When he realized I wasn't going to turn back, an angry sound ripped from his chest. The door to the room banged against the wall when he flung it open and stormed out. The second I was alone, I crumbled. My strength to push him away dissolved, and I was left lying there a bruised and broken mess. The 8-ball was still clutched in my hand, and I pulled it into my chest. My resolve wavered. His hurt and open heart made me think I was wrong. I glanced down at the toy and blinked to clear my vision. Ask it one more time. One final decision. Is this what my life had come to? Relying on a toy to decide my future? I didn't know what was right anymore. I was confused. Maybe it wasn't just a toy deciding for me. Maybe it was like Drew said. Maybe it was fate. Fate knew what it was doing. Right? I lifted the ball and gave it a good shake. Should Drew and I be together? I turned it over in my hand so the window was facing up. The small triangle inside bounced around and floated to the surface. This was it. My answer. My fate. This concludes #Junkie by Cambria Hebert. Narrated by Guy Locke and Luke Itzvik. Copyright 2016 by Cambria Hebert. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Cambria Hebert Books, LLC, and was produced in the year 2016 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.